Dreamscape presents The Widow's Secret, a gripping psychological thriller with a chilling twist by Theo Baxter. Narrated by Michelle Price. Chapter 1. I guess I'm eating alone. Again, Leona muttered to herself, hanging up the call. She tried calling her husband to see if he would make it to dinner for a change, but Wayne wasn't answering, which was a tell, in a way. That meant he would be staying late at his law office, stressing over some case again. He got like that while working. When he was immersed in a legal case, he could forget about the whole world. He forgot to eat, he forgot about other obligations, and he most definitely forgot he had a wife waiting for him at home. So melodramatic. Leona really shouldn't complain. She knew her husband loved her dearly, as much as she loved him. There was only one flaw related to Wayne, if she could even call it that. He was equally passionate about his work as he was about their marriage. As an attorney, he had to give his all to his clients, at times to ensure a positive outcome in their cases, even at the expense of his wife. At times, it was a struggle, and Leona knew not everyone could manage. There was not enough time in one day for everything, and Leona made peace that there would be times work had to be a priority, although she always missed him terribly. The problem was, as of late, it felt like work was all her husband cared about. She rarely saw him, and when she did, it wasn't what she would call quality time. Plainly put, it got lonely, especially since Wayne was her only family. Leona was an only child, and her parents had died when she was in college. They had been returning from a road trip when a drunk driver fell asleep at the wheel, lost control of his car, and slammed into theirs. Her father died on impact, and her mother ended up in a coma, but was pronounced brain dead a week later. Having the plug pulled was one of the hardest things she'd had to do in her life. She had really thought she wouldn't be able to move on, but she'd had a very few close friends who had helped her as she grieved, and eventually she'd met Wayne, which made all the difference in the world. However, when she was left to her own devices like this, she was reminded of how truly alone she was. It would be different if we had children, she thought. Then she immediately banished that thought. No point in dwelling on that. Although she was only 32 years old, she couldn't have children, and considering her infertility, it was a blessing she'd found a husband who didn't want kids. But Leona had a dirty little secret. Just because she couldn't have children didn't mean she didn't want them. She hoped she could convince Wayne, in time, that they should adopt. Unfortunately, to have such a conversation, they needed to be in the same room at the same time, which was not happening anymore. Part of her knew he would just say no to that idea. He believed some people were born to be parents, others were not. "I'm too selfish to be a father. I want you all to myself," he would say to her. And she knew she would feel grateful. Many men would have left her after learning she couldn't have kids, but Wayne had stayed. And not just stayed, but reassured her she was perfect as she was. So she'd shelved plans about adopting, because the alternative would hurt too much. She didn't want her hopes to get up just to get shot down at the first attempt by Wayne. They had each other, after all. She had to find comfort in that. Yet for that to work, they would have to spend some time together, she realized as she circled back to her original thoughts. Her mind did that at times, drove her in circles, drove her mad in her idleness. So she banished all thoughts while going to the kitchen. Since Wayne wouldn't be coming home for dinner, she decided to eat the leftovers from yesterday instead of preparing something new. Taking a plate from the refrigerator, she popped it in the microwave, then waited for it to reheat. Maybe it's time to remodel the kitchen, she mused, looking at the cabinets. She'd never cared for the peach shade of paint. Come to think of it, they'd made no changes to the house since moving in 4 years ago. Perhaps it's time. Besides, that was definitely something to do, since her work wasn't as time-consuming or demanding as she would like. Maybe I should ask Wayne for tips, she thought glumly. A ping announced her food was ready, snapping her from her thoughts. She took her food to the living room and turned the TV on to watch something while she ate. There was nothing on that she liked. I swear to God, the more channels we have, the less there is to watch. Eventually, she settled on some reruns of Friends. At first, she laughed, knowing all the episodes by heart, saying some of the more memorable lines with the cast. However, as the show progressed, a certain kind of sadness appeared in the pit of her stomach. It depressed her, looking at that group of friends interact, as they were so immersed in each other's lives. She'd had that once, but not anymore. While she was in college, she'd had a couple of really close friends. Sadly, they grew apart over time, and she never knew how or why. Perhaps it was her fault. Perhaps she didn't put enough effort in to make time for them once she got married. And then it hit her. It had started sooner. It really did start all falling apart, so to speak, once she started dating Wayne. It wasn't to suggest her friends didn't like him or that he tried to pull them apart. It was that her priorities changed. New love tended to do that. While in love, she wanted to be with the person she loved as much as possible, and at times other relationships suffered for it. Wayne preferred to stay at home with her, Netflix and chill, and she preferred to be with him. So instead of going out with friends, they stayed put. And she couldn't blame her friends when they stopped calling. But now she realized the error of her ways. She should have been more mindful. She should have been a better friend. Is it too late to make amends? She wondered. In the past, when put in a position to choose between Wayne and her friends, she always chose Wayne, desperately wanting to spend every free moment with him. And now, because of that selfishness, she was all alone. This was her fault as much as it was his. And it had only gotten worse with time. As Wayne's law firm started to grow, his working hours increased, leaving her all alone when her work was done, with basically nothing to do, no one to see. The problem was she had too much time on her hands. Wayne said so as well. Leona was a self-employed graphic artist, and since she'd already finished her current work project before the deadline, she had nothing to do but sit around the house and brood. And such idleness always made her feel like this, like she was abandoned. Although part of her knew such a feeling wasn't rational, it couldn't be helped. She still felt that way. Maybe I should ask for some additional work, she mused as she was finishing her meal. That would solve problems, certainly. Not in a way she would hope, though. She would like Wayne home more often, but if she worked more, it would definitely keep her busy and take her mind off the fact he wasn't around. Then again, she didn't want to turn into him. She loved what she did for a living, but it wasn't an all-consuming feeling. The only one she cared about that much was Wayne. Burying herself in work wouldn't change the fact that she missed her husband like crazy. She'd tried talking to him about it numerous times, yet he was always so tired, and it would be so late in the night that she didn't feel like starting a fight. Sadly, she felt like she was running out of time. Their marriage was deteriorating, not because something was happening. Quite the opposite, because nothing was happening. And to make matters worse, their 5th anniversary was approaching. 5 years would be marked next weekend, and since he hadn't said anything about it, Leona suspected that he had forgotten, which saddened her greatly. She still remembered how they'd prepared for their 1st anniversary. Wayne had started planning a surprise for her a whole month earlier, all excited, constantly teasing her about it, making her guess his gift. And now, nothing. Despite his workaholic tendencies, she thought they shared a pretty good life together. When he's actually here, she grumbled. Sighing, she took the dirty dishes back to the kitchen and immediately started washing them. It was something to do. It wasn't always like this between them. While they dated, and during their 1st year of marriage, Wayne had spent all his free time with her, and he definitely worked less. He couldn't get enough of her, and texted her during the day about how much he wanted to be with her at home, in bed, and she felt the same way. Now she couldn't even remember when the last time they'd had sex was. The honeymoon period was definitely over after 5 years of marriage, and that was as sad as it was troubling. Should we seek help? Maybe speaking with a therapist would force them to improve things, make Wayne realize he needed to work less and spend time with her more so their marriage could keep on going. Maybe she could learn how to not be so dependent on him. Was she dependent on him? She didn't think so. It was normal she felt like this, since she saw him so little. Eventually, she decided against therapy. They didn't have marriage problems. Not really. He didn't abuse her. He didn't have an affair. He was simply rarely home. Things were great between them when he was around. The problem was time. There wasn't enough of it, for work and life. Maybe I should speak with Sarah to make sure he will be off work next weekend, she mused. And this was an idea she liked. She could plan a romantic dinner for them so they could celebrate their anniversary. So what if he forgot this one? He'd remembered all the rest. And besides, she remembered. This year, she could take charge. It wasn't the end of the world. Yes, she would definitely make arrangements with Sarah. Sarah Orloff was Wayne's personal assistant. She practically ran his life. She scheduled all the meetings, booked all the flights when he had to travel for work, and even made sure he ate properly. She was his work wife, they often joked. A couple of times in the past, Leona had tried to surprise him at work and bring him lunch only to discover Sarah had already sent him to a restaurant where she had made reservations. She was efficient, Leona had to give her that. So if anyone could help Leona arrange a date with her husband, it was Sarah. What if he says no? She had a moment of doubt, but she banished it immediately. Why would he do such a thing? He loved her. He just forgot that at times, especially while working on something exciting. What if things have seriously changed between us without me noticing? What if he's now avoiding me on purpose, and work is just an excuse? That made her pause for a moment. What to do then? Leona was propelled back into reality by the sound of the front door being opened and closed. Wayne is home. She had been so far gone, stressing about nonsense, she didn't even notice his car was parked in the front. Immediately, Leona wiped her hands on a dish rag and went to greet her husband. "Hi, honey," he greeted. The sight of him always took her breath away. That hadn't changed from when they first met. They'd met at some party of a mutual friend, and Leona remembered her jaw practically dropped seeing him. To her, he was the definition of perfection. Tall and handsome, with light brown hair, a boater's tan and blue eyes. Leona knew all the girls were in love with him, and by some miracle, he wanted to be with her. Realistically, he looked like he should have been with a model or an actress or something. But that night, the night they met, he didn't leave her company, only spoke with her, and that trend continued the following nights as well. She felt like pinching herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming when he asked her out, and when he kissed her for the first time. Leona believed he was way out of her league, but he was still all hers. But he was not just about the looks. He was smart and funny and generous to the point of madness. He was the whole package. Her package. She kissed him. "I called, and you didn't answer," she said as they parted. "When?" "About half an hour ago." He shrugged noncommittally. "I was probably on the way home. Didn't hear the phone." He really needed to learn how to use Bluetooth. He was a modern man living in the modern age full of useful technology, and at times he needed to act like it. As he spoke, Leona looked at him. She immediately noticed he looked kind of off. Mussed. Tired. He noticed her looking. "What?" he asked, a bit self-conscious, driving a hand through his hair. He really needed a haircut. Then again, she liked his hair a bit longer. "Did you run back home?" she joked. I drove, like always. You look a bit worn down, she explained. It was that kind of day. I had a client who wouldn't stop riding me. However, I rushed home because I have big news to share with you, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. Oh? Will I like it? She inquired. You will love it, he replied cryptically with a lopsided smile. Then share, she urged. I'm taking you hiking. We're heading to the Virginia part of the Appalachian Trail next weekend, which is a long weekend, and I'm also taking off a day early, so we'll have Thursday through Monday, he announced all seriously. For our anniversary? She blurted out, dumbfounded. Of course. Leona was so overcome by emotions, she kissed him again. She loved to hike, and she'd never been hiking in Virginia. He chuckled, clearly pleased by her reaction. You didn't think I forgot about it? He asked once they parted. The thought did cross my mind, she replied honestly, feeling embarrassed she had entertained that idea for even a second. Wayne loved her. Of course he wouldn't forget our anniversary. Besides, he had Sarah to remind him, she thought. Her dinner plans looked silly in comparison. They were going on a trip. She couldn't wait. Never, he said gravelly, pulling her in for another kiss. Leona was immensely happy. It was obvious Wayne was doing something like this for her. She loved hiking. He was always just tagging along. Of course he liked being outdoors and was good at hiking. However, that wasn't his passion. She was the one obsessed with doing certain trails, experiencing things, experiencing nature in a slightly different way, and he indulged her. To be perfectly honest, happiness wasn't the only thing she was feeling as they discussed plans for the next weekend. Leona was also relieved, and very much so, because this showed her that her fears were unfounded. It was all in her head. She decided to ignore all her insecurities and instead dwell on the way Wayne's news made her feel. She banished all of her negative thoughts, focusing on the joy, because she had a hike to prepare for. The hike she was doing with her loving husband, so nothing else mattered. Chapter 2. Leona was very excited about the trip. She spent every waking hour, apart from working, gushing over maps, looking up weather predictions, reading about the trail and about the latest updates, and being as prepared for it as was possible. Part of her was concerned she wasn't fully physically in shape for it, since she didn't work out as much as she used to. Nonetheless, she couldn't wait. She would gladly deal with sore muscles and a few blisters, especially since it meant she would be with Wayne, spending time with him. Finally. It had been a while since they'd done anything like this. Not only go hiking, but spend quality time together. Leona was genuinely touched he wanted them to do this because she had spoken about the Appalachian Trail for a long time and had always wanted to do it. Sadly, life always got in the way. The Appalachian National Scenic Trail was about a 2,000-mile-long journey, and they would be doing only a small part of it in Virginia. It was true, Wayne wasn't as enthusiastic about hiking as she was, but even he got excited while they planned their trip and talked about the things they needed to pack. At first, she thought her enthusiasm was contagious. However, over time she realized Wayne was pretty eager about this trip as well, which warmed her heart. She was very touched he wanted them to do this for their anniversary, and was relieved he felt good about it as well. She wanted him to have a good time. While packing, she decided to bring some sexy lingerie as well. Although they would be hiking all day, spending nights in tents at campgrounds, with no showers available, she still hoped they would reconnect intimately. It had been some time since they'd made love, and she really missed her husband, especially because sex with him was truly enjoyable. He always took care of her and made sure she orgasmed at least once before finishing himself. Roles were definitely reversed in their marriage, or at least that was how she felt. Wayne often claimed to be too tired or had a headache when she tried to instigate intimacy, and that hurt her feelings, being rejected. She never said no to him, no matter how tired, no matter if she had a headache or anything else. She wanted him that much, that nothing else mattered. Hopefully, this trip would make them closer and remind them both how good they were together. Alongside everything else she would need for their adventure, she also brought her camera so that she could later paint some of the scenery they would encounter. With that settled, she focused on the hiking gear, making sure not to forget anything. Wayne would carry their tent, and she had their sleeping bag and food. But looking at the food she had, she decided to add a little extra in case of an emergency, like getting lost on the trail. It was imperative not to forget to bring anything, although surely they would meet other hikers on the way and could borrow something if needed. But Leona preferred to have all her own cooking supplies and compass, in addition to food and water. At times, being prepared for anything could mean the difference between life and death. She wanted to make sure nothing went wrong, since this was a celebration of their 5 years of marriage. It would be no fun at all if one of them got hurt or they got lost and were starving because she hadn't thought to plan for that possibility. Speaking of fun, we will definitely need some bear canisters as well, she mused. It was better to be safe than sorry. Once she finished packing, she went to check on Wayne's progress. He was the forgetful one in the relationship. If he didn't have her or Sarah in his life, he would be completely lost. He would forget his own head on his shoulders if he didn't have someone reminding him it was there, she joked to herself. So she wanted to make sure he had all the essentials. But once she reached for his backpack, he shooed her away. I want to make sure you packed everything.
And I want to make sure you don't find your present, so step away from the backpack,
he said playfully. Leona raised both hands in the air in mock surrender. Okay, I'll leave you be. Just don't forget to bring some extra socks. They'd learned the hard way what happened when he didn't have enough of those.
Yes, boss,
he saluted, and she giggled. This trip was going to be loads of fun. She just knew it, because it already was. They drove from Boston to Charlottesville, where they checked into a lovely little B&B, which took her completely by surprise. B&B? She asked.
Come on,
he said without explaining anything. They checked in. He'd made reservations, she learned, and they were escorted to a room set up almost like a hunting cabin, yet without all the dead animals, which she appreciated greatly. I thought we would be starting the hike today. She had thought they would be starting from the first campsite, not staying at a bed and breakfast. She was anxious to get started on their hike, but as it turned out, Wayne had other plans.
I want us to have a nice night together. Really celebrate our 5 years together before we start roughing it,
he explained, taking her in his arms. As it turned out, she liked his plans better, and she showed him that with a kiss, long and deep, which led to more fun things later. They had arrived on Thursday afternoon and ended up staying until Saturday morning because neither one of them felt like leaving. Staying in bed, making love, talking like they used to, and sharing plans for the future. It all felt like perfection. They made love so many times that Leona actually started to feel sore, yet happy and extremely satisfied. While they lay in bed, recovering after making love, eating some power bars Leona had brought for the hike, Wayne presented her with a gift.
I know it's not technically our anniversary yet. However, I wanted to give you this while we're still here,
he explained, handing her a small velvet box. It was rectangular and blue, her favorite color. Opening it up, she found a silver necklace inside. Taking it out, she looked at the small pendant. It looked like a hiker's backpack, adorned with blue gems. She started to laugh.
Do you like it?
He asked a bit sheepishly. She started nodding like crazy. It's perfect, thank you. I love you, she said, all in one breath, giving him a hug and a kiss.
Let me help you put it on,
he offered, so she handed him the necklace. Once that was settled, she turned to look at him. Your turn now. He looked down at his boxer briefs.
Honey, I don't think I'm ready yet. I would need an extra 10 minutes.
She laughed so hard that her stomach actually hurt. Not that silly. Your present.
You are my present.
When he said things like that, she wanted to hug him, kiss him all over, and never let go. Instead, she stood up to rummage around the room for his gift. After a minute or two, she presented it to him. He opened a much bigger box, and while looking inside, placed a hand over his heart.
New briefcase. Just what I needed.
And it's laptop compatible, she offered.
I can see that.
That's not all. Look inside, she urged, getting excited about his reaction. He opened it up, and as instructed, looked inside. In there, she'd had it embroidered with the phrase, "Objection, Your Honor," which was an inside joke of a sort around their house. It was his turn to start laughing.
This is just perfect, honey. Thank you.
She beamed, feeling like she'd accomplished her mission. Thank you kissing turned into deeper, more meaningful kissing that turned into making love again. As it turned out, Wayne didn't need a full 10 minutes to recover. Saturday morning, they finally decided to leave and head to the first campground, where they would park the car and start their hike. It was a little less than an hour's drive from Charlottesville. Leona had mixed feelings about it, to be perfectly honest. Part of her didn't want to leave. It was true they stayed a day longer, but part of her felt extra greedy and wanted to stay in that room, stay in that bed, and continue to have an amazing, lovely time with her husband. The rest was super excited about the hike. And eventually, that part won, especially since it seemed like Wayne was excited about it as well. She caught him checking out the trail they would be taking that morning. It looked like he was trying to memorize it all, as though wanting to impress her with his knowledge. He stopped once he noticed how he had been caught. She found his behavior super sweet. I can't believe I ever doubted him, doubted us, she reprimanded herself. It was early autumn. It was still warm outside, but all the leaves were starting to change colors, and as they entered the forest, everything got magical. Leona loved everything about that place. The picturesque feel of it, the smells, the sounds of birds and insects, and all the rest of the wildlife around them. She must have taken dozens of pictures and videos trying to capture the incredible nature around them so that she could paint it all. That was impossible, of course. Nature had to be experienced. They cooled off next to a stream before moving onward. They chatted the whole time while they hiked, once in a while making sure they were on the right trail. She preferred it this way, when there were only two of them, without other people or guides. That way, they had their privacy and could talk about what they wanted without censorship, and they could set their own pace. Leona liked to take her time. To her, the destination itself wasn't the goal. It was the journey. She really enjoyed being there, walking along the same paths many had walked before her, leaving without a trace, seeing nature all around her, and seeing life happening. To her, that was the real goal, reconnecting to nature, to herself, to her husband, and not some mark on a map, although she definitely would brag about it upon returning home.
You think this is edible?
He pointed at a funny-looking mushroom. He even took a picture of it to send to his brother. All mushrooms are edible at least once, she replied. He gave her a look.
Funny,
he said dryly before resuming walking, and she chuckled. Late in the afternoon, they reached the campground area where they planned to spend the night. There was a nearby stream and an open area for tents and a campfire. It didn't take them long to prepare themselves for nightfall, and Leona had to admit she slept like a baby, nestled in her husband's arms in the double sleeping bag they shared. Best day ever, were her thoughts before quickly falling asleep. The next day pretty much resembled the previous one. After breakfast, they resumed their adventure. Mostly they were shielded from the sun by the big canopy of trees, but after some time, they reached a clearing, and from there on, the trail became a bit rocky. They started to climb, and then there was a turn in the trail, with mountain on either side and a cliff on the other, with a beautiful view of the forest below. And all of a sudden, Leona started to fear this might be too difficult for them, especially since they hadn't done something like it in a while, so she decided to voice her thoughts to Wayne. Maybe we shouldn't do this trail. It looks a bit more dangerous than I imagined. We could head back to the campsite and take that other trail.
Why?
He looked genuinely surprised. You want to keep going? She asked, pointing at the trail ahead. As she noted, it was pretty scary looking, even in sunshine. It was a narrow trail along the edge of a mountain with a very steep drop-off on one side. She had never been afraid of heights, but that fall didn't look appealing either. Canopies could cushion the fall, she thought.
I don't want to go back,
he pointed out.
Besides, it's not that bad. We've climbed worse, and there is a really scenic lookout called Spy Rock I want to check out.
And he had a point there. Years ago, when they were in much better shape, they'd walked some crazy trails and lived to tell tales about it. You're right. I'm being ridiculous. Let's go.
You go first, and I'll watch your back,
Wayne advised, and she nodded. They were on a beautiful cliffside, slowly climbing, slowly making progress when Wayne spoke, breaking a silence that had lasted at least 15 minutes.
How about we take a break here, and you take a few pictures?
She was sure that was merely an excuse so he could catch a break and drink some water. Besides, she was tired as well and was dying to have a break, even though there wasn't really any place for her to sit. So she nodded. Great idea. Taking the camera out of her bag, she started to snap pictures. She took a couple of Wayne goofing about, pouring water over his face, before turning to capture all the beautiful scenery. She had her back turned on her husband, taking pictures of interesting rock formations in the forest below, when she heard it. It was a loud scream, so in contrast with all the rest of the nature noises it terrified her. It was her husband, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Wayne!" she yelled in return, turning only to discover he had disappeared. She was all alone, up on a cliff. "Wayne!" All the birds took flight at the intensity of her voice. "Wayne? Where are you?" There was no reply. Chapter 3. After that initial scream, there were no traces of him. Leona hadn't heard him fall. However, he was nowhere to be found. "Wayne!" she called out over and over. She looked and looked, retraced their steps, looked beneath, and yelled for him to call out, yet it was all in vain. She returned to the place she saw him last and looked beneath. Only trees were down there. Wasting no time, she went down. She looked for him in the places she assumed he could fall to, but there were no signs of him anywhere. "Where is he?" she asked, over and over, trying to overcome the panic and fear she was feeling. "Where is he?" It wasn't like the earth could open up and swallow him whole. Leona was worried sick he was injured and was unable to reply to her. "Wayne, please answer me. If you hear me, shout back," she screamed. What if he was unconscious? She called out for him, nevertheless. She couldn't stop. She couldn't lose hope. She couldn't lose him. She would find him. She would find him. She had to. "Wayne!" She yelled his name over and over until completely losing her voice. That didn't stop her. She pulled out her phone to call for help, but she couldn't get a signal. A look at her battery told her that she'd forgotten to charge the thing as well, because it was nearly dead. Leona searched thoroughly, desperately. She spent until nightfall searching for her husband, and when it became too dark for her to continue, she stopped and sat in her sleeping bag, crying. She stayed awake the whole night, worrying, stressing, and trying to understand what had happened. Because she really didn't understand how he was there one moment, only to vanish without a trace the next. I didn't hear him fall. She was sure of that. Not that it made any difference. He must have, though. There was no other explanation. When it became light enough the next morning, she resumed her search. She knew that each hour that passed without finding him was bad. Realizing what she was doing wasn't enough, she used her map to go back to the campsite, where there were others to alert them of what had happened and beg for help. Thankfully, there were still a few people there who hadn't left to go out on a trail yet, and she asked for them to call the ranger station or 911 for her. She was still in a confused panic over Wayne's disappearance. She couldn't believe he'd just vanished. It didn't make any sense to her. Calm down. She wouldn't be of help in this state. A search party was organized, and Leona tried her best to calm her mind so she could explain where they had been at the time of his disappearance. The main search party was led by a female park ranger named Martha Ludwig. She was very reassuring and calm, and Leona managed to calm down merely by being in her presence. It was obvious Martha knew these woods like the back of her hand, and it gave Leona confidence that she could find Wayne. Leona wanted to go with them, but Martha wouldn't let her. "I need to show you where we were," she argued in return as tears streamed down her face. "I know that area very well. We will go over it with a fine-tooth comb, and if he's there, we will find him. I need you to stay here with Deputy Garcia." She pointed to the deputy sheriff who had just joined the party with his dog. "I can't stay here. I have to do something." She needed to be there. She needed to help. Staying behind would drive her crazy. Worrying about Wayne, coming up with all kinds of horrific scenarios that would pop inside her head, images she wouldn't be able to avoid, would be the end of her. "I understand that. However, you are in no shape to make the climb," Martha pointed out the obvious. "And I can't have you hurting yourself as well." Leona wanted to argue with that, but ultimately, they left her behind. Besides, she didn't want to stall the search party. If they wasted time on her, then they had less time to search for Wayne, and he was the one who needed help. Leona stayed in camp to wait for news. She paced around like crazy, bit her nails, and cried. Deputy Dave Garcia and his big St. Bernard Bruno kept her company, and she suspected, made sure she wouldn't follow after the search party. Dave was a very sweet, elderly man, with a kind, gentle face, slightly round, and he made sure she ate something. She didn't feel like it, but he used logic against her, so she forced herself to take a few bites and drank some water to stay hydrated. Dave tried to persuade her to get some rest, but that was just not happening. No matter if she was dead on her feet, she would not be able to close her eyes and sleep without knowing her Wayne was all right. When it started to get dark and they received no news from the search party, Leona knew they would be returning to the campsite. And they did. "Did you find him?" Leona asked, all hopeful. "Not yet. We found no traces of him on the trail, but that's not necessarily bad," Ranger Martha added, seeing Leona's face. "We'll return first thing in the morning and search the next section. I've got a search and rescue helicopter going over the area as well, but no word on anything from them yet." "I want to go with you tomorrow," Leona replied. "I can help." She was adamant. Martha shook her head. "It would be better if you stay at the campsite." "Why?" Leona said, probably a bit sharper than intended. Luckily, Martha didn't take offense. "Does Wayne know about this place?" she asked instead of answering. Leona frowned, not understanding where this was going. "Of course," she replied. "This was our starting point." "Good. That means if he's injured, this will be the place that he will return to," Martha hypothesized. "I guess you're right," Leona replied slowly. "So it's better if you stay here in case that happens," Martha pointed out. Despite the sound logic and the fact Leona agreed with everything that had been said, she still wanted to argue and had to fight hard not to. If this professional said it was best that she stayed put, then that was what she had to do, despite her personal feelings. Besides, she was in no shape to make any kinds of decisions. She was aware of that, so she nodded. "We'll be bringing the dogs out to help tomorrow, too," Martha added. "I don't have anything of his," Leona stressed, going to her backpack. Maybe there was something she could use, and then she realized luck was finally on her side, at least in this one small regard. One of his shirts had ended up in her backpack because he packed like a slob, and there was never enough room in his backpack. "Wait, I do have one of his shirts. He wore it the day we drove to Virginia," she provided, waving the thing as though needing everyone to see it. "Great, that will help," Martha replied, accepting what was offered. This one small thing filled Leona with hope. Now the dogs could track him. They would find him. She was sure of that. As long as they had good weather, they would find him. The atmosphere around the campsite was pretty somber that night, as it always was when someone went missing. However, they were there for one another, and that was heartwarming. Watching them all leave the next day with the dogs towards the place Wayne had disappeared was the hardest thing for Leona. Dave patted her back, as though knowing exactly how she felt.
"They will find him now,"
he said to her, offering a cup of coffee. Leona had participated in a couple of search parties, but being on the other side was gut-wrenching. All kinds of thoughts passed through her head as she waited for any kind of news. They heard none, and that was troubling in its own right. She forced herself really hard not to think about the worst scenarios. Her mind wandered down that path regardless. "He can't be dead," she cried, retreating to one of the tents so Dave wouldn't see her completely falling apart. "I shouldn't have listened to him. I should have insisted we leave. We shouldn't have tried to make the climb. It was too dangerous. I knew it was too dangerous." And still, they had gone, and this had happened. This was all her fault. They weren't skilled hikers, not anymore. They had fallen out of shape. And Wayne didn't even want to be there. Not really. He was doing all of this, surprising her with the plans for this trip, because he wanted to make her happy. She was definitely not happy now. Quite the opposite. She was miserable, scared, and dreaded discovering what had happened to her husband. This was all her doing. He wouldn't be there if it wasn't for her. She killed him. "I killed him," she sobbed. Leona couldn't wrap her mind around the fact he'd disappeared like that, without a trace. Where was he? Was he badly injured? Or worse?
"You killed me!"
Wayne screamed at her as he lay at the bottom of the mountain, his body all broken and bloody, bones poking through his torn clothes, and Leona screamed in return, seeing him in such a state, instantly waking up from that nightmare. She had no idea when or how she had fallen asleep, but she immediately left the tent to avoid another such nightmare. "Is there any news?" she asked Dave, splashing some water on her face, removing the remnants of tears.
"Not yet, but the day is pretty young. You really should go back to sleep,"
he advised. Leona shook her head before he finished his sentence. "I don't want to sleep." She went to the campfire to grab a cup of coffee, trying to shake the remnants of that nightmare. Once she returned outside, she found Dave sitting in one of the chairs, carving a piece of wood. She noticed he did that, carved small figurines of animals, and Leona really envied him for his calmness. She couldn't stay still. Her mind and her body were in perfect sync. Leona checked the time for the 100th time. "Why is there no news?"
"You know, we once found a pair of hikers after 3 weeks. Badly injured, broken bones, starving, all that jazz. But eventually, they both recovered completely. It all depends on the person. Now, from what you shared, your Wayne sounds like a fighter. So I know he will fight to come back to you,"
Dave said, clearly trying to appease her nervousness. And it was working. She was genuinely touched. She was in awe as well. He'd worked on these mountains 30-plus years. She couldn't imagine all the horrors, all the tragedies he'd witnessed. Yet here he was, still having hope. Leona wished she had his hope. "Thank you for saying that," she said eventually. She hoped Wayne would share the same fate as those hikers, although she prayed he wouldn't have to wait for 3 weeks to be found. She wasn't sure either of them could bear it. "I will be strong, Wayne, if you continue to be strong," she sent to the ether. "Stay strong for me. Stay alive. We will find you." Sadly, that night she had to face the music, The dogs had found nothing, which threw her into despair. "Where is he?" she sobbed to Martha, desperately trying to understand what was happening. Nothing made sense anymore. One moment he was there, the next he vanished, and now not even the dogs could track his scent.
"Are you sure you were on that particular stretch of trail?" Martha asked for clarification.
"I'm positive," Leona replied instantly through sniffles. "We stopped to take pictures, and that was when he fell."
"Show me the pictures."
Leona rushed to comply, giving Martha her camera while mentally slapping herself for not doing that earlier. "I need to get my shit together. Wayne depends on me." Martha reviewed the images Leona took while nodding.
"We passed through there, but we'll give it another go. If he was behind you, then there is a chance he fell on the other side," she thought out loud.
"Yes, he was behind me," Leona agreed.
"We will search this part here." She showed her crew on the map the exact place she believed Wayne could be.
Thank you. Leona was grateful they were not giving up.
"You can thank me when we find him," Martha replied before the meeting adjourned, and they all returned to sleep. Leona struggled over the next few days because they should have finished their hike and been home by now. But since Wayne had vanished, she was barely hanging on. Dave had allowed her to charge her phone, and she'd called Wayne's office to let them know what was going on. She'd also called his brother, who hadn't been pleased to know that Wayne was missing. Finally, a miracle happened. Dave received a call from Martha saying they found something. Leona had no idea what that meant precisely, but she was hopeful it meant they'd found something to indicate where Wayne was, if not Wayne himself.
"Did they find him? Is he all right? Is he badly injured? Can he speak?" Leona bombarded poor Dave with all kinds of questions.
Dave waved at her to be quiet since he was still communicating with his boss. Unfortunately, Martha didn't go into details, just asked if Wayne's backpack was neon green with yellow and orange stripes.
Yes, that's Wayne's," Leona exclaimed, and Dave passed that along. They found him! She dared not be relieved, even joyous hearing he was found. Even if he was badly injured, she was still relieved. All that went away after the search party returned to the camp. "This is all the dogs were able to find," Martha said apologetically, presenting her with a few things. They'd found Wayne's backpack, disheveled and dirty, and some bloody, completely torn-up clothes he had been wearing. "This can't be it. Where is Wayne?"
"We believe this is all that's left of him," Martha replied slowly, as though making sure the words sank in.
Leona shook her head, unable to accept that. "He is still out there, somewhere, hurt. We need to go and find him." She moved as though to return to the woods, and they barely managed to stop her. "We will have these analyzed, and we won't give up searching, not yet. However, I need you to accept that this might be all that's left of him." "No!" It didn't take them long to verify it was human blood on Wayne's clothes, and it wasn't that big of a stretch to assume it was his. They searched for a couple of days more, but found nothing else, and then the rain started to fall, and everyone agreed the scent would be lost. Eventually, the search party was called off. Martha believed Wayne slipped and fell off a cliff, dying instantly, and that the animals dragged his body off into the underbrush, where they couldn't get to it or find it. Leona collapsed hearing that. All the stress and exhaustion finally caught up with her, and she lost consciousness. She had to be transported back home. How? By whom? She had no idea. It was all a blur to her. Not that it really mattered. Wayne was dead. She would never see him again. She would never speak with him or kiss his lips. Wayne had died, and that meant Leona was as good as dead as well. Because life without him, her love, was no life at all. Chapter 4. Leona had no idea how much time had passed since she'd returned home alone after the search party had been called off. She knew she had to pull herself together and go to Wayne's family to inform them of what had happened. However, all her instincts told her to return to that mountain and search for him herself. He couldn't be dead. He just couldn't, and she didn't know if she was only deluding herself or knew something others didn't. Ragged, bloody clothes and a backpack couldn't be all that was left of her husband, and yet that was what she had. Oh, Wayne. Once at home, she showered and changed into a pair of jeans and a sweater. She had called his brother to tell him Wayne was missing while they were in Virginia, and he'd been pissed. She wasn't looking forward to telling him that they had declared him dead. It wasn't a conversation she wanted to have over the phone. She had to go tell him and his wife in person. They deserved to know, she reminded herself. She knew she had to go to Wayne's childhood home and share this horrific news. However, to be honest, she was dreading it. And not because she was the bearer of bad news. Just as her parents had died while she was young, Wayne's parents had died as well. He never got a chance to meet his mother, who died in childbirth, and his father died of cancer when Wayne was 22. Perhaps that's why she and Wayne had instantly connected. They were both orphans, essentially. However, he had an older brother, Michael, who had always taken care of him. And there was one thing about Michael. He was never a fan of Leona. More to the point, she knew the brothers had had a huge fight when Wayne told Michael he would be marrying Leona. They didn't speak for a while afterward, and she didn't want to go now, knowing he hated her. The problem was that Michael considered her a gold digger, which was the furthest thing from the truth. She married Wayne because she loved him, not because of any money. And Michael never said that to her face, per se, yet she knew that was precisely what he meant by all the snarky comments and double-meaning remarks. His disdain was always clear by the way he looked at her, talked with her, as if he thought he was so much better and superior to her. Even when Leona and Wayne had been buying a house together, which they paid for together, he wasn't happy about it and barely let Wayne take money out of his trust fund. The reality was that their parents had been wealthy and left quite a fortune to their sons, which included the big house Michael lived in now and a real estate empire that Michael ran. In comparison to what Michael had, Wayne received a smaller inheritance, but he never cared about it, and neither did Leona since they both worked for a living, and she hadn't been a pauper when she met him. Her family was of lesser means, but even if she stopped working altogether now, she could live comfortably for the rest of her life with what her parents had left her. But she did work because she didn't believe people should be idle, and it was a privilege she was able to do what she liked, as opposed to what she had to do, and still live decently. Sadly, Michael never understood that. He only saw a person with lesser means, with a last name not so recognizable in Boston society, and had decided she wasn't acceptable. Fortunately for her, Leona never really cared about his opinion, and more importantly, neither did Wayne. They were happy together, with or without all his parents' money. Considering their history, Leona dreaded going to Michael, sharing how his brother had died in a terrible accident. Is that the real reason, or am I just afraid he will accuse me of killing Wayne? She thought. However, a moment later she shoved that thought aside as being ridiculous. Her mind was in shambles. There was no point thinking such nonsense. Not even Michael was that heartless. Without wasting any more time, she left the house. She couldn't remember if she locked the door as she waited for a taxi to arrive, but didn't bother checking. She was in no state to drive. She didn't know if she was strong enough to do this. I have to do this, she told herself. Michael and his wife Chelsea lived in the house Wayne grew up in. It was a huge estate, and Leona always felt uncomfortable there, partly because of Michael, knowing he was always judging her and didn't want her there, and partly because of the house itself. It was too big. Unnecessarily big was more accurate. It was a great size for a hotel, but not really for the family of 3 that the brothers grew up in. It was too ostentatious for her taste, but it made sense Michael had decided to keep living in it. But she found everything he did, how he behaved and dressed, to be ostentatious. Quit stalling. Leona marched toward the front door and rang the bell. Chelsea was the one who answered, although Leona knew they had help around the house. She was a couple of years younger than Leona, but had been with Michael for almost 10 years. She had married him very young, at 18. Chelsea was everything a woman was supposed to be, at least in Leona's mind. She was gorgeous, a knockout blonde with a curvy figure but not too curvy, and almost unbelievably blue wide eyes. Perhaps it was mean of Leona, but she always wondered why such a beautiful woman was with Michael. However, that was probably her bias due to the animosity she and Michael had for one another. Chelsea looked startled seeing her in such a state. Leona had an innocent face, with all her emotions constantly shown across it. "Leona, what a surprise," she said in her whispery manner, clearly taken aback. "Where is Michael? I need to speak with him," Leona forced herself to say. Talking, for some reason, didn't feel natural to her anymore. She really had to make an effort to produce words. "Michael? He's in his study." "Oh my God, you're shaking. What happened?" "The worst thing imaginable happened." "I really need to speak with him," Leona insisted. Chelsea pulled her inside. "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" Chelsea continued as she closed the door behind her. "Where's Wayne?" Leona closed her eyes for a second before forcing her legs to move toward Michael's study. Chelsea trailed behind her, clearly flustered. "Michael, Leona is here," Chelsea announced as they entered. Michael, who sat behind a massive desk, frowned as they came inside, and was confused and not particularly happy about the intrusion. He looked her up and down.
Leona, what a surprise. You look nice.
I have news," she replied, entering farther into the room, stopping in front of his desk.
Where's Wayne?
He asked.
I thought you were going to call when he was found. What took so long? Did you decide to do some more hiking?
She ignored his words. She was there for a reason. "Wayne?" Just saying his name pained her like nothing else. Michael rose from his chair, obviously sensing the gravity of the situation. It was hard looking at him, since he was a perfect likeness to Wayne. He was a bit taller, his hair was a shade darker, and he always had a stubble beard. Yet that was the same face, same blue eyes. "Wayne?" She tried again, and stumbled.
Where is my brother?
He demanded.
I know you said he was missing, but that was just... He just went for a beer or something, right?
Leona shook her head.
Where is he? What happened?
"Michael, stop yelling," Chelsea interjected. "Can't you see she's upset?"
I don't care about that. Where is my brother?
He repeated, looking at Leona. "We were on a trail, trying to pass a more difficult part when..." Her voice shook.
Speak!
He boomed. Chelsea put her arms around her, as though protectively. Leona felt like she didn't deserve comfort at the moment, and although she felt like she was a moment away from falling apart, she pushed through, closing her eyes before saying, "At some point, Wayne must have tripped and fallen off the cliff. He's dead."
What?
Michael yelled. Leona opened her eyes again. "We searched for him for days, but the dogs found only his backpack and some bloody clothes," she managed to choke out.
That means he's still alive. I'll hire more people to search for him.
Leona shook her head. "The forest ranger believes he died instantly from the fall and was eaten by animals. There's nothing to find," she explained as tears streamed down her face. "Oh my God." Chelsea started to sob beside her, her grip tightening. Michael sat back down in his chair, as though all of a sudden his body was drained of all its energy, his eyes lost in space. Then he recovered and trained his gaze on her.
"You did this,"
he snapped, eyes narrowing.
"You took him there. You killed him,"
he started to shout. Part of her was aware that she had feared that Michael would react in such a manner.
"He died because of you. You killed him,"
he continued to accuse. It was hard looking at him through all the tears, so Leona brushed them away while shaking her head. "I didn't even see him fall. I couldn't help. It all happened so fast," she tried to explain, but Michael was having none of it.
"This was always your plan, wasn't it? It was always your plan to kill him off, push him off a cliff, then live off his money,"
he accused, spitting mad, startling her.
"You gold-digging Jezebel! You killed my brother!"
Leona was so stunned by the things that were leaving his mouth, by the hate. She was speechless. The only thing she could do in her shock was to stand there and look at him.
"I won't let you get a cent of his money,"
he started, threatening with his finger.
"Do you hear me? You will be penniless after I finish with you, you murderer."
"Michael, that's enough," Chelsea snapped. "Her husband just died, and you are making it worse."
"She killed my brother, Chelsea."
"It was an accident." Their exchange was what Leona needed to snap out of her state. Without saying anything else, Leona turned around, slightly pushing Chelsea away as she ran out of the study. As far as she was concerned, she'd done what she went there to do. She couldn't believe all the things Michael had said to her. It was no secret he never liked her, but to accuse her of killing the only person she ever loved in her entire life was too much. She couldn't bear it. "Leona, wait!" Chelsea called out after her, and she didn't stop. She couldn't. "I need to get out of here." She couldn't breathe in that house.
"You killed him."
The words echoed inside her head. Did I kill him? This was all her fault. "Leona, please, stop!" Chelsea grabbed her by the hand and forced her to stop. Leona looked at the other woman. "I didn't," she started, but it was hard to talk through sobs. "Don't listen to him," Chelsea said while crying herself, giving Leona a hug. "I am so sorry for your loss. I can't believe he's gone. And Michael, he's just grieving in his own way. I didn't. I know. I have to get out of here," Leona confessed. Chelsea nodded. "Let's get you home. You look ready to collapse." "Chelsea, Wayne is gone. He's gone forever," Leona cried inconsolably. "He left me all alone." "I know, sweetheart. We'll get through this somehow. Together." Chapter 5. The next couple of months passed in a blur. Leona felt as though she was in some kind of daze, as though life happening around her wasn't real. That was probably because she was medicated much of the time, so it was hard to distinguish some things. She remembered crying a lot, not getting out of bed, and Chelsea coming often to check up on her, trying to cheer her up a bit. Not that that was possible. Leona missed her husband like crazy. Everything reminded her of him, so even when she did try to do something, she felt like she couldn't. Her mind couldn't focus, and her body wanted to stay put, under the covers, in the dark. It was a strange sensation, grief. Her whole body hurt, and for some reason, she couldn't keep a single thought in her head. It all revolved around Wayne. She couldn't stop thinking about the last couple of days with him, how loved she'd felt lying next to him in that B&B. And now, she would never feel that love again. She would never feel his hands wrapped around her, his lips kissing her. If only she could turn back time and stop them from taking that damn hike. She'd had a bad feeling about it that she ignored. It was her fault. Wayne had planned that trip for her because he wanted her happy, and it had cost him his life. And she wasn't the only one who thought that. Michael wasted no opportunity to accuse her of his brother's murder. Each time he saw her, it was a scream fest, to the point Chelsea had to drag him away. After a thorough forensic examination of the bloody clothing and the tooth found, Michael provided some of his own blood and DNA for comparison. It was determined that the blood and tooth belonged to her husband. Wayne was officially declared dead by misadventure, and the most tragic thing was that despite all this, Leona still had trouble accepting it as reality. Wayne can't be dead. She didn't feel like he was dead. It wasn't supposed to end like that. They were supposed to die of old age in a Miami community for the elderly. Once they finished with all the legalities, Leona decided to hold a service for Wayne in their local church. Since nothing but a single tooth had been recovered from his body, the wild animals apparently having scattered or hidden his bones around the mountain range, there was nothing for her to bury. But she hoped a service would provide him with some peace. So she talked to a priest, Father Jude, who had married her and Wayne, to ask if he would be willing to hold a service for Wayne.
"Of course, Leona. That's the least I can do for your family,"
he replied without a thought. Chelsea helped a great deal in organizing everything since Leona was practically a walking zombie, and she was beyond grateful. Chelsea and Leona hadn't been that close in the past, but she couldn't imagine going through all of this without her sister-in-law's help and support. Tragedies did bring people together. She learned that firsthand. Chelsea was a true godsend in Leona's time of need. On the day of the service, Leona barely managed to get out of bed. She didn't know if she was strong enough to go through something like this. "Do it for Wayne. You know he wouldn't like seeing you like this," Chelsea urged. She got Leona out of bed, helped her get dressed, and even braided her hair. Leona decided to go through the motions and try not to think about anything. Nevertheless, the instant she stepped into the church and saw all the familiar faces around her, Wayne's colleagues and her friends, she started to cry, overcome by emotions. Everyone had come to say goodbye to her husband. Perhaps it was a mistake to come here, where she got married to Wayne. Then again, their life together had started here, so it would be fitting to say her final goodbyes here as well. Leona settled down in her chair. Tears continued to stream down her face as she listened to all the people talk about her husband. Father Jude had asked her if she wanted to say a few words while they were planning it all, but she declined. She knew she wouldn't be able to get a single sentence out of her mouth. And she was right. This was all too emotional for her. As she cried, listening to all the people share their stories, share how much they loved Wayne, was breaking her heart and warming it at the same time. Chelsea did her best to comfort her. And then it was Father Jude's time to offer a few words of consolation and a prayer for Wayne's soul.
"We all know Wayne to be a loving husband, a devoted friend, and an irreplaceable member of our community. He left us too soon, but we have to take comfort in the knowledge he is with God now, offering legal advice to him for a reasonable fee,"
he joked. To her surprise, Leona laughed. They all did.
"Although he left us, he will continue to live on in our hearts and minds."
"What a joke,"
Michael interjected, standing up from his seat. By the way he swayed on his feet, it was obvious he had been drinking.
"He didn't leave us. That bitch killed him,"
he said, and pointed a finger at Leona. That there was a collective gasp would be an understatement, but Michael continued, despite the outrage of all present.
"You're a murderer, Leona, and you deserve to go to prison. You deserve to go to hell for what you did to my brother."
"Michael Woodrow, I will not tolerate such language in the house of God,
Father Jude responded.
My brother made a huge mistake marrying you.
Michael continued to berate her despite the protests around him. All her friends begged him to stop making a scene, to think of his brother.
I am thinking about my brother, and thanks to her, he got left to die in the mountains, eaten by animals.
And Leona lost it. That thin thread of composure she tried so hard to cling to completely vanished. She broke apart and started sobbing out loud. "Stop it! Stop it!" she repeated over and over again, burying her head in her hands. She had tried so hard to keep it together, but hearing Michael say all those horrible things to her, things she thought herself deep down, while she was filled with so much pain, sorrow, and guilt, was too much for her to bear.
Oh, please. Nobody believes your crocodile tears,
Michael mocked.
Michael, stop.
The good father tried to reason with him again.
That's no manner to speak with your brother's widow.
Widow. Oh, how she loathed that word. It carried gut-wrenching pain and eternal loneliness.
That's not my brother's widow,
Michael argued.
That's the gold-digging bitch who killed him by pushing him off a cliff.
That's enough. A few more people decided to get involved, getting up from their seats and advancing toward Michael, as if they were going to physically remove him from the church. This is such a nightmare, Leona thought, or perhaps she said it aloud. She couldn't be sure. She hated that this was happening. This was supposed to be the last farewell to Wayne, and it had turned into a nightmare. She didn't want this. She didn't want to be here alive. She wanted to be with Wayne. Shut up, Michael! Chelsea had decided to stand up for her as well. You are acting like an asshole at your brother's funeral.
This isn't a funeral, Chelsea. We only have a tooth, so this is a joke. Where is my brother?
He started to shout at the top of his lungs.
Tell me, Leona, where is he? What animal's shit do I need to search to find what's left of him?
Stop it, Michael. You're making a fool of yourself. His wife tried to reason with him, but it was apparent he was beyond any reason.
She killed my brother. You all know that, right?
Look at her, Michael, Chelsea argued. When have you ever seen a stone-cold killer falling apart over someone's death? Chelsea wasn't known for her subtlety, yet apparently it did the trick, because they all paused for a moment. Leona used that break to speak. Please, stop, she begged through sobs. Wayne is gone, so can we please stop arguing, at least for an hour, to say our goodbyes? Of course we can, Chelsea said, giving her a hug. People who got up from their seats returned to them, somewhat awkwardly, and the only one who remained standing was Michael. He glared at Leona and his wife. Chelsea glared at him. Please, Father, continue, she said, not taking her eyes off her husband, as though challenging him to say another word. Michael walked out, and the service continued without further incident. Leona was very grateful for Chelsea, especially since she stayed with her afterward. And in the months that followed, she helped as much as she could while Leona struggled with everyday life. There were days that grief's grip was so hard she didn't want to leave the bed, but Chelsea was always there, encouraging her to keep on going. She also helped while Leona tried to sort through all her husband's belongings and estate. Leona was sitting in her office pretending to work, while in reality, she stared at the photo of her and Wayne at some beach when she heard someone at the door. She opened to find Chelsea's smiling face. Her sister-in-law flicked her long blonde hair backward as she came in. At least you're up, she commented. What are you doing here? Leona asked, surprised. I brought you something to eat, she said, putting a big plate in her hands. You know you don't have to coddle me anymore. I wanted to see you, make sure you're all right. What is family for, right? And Leona was genuinely touched by that. Did you take your medications? Chelsea asked next. Yes, I have, she replied dutifully. And thanks for this, she added, taking the plate to the kitchen to put it in the fridge. Chelsea followed behind her. Are they making you feel all right? She was referring to the medications. Leona shrugged. It depends. Leona was taking antidepressants in order to function enough to deal with all the day-to-day nonsense, but at times she felt like they were not working. She still didn't feel like leaving her bed, let alone doing any work. Chelsea coming over was at times the only thing that could make her get dressed, because that woman was a force of nature, and Leona knew she would drag her out of her house if she saw fit, pajamas and all. So Leona usually opted to put on some real clothes. She knew from experience that was the most prudent thing to do. I think you need a haircut, Chelsea observed. Leona shrugged at that. She really didn't care about the length of her hair. She wore it braided anyway. Would you like some tea? Leona asked, remembering her manners. No, I want to take you to my hairdresser. Let's go now. I swear you'll love him, she said all in one breath, getting excited for some reason. Even before Wayne had died, Leona was never into all that stuff. Going to hair salons, doing nails, visiting a spa. She liked to spend her free time outside. She liked to go hiking. That refreshed her. Well, I used to like that, she corrected. She couldn't imagine ever hiking again after what had happened. Come on, Leona. What do you say? Chelsea urged, since Leona remained silent. She really didn't want to go, and then remembered she had the perfect excuse. I can't. I have an appointment with my therapist. Oh, okay. I'll get out of your way then. Call me later. Maybe we can do something else instead. Sure. Promise? Yes. Chelsea left with a force resembling a small summer storm, the same way she arrived. Although she seemed overbearing at times, Leona was grateful to have at least one person who cared and understood what was going on in her life. So she felt slightly guilty for having misled her. She was having therapy, but didn't want to meet up with Chelsea later. There were days, especially after sessions with her doctor, when she felt particularly raw, and she needed to be left alone to grieve for her husband. Checking the time, making sure she had time before her session, Leona decided to return to bed and put her covers over her head and have an early start on grieving. Wayne, I miss you so much, she started to sob. Every day without him was wearing on her. Please come back to me. Let this be a dream. Unfortunately, her real life was a nightmare she could never wake up from. And eventually, she would have to accept the ugly truth he would not be coming back. He was gone forever. Oh, Wayne, why did you have to leave me? Chapter 6. How are you feeling today? Dr. Amanda Reed asked her. She was a psychotherapist Leona had started seeing about a month after Wayne disappeared. Although he had been pronounced dead since then, Leona still thought in those terms. Disappeared, not dead. Perhaps that was self-delusional. However, it made her feel, if not better, then functional. Besides, that was one of the many reasons she was going to therapy in the first place. Chelsea had gotten super worried about her and begged her to seek help. So although she didn't want to, she had decided to listen, and while searching ads, stumbled upon this woman and decided to give her a call. How do I feel? She asked herself, and eventually shrugged. I got up this morning, had some breakfast, talked to a client, tried to do some work, came here, she rattled off. Good, her therapist answered, writing something down. Establishing routines can help during this transitional period. Transitional period. Leona loved how Dr. Reed used euphemisms and metaphors while speaking to avoid the elephant in the room, which was the grieving process. Did she think Leona was that fragile not to be able to handle those two small words? Considering that yesterday she'd cried at least half an hour after accidentally grabbing Wayne's toothbrush to brush her teeth, perhaps she was. Literally anything could set her off, and she would burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. Not to mention, she cried herself to sleep each night. She couldn't help it. There was an ever-pressing weight on her chest that was constantly filling her with sadness. "Are you sleeping better?" the doctor asked next, readjusting her round gold-rimmed glasses. "The pills you prescribed help," Leona replied simply. Ever since the accident, Leona was having vicious nightmares, so Dr. Reed considered it would be best if she took something to get rest while in this transitional period. "Are you feeling rested in the morning?" "I guess so." "That's good news." Leona wasn't sure she 100% agreed with that. It still wasn't natural sleep, and the most ironic part was that for a person who never relied on any type of medications, she was definitely heavily medicated now. She had her antidepressants, she had her sleeping pills, and she had to take a bunch of supplements because, apparently, she wasn't eating enough. And speaking of her antidepressants, she wasn't sure they were working. Leona still felt pretty depressed. She said as much. "Explain to me how you feel after taking your dosage," Dr. Reed asked for clarification, and Leona tried her best. "Okay," Dr. Reed nodded. "We'll try changing the dosage first and monitor how that makes you feel." "And if it all stays the same?" Leona asked. "Then we'll talk about the alternatives. Besides, it was never my plan to keep you on them indefinitely," she explained. "All right. Sounds like a plan," Leona replied, as though not really caring about it one way or the other. And that was just the case. She felt nothing these days, and nothing could entice any kind of emotional response in her. Leona could watch a video of puppies playing and be completely indifferent. At some level, she knew the puppies were beyond adorable and that her reaction to the video wasn't normal, and knew that should concern her. But the emotion was absent. Wayne had disappeared and taken all the joy out of her. And in her current state, that was all right with her. It didn't matter. However, she understood and recognized that it was affecting the people around her, mostly Chelsea, who looked beyond worried about her indifference. Dr. Reed advised Leona to try to focus on other things, see if she would like to have a new hobby, see if she could find solace or distraction from all the pain in work. But Leona could barely force herself to go down to her office and do anything. And once upon a time, she had loved what she did for a living, because it was always so exciting, new and fresh, especially if she was given artistic freedom to really explore the subject at hand. However, those days were gone. She didn't feel like that anymore, and part of her wondered if she ever would, if she would ever feel anything. Not just about graphics or art, but anything in general. Something deep down was telling her this was her new normal, and the sooner she accepted that, the better. Life had stopped meaning anything to her or making any sense to her the instant Wayne disappeared. And that was just how things stood now. Everything else was going through the motions. "Wayne is dead," she forced herself to think. There was nothing she could do about it, and she really needed to figure out how to move on. If I want to move on. Dr. Reed continued to ask questions, and Leona did her best to answer them, but it all felt very flat to her. There were no aha moments. There were no points where she felt as if she reached some breakthrough or felt at least a little better. And speaking about Wayne was extremely painful. Talking about her life, about Wayne, didn't accomplish anything, she believed. It only hurt her deeper, constantly reminding her of everything that she'd lost. And on their 5th anniversary. God had a really fucked up sense of humor if he decided that was the day to take him away from her. After her sessions with Dr. Reed, she often asked herself why she was going through that in the first place. Why not stay home, never leave her bed, and wait for her time, when she would be able to join Wayne? Because prescribed drugs are far better than the illegal ones, she joked. However, joking aside, she knew the answer to that question. Like everything else, it was because of Wayne. As Chelsea told her once, he wouldn't like seeing her in such a state, falling apart because he was gone. Wayne had loved life and enjoyed each moment to the fullest, no matter what he did. Wayne was so passionate about everything, he would hate it if she let herself go because of what had happened. Wayne knew how to live, and Leona needed to honor that in some way, no matter how painful that was for her. She had loved him with all her heart, so she would put in an effort for him, in honor of him. So she forced herself to keep going to the therapist, although she really wanted to do the opposite. As instructed, she went to a park to walk. Dr. Reed was worried she was locked inside her house for too long and practically ordered her to do this daily. She felt like a retired person. Should I start feeding pigeons as well? The thought almost made her smile, although it was a bit mean toward the elderly. And perhaps she needed to feed stray animals, regardless of her age. It was winter and very cold, so she decided about a half an hour was plenty of time to get some fresh air and fulfill her obligation to walk. She felt like she was in school again, getting homework, assignments from an authority figure, in this case, her therapist. The holiday season was approaching, and people on the streets were acting accordingly. Shop windows were decorated, streets were prepared for winter fairs, and trees decorated. It seemed as if everyone was obsessed with Christmas, about all the gifts that needed to be bought and the parties that needed to be attended. And Leona hated it all. It especially depressed her, knowing this would be her first holiday season without Wayne. She used to love participating in holiday festivities. Not anymore. Now she couldn't stand the happiness around her. But Leona kept walking between the bare trees, burrowing deeper into her coat, trying to fend off the freezing wind. The cold wasn't something she truly minded. It was a way to feel something. Anything, she supposed. Although she was worried about catching a cold. She hated having the sniffles. While she walked, Leona lost track of time. She thought about much happier times in her life. Times when she had loved celebrating Christmas, cooking dinners with Wayne, and exchanging gifts. Her phone ringing snapped her back to reality. It was Chelsea calling her. Of course. If there was something Leona could count on, it was that Chelsea would call to ask her how her therapy session went. During these last couple of months, they had become friends. And although at times Leona felt guilty that they mostly talked about her, how she was doing, and how she was coping with everything, it still felt nice to have someone to talk with. Someone she didn't have to pay. Although as of late, she had reconnected with some of her old friends as well. It felt good seeing them, speaking with them. Naturally, they avoided speaking of Wayne as though he were the plague, sticking to the good old days, reminiscing about everything they had lived through together. And Leona had to admit it felt nice. It felt good having those people back in her life. Like Father Jude said in his sermon once, sometimes God closes a door, but he makes sure to open a window. Despite the fact her life completely fell apart and she'd lost the love of her life, she had other love as well. It wasn't the same kind of love, but it was still a blessing to have those people in her life again now. Hello? She remembered to answer. Where are you? Are you done with therapy? That made her smile, although Chelsea couldn't see her. Yes, I'm just walking around the park. I thought we would be doing something together. This was mandatory, part of an assignment from my therapist, if you will. Leona tried to joke. Okay, Chelsea replied slowly. Want some company? Actually, I was about to head home. It is a bit chilly for a walk. Yeah, it really is. I think my feet are frozen. Leona could actually feel she was going numb from the cold. It was difficult holding the phone with her chilled fingers. She hadn't dressed for a walk in the inclement weather. She might as well be in her pajamas, as the clothes she had on offered little protection from the elements. Okay, I'll meet you at your house then, Chelsea replied. And I'll bring some chocolate cream pie. A new pastry shop opened near my house, and I've been dying to try it, she said, all in one breath. That almost made her laugh. Chelsea had a bit of a sweet tooth, but one would never tell based on her perfect figure. Sounds great, Leona replied, hanging up and hurrying home to meet her friend and eat some delicious food. That was something Wayne would approve of, right? 1 month later, Leona was sitting in her lawyer's office, staring at the check he had just presented her. It was from Wayne's insurance policy, and it contained a lot of zeros. She had no idea he'd gotten a life insurance policy with her as the beneficiary. But that wasn't all she learned that day. Mr. Melcher informed her that all the legal issues revolving around her husband's inheritance were settled, and she was entitled to inherit quite a lot from him. Wayne hadn't written a will. He was only 36 when he died, and he hadn't thought he'd needed one yet, so the majority of everything he had owned went to her because of Massachusetts state law. Naturally, Michael tried to contest that and lost. He had no case against her, although he did inherit a small percentage as well, some of the money and holdings that had been part of their parents' estate. Leona tried to avoid seeing Michael at any cost. While settling all Wayne's affairs, Michael tried reaching out and tried threatening. But she had just referred him to Mr. Melcher, so he was the one who had to deal with Michael all this time. Although it saddened her that it had come to that, he was Wayne's only family after all. However, she couldn't deal with this brand of crazy and all the accusations while grieving. After the way he'd spoken to her at the funeral, she knew that was the only way, and Chelsea always came to her, or they met in town so she could avoid him.
Mrs. Woodrow, I need you to sign here.
Yes, of course. And just like that, she had even more money than she needed, and she would gladly give it all away if she could see Wayne again. I miss you so much. A day later, she still stared at the check. She had no idea what to do with it, so she left it in her study. Leona didn't want it, had no need for it, and to be perfectly honest, she detested that she had it, because in a way, it made Wayne's death more real. It has been real for months, part of her pointed out. Still, it felt wrong to have it. Michael was right. It was as though she profited from the fact that she'd lost her husband. Feeling like she needed to get out of her head, she called Chelsea to see if she wanted to hang out with her or go out and have some coffee. However, the call went straight to voicemail. Instead of saying anything, Leona hung up and sent her a text message. Sometimes Leona forgot that other people had real lives. I shouldn't be this selfish. Everything was constantly revolving around her and her loss, her grief. She needed to start being a better friend, especially to Chelsea, who had helped her a great deal, and was still helping her, providing the support system that she needed at the moment. At times, she felt like a split personality. She craved to be alone so she could cry her eyes out. But at the same time, she dreaded being alone, because the darkest thoughts came out then and tormented her. It was a relief when Chelsea called her back a couple of minutes later. What's up, sweetie? Want to go and get some coffee? You read my mind. I'm dying to have a pumpkin latte. Perfect. They made plans to meet in a coffee shop they had gone to before, and a half an hour later, Chelsea was having her daily fix of seasonal delight. Leona had some tea instead. As she drank and sighed happily, Chelsea looked her up and down. Leona didn't care to be scrutinized in that manner. She was about to ask why she was looking at her that way when Chelsea spoke. What is up with you today? You look gloomier than usual. Leona liked that Chelsea had no hang-ups about speaking her mind uncensored. At times, Leona really needed that. A dose of harsh reality. Can my life get any harsher? Wayne's insurance check came in. Chelsea nodded at that, putting her cup down on the table. I know. I could hear Michael arguing with his lawyer over the phone. Why? She thought. Leona looked at her questioningly. The other woman sighed. I know he's my husband, and I love him most of the time, but I have to warn you about something. Warn me? About what? He's not happy he's the secondary inheritor. So it was all about the money. All the accusations, all the theatrics. It was all to get even more money than he already had? It was disappointing to learn Michael was nothing more than a greedy bastard. Wayne would be disappointed as well. Leona leaned back in her chair. You know, I don't care about the money. He can have it all. No, sweetheart. Don't say that. Wayne would want you to have it. Why? Leona challenged. Because this way, it's like he's still taking care of you, Chelsea pointed out. And Leona had to admit that did give her pause. And Michael will have to deal with his jealousy some other way, she reassured her. Leona wasn't quite sure what she meant by that. Why was Michael jealous? She didn't ask. She was tired of speaking about it. And sadly, she didn't find Chelsea's words reassuring. This whole business with Michael was stressing her out. It was sad that the only family Wayne had in this world hated her guts, and there was nothing she could do about it. She was sure even if she did give him all the money, that wouldn't change. He was too set in his ways. And Leona would never give him what she got from Wayne. As Chelsea said, that was his last gift to her, and she would cherish it. So perhaps she would never be on good terms with Michael. She had to accept that. However, at least she had Chelsea, and that was a true blessing. Chapter 7. Leona had the privilege of first-hand experience how Michael felt about her inheriting most of what Wayne owned in this life. The house she lived in naturally went to her, and so did his car. He also had shares in the real estate company Michael was in charge of, and a trust fund with a substantial amount of money, which also went to her, not to mention the insurance money. Michael, in comparison, inherited close to nothing. A small amount of money and a piece of land that was his because it had been a part of his family's estate, and he was furious about it. First, he sent his lawyers to contest her right to inherit anything. When that didn't work, when she received the insurance money and signed all the legal documents that stated she was in charge of everything Wayne had, Michael resorted to other tactics. He filed a civil suit against her for killing his brother. Leona was outraged, but the judge was on her side and dismissed the case immediately. That didn't stop Michael from continuing to pester her and try to bully her into handing him the money. He started leaving her scary voicemails, threatening he would find a way to kick her out of her house, that she would pay for stealing all of his brother's money. At first, she listened to all the messages, but realizing how badly his words were affecting her, she stopped. Leona started deleting everything, then disabled her voicemail altogether. Then Michael started calling her cell phone repeatedly and texting hate-infused messages. Michael was completely out of control. She finally had to block his number completely. And to a degree, she could understand people reacted differently to grief, yet this was not that. He was a man obsessed, a man on a mission to destroy her and make her life miserable, just like he promised. She couldn't believe everything he was capable of. Such venom inside him, directed at her. Was it possible he truly hated her that much, or was it all about the money, as Chelsea suggested? Leona feared it was a bit of both. He had never liked her, and he now had reason, at least in his mind, to hate her even more. She once cried a whole night after one particularly vicious phone call. She had answered accidentally, not recognizing the number, and then she realized that was one of his latest tactics, to call from unknown numbers so she'd answer. He screamed at her so loud, calling her all kinds of names, that she had to pull the phone away from her ear.
"You shouldn't get a dime, you disgusting parasite," he had shouted, enraged. "You dragged him to that mountain so you could push him off it, and now you want to enjoy his money, only over my dead body. I will fight you on this until I die. You will regret the day you were born, you gold-digging hussy."
Realizing there was no reasoning with the man, she hung up and blocked the number. Still, those words became etched in her brain. No matter what Chelsea told her, no matter how Dr. Reed tried to justify it all, his words continued to echo inside her head because deep down, she thought that Michael was right. Not about the money part, but that she was the one responsible. She was the reason Wayne was on the mountain with her, so it was logical to think she was the reason he fell. It didn't matter that she didn't push him. She was guilty anyway. It was ripping her soul into shreds. It pained her when Michael called her a gold digger, a leech, a parasite. She had married Wayne because she loved him. How could she not? Although it never really made sense to her. Wayne had loved her back. Their love was pure. She had been very surprised when they started to date, and he told her he loved her and presented her with a ring. Although she was overjoyed, there was always a part of her that thought, why me? They were so different. At times, it didn't make sense. Leona was very plain. She was tallish, sort of athletic, with brown wavy hair and green eyes, but nothing about her was memorable. And Wayne was the opposite, which was more apparent while standing next to her. He was a vision, perfection. But her own insecurities weren't important because ultimately, he chose her. He loved her, and that made all the difference. That was the only thing that mattered. Wayne had married Leona because he loved her, truly, completely. And now, Michael, with all his allegations, was trying to tarnish that. And she couldn't allow that. Wayne had gone on the hike because of her, because he wanted to make their 5th anniversary memorable. Going on that trail with her was his way of showing how much he actually cared, and that was what hurt the most. Then again, this wasn't their first hike together, and Wayne had been really excited to do this with her, and no matter what her guilty mind was trying to portray, over the years Wayne had stated enjoying hiking as well. He was on that trail for himself as much as he was for her, and she really shouldn't tarnish the memory of him by thinking he was an incompetent fool. Like her, Wayne knew what he was doing. But nature was unpredictable, and accidents happened. And this was just that, an incredibly terrible accident, which made things harder to grasp. Despite their hiking experience, Wayne still lost his life, and Leona would never forgive herself for that. But Leona couldn't allow their life together, all the laughs, all the joys, to be declared fake. They'd had a great life together, and the biggest tragedy was that it had been cut short in such a horrible manner. She would never forgive God for taking Wayne from her. Leona was sitting in the living room, going through a photo album from her and Wayne's wedding, demolishing a whole box of tissues, when there was an abrupt knock on the door, a little more forceful than necessary. It startled her, and she jumped to her feet and went to see who was so desperately trying to get her attention. When she opened the door, she saw it was Chelsea, who looked flustered and tense. Leona didn't get a chance to ask why she was there unannounced or why she looked like that, because Chelsea said, "I'm so sorry, Leona. I tried to stop him." She looked apologetic as words rushed out of her mouth. There was another emotion on her face, but Leona didn't get a chance to fully decipher it because things changed in an instant. Chelsea turned to look behind her, and Leona followed her gaze. And just like that, Leona understood what Chelsea was apologizing for. Michael was approaching, and he looked beyond furious. If this was a cartoon, there would be a thunderstorm cloud above his head. Leona had no idea why that image popped inside her head, and she banished it as she tensed as though preparing for a battle. Apparently, calling her and harassing her from afar wasn't enough for Michael anymore. Apparently, he had to come and yell at her in person.
You!
He pointed a finger at Leona as he climbed the porch steps toward the front door. Chelsea moved in front of him as though trying to shield Leona. "Michael, go back home," she ordered.
Get out of my way, Chelsea. This doesn't concern you.
He sidestepped his wife and loomed over Leona.
You really think I will let you live comfortably in this house after killing my brother, making him animal food?
He accused. "Stop it! It's not Leona's fault," Chelsea tried to defend her. Michael smirked, still looking at Leona.
I can see it in her eyes. She's the killer. She's the reason he was on that mountain. I know she pushed him,
he boomed. And then, something inside Leona snapped. She wasn't going to take this abuse anymore. How dare he come to her house, yell at her, accuse her of killing the only man she ever loved? And why? Because he wanted to get all of Wayne's money. I don't think so. Leona took a step forward onto the porch, toe to toe with that bully. Although Leona was tall, she still had to look up to look Michael in the face. He didn't go because of me, Michael. He went because of us, because he wanted to celebrate our love. But I guess you know nothing about that sentiment, or you wouldn't be here screaming at me like some rabid animal. It took him a moment to reply. He clearly didn't expect such a reaction from her.
Love? Love,
he mocked.
Even if that's true, look where it got him. He's dead because of you.
Leona closed her eyes for the briefest of moments, taking a steadying breath before replying. Wayne's dying was a terrible accident, and the pain of losing him is something I will have to live with for the rest of my life.
Yeah, because you get to live,
Michael argued.
You killed my brother by taking him there,
he insisted. Wayne was a grown-ass man who knew how to take care of himself, and you are shaming him by doing this, Chelsea interjected. Michael looked at her with a strange expression.
I can't believe you are on her side.
He waved toward Leona in disgust. I'm on the side of the truth, Chelsea replied, raising her chin ever so slightly. Besides, do you think Wayne would appreciate you coming here, tormenting Leona? She challenged.
He would appreciate me sticking up for him. She killed him,
he said through gritted teeth. Stop saying that. This time, Leona was the one who started shouting. I love Wayne more than anything. I lost my soulmate on that cliff, and if I could trade places with him, I would. Don't talk like that, Chelsea said.
Michael replied at the same time. You should. You should be the dead one right now, and not him.
Michael, you've crossed the line now, Chelsea was outraged. Surprisingly, Leona felt nothing when he said that.
This is not over,
Michael threatened. Michael, stop. It's time to go home. Chelsea physically tried to drag him away, but he was too big and strong. It seemed that he would go only when he saw fit, and he apparently wanted to stay some more and argue. Leona had had enough of him, enough of his hateful words and the fact he was trying to mask his greed as grief. You should really listen to your wife, Michael, and leave now, she said through her teeth.
And why is that?
He challenged. Because if you don't leave and stop harassing me, I will call the police and get a restraining order against you, she threatened. And you would be right. You're acting like a maniac, Michael, Chelsea agreed. It was obvious he wanted to say something, but Leona was having none of it. I will have you arrested if you don't leave me alone. Don't call, don't make crazy claims, and stop threatening me. I am done with you. And with that delivered, she entered her house and slammed the door shut. Despite everything, she couldn't deny that it felt good. Hours later, while still feeling good that she'd stood up to that bully, Leona realized she had slammed the door shut on Chelsea as well, and hoped her friend wouldn't hold that against her. She had stood up to him. That had to count for something. Chapter 8. During this time, there was one speck of good. Leona discovered who were her true friends and who were not. Michael definitely belonged to the latter column, yet Leona had never had any illusions about him to begin with. Although she was surprised by some other people, such as Sarah, who had been Wayne's personal assistant. Although the other woman was present at the memorial service, Leona got the feeling she was avoiding her like the plague, couldn't look her in the eyes while offering condolences, and for the life of her, Leona couldn't understand why. On the other hand, she was genuinely touched by the behavior of some of her old friends. During this hard time, they all gathered around her as she grieved, creating some sort of protective bubble around her, and that literally knocked her off her feet. She would forever feel grateful for them, because despite how they reconnected, it was nice to spend time with them, share old stories, and even laugh. Although each time Leona laughed, she felt guilty afterward. I don't deserve to laugh or experience any type of joy because Wayne is dead. Still, getting together, learning about their lives, Learning about all the things she had missed out on was amazing, and it was an opportunity, at least for a little while, not to think about her own messed up life. Yet the biggest blessing and surprise of all was how she'd become friends with Chelsea in the months after Wayne's passing. She had become a true, dear friend. At times, Leona felt guilty Chelsea was constantly caught in the crossfire, while Michael raged against her. But Chelsea reassured her many times that she would continue to be on her side because that was the right thing to do. Besides, she said, she hoped her husband would see the error of his ways eventually and ask for forgiveness. Leona wasn't holding her breath. She talked with Dr. Reed at length about how it was hard to come to terms with that, although her life completely fell apart, she had a small community that helped her rebuild, and that she felt grateful as she felt pain from the loss. No matter what she did, no matter how she acted among others, that pain never let her be. It was ever present, and especially when she was alone in her and Wayne's bed. It was all-consuming as well. Dr. Reed's advice was to embrace it all, not to shy away from spending time with friends, but to allow herself to grieve as well. She said that the biggest issues that arose were when people tried to suppress their emotions. So that was what Leona was trying to do, which was why she said yes when Chelsea called and asked if she was willing to go on an adventure with her. No matter how frightening that sounded, Leona still smiled and agreed. And then she felt relieved discovering that Chelsea's definition of an adventure was trying the newest restaurant in town. "I'm so glad we are doing this," Chelsea exclaimed. She had been hinting for days before downright asking Leona to go with her to the amazing new restaurant she'd heard about from her cosmetologist. So here they were, going for lunch, because reservations for dinner were impossible to obtain on such short notice. "Tracy went with her fiancé last week and told me the food is delicious," Leona said. That was one of the reasons Leona had no trouble coming. Usually, she was reluctant to experiment with food. She liked what she liked, and that was good enough for her. However, she trusted Tracy's judgment, which made her calm enough to try eating there. "Tracy, is that your friend from college?" Chelsea asked. "Yes." "You're friends again?" Leona shrugged. "I guess we never stopped being friends, simply grew apart for a while." That happened at times. "Life got in the way." "Sure, I get that." "It's nice having her around again, though," Leona offered. And it really was. Leona had forgotten how much fun Tracy was, how much fun they had together. They shared all the same interests, so they were never in any jeopardy of running out of topics to talk about. "I bet. Are you in touch with anyone else?" Leona's smile was small. "Actually, yes. I've reconnected with a few of my old college friends who reached out after." Chelsea was of great support to her, but so were her college friends. At times, she didn't know what she would do without them. They got her out of the house, helped her not think about Wayne and all the pain. Sadly, loneliness, per se, wasn't the problem. She was used to being alone since Wayne worked such long hours. However, accepting everything else, waking up with the knowledge she would never see him again, sharing all her ups and downs with him, and sharing a life was the tricky part. "Am I ever going to be okay that Wayne died?" she asked herself. Probably not. "That's great. Hearing you say that makes me happy." Chelsea got emotional for a moment, and Leona understood why. Leona was no idiot. She knew her sister-in-law was worried about her. Although Leona had never considered suicide, she understood how some of her moping behaviors could be interpreted as such, and knew Chelsea was on guard. Yet hearing Leona was reconnecting with people and socializing helped her relax. She realized the change was visible. "Yeah, and Dylan just moved back too, so we made plans to go pizza tasting next weekend." "Pizza tasting?" Chelsea made a face as if she was not familiar with that term. "Yeah, we go online and search the top 10 pizza places, and then we visit each and every one of them to determine who has the best slice." "In one night?" Chelsea looked appalled. Perhaps an attractive, good-looking blonde like her probably wouldn't dream of eating that many calories during one meal, Leona thought. She nodded. "That sounds heavy on the stomach." Leona laughed, actually laughed, out loud, And all because Chelsea's expression and her words were so funny. More to the point, she looked exactly how Leona had looked all those years ago when Dylan had suggested this to her for the first time. Since then, she'd changed her opinion. Pizza tasting was lots of fun, especially in their 20s when they all had iron stomachs. It felt good to laugh, unbothered. She couldn't remember the last time she did that. And then she sobered, feeling instantly guilty. It can be, but it's a tradition we created in college, Leona explained. You, Dylan, and Tracy? Amanda and Morgan, too. They called themselves the Majestic Five, although Leona had no idea how they had come up with that or why. Have you seen them, too? Amanda, yes. Morgan lives in France now, so we've texted a couple of times. Fancy. He sent us some photos of the chateau he's living in, surrounded by all the vineyards. It's very picturesque. I don't care much about vineyards, Chelsea replied honestly. I learned to appreciate a good bottle of red wine. I think that's why Amanda keeps pestering Morgan to send us a crate. Their group chat was hilarious because of the back and forth between those two. They had dated throughout college and had a lot of dirt against one another, which they used to tease one another. I'm glad you have friends. Chelsea snapped her from her thoughts about those friends. Me too. It's good to have the old gang back together. And you, of course, Leona added, not so Chelsea wouldn't feel left behind, but because it was true. Leona wouldn't have been able to survive the past couple of months without her. Of course. Their conversation stopped as they were led to their table. It was a corner booth, which Leona approved. It was semi-private, with a great view of everything that was happening around them. So, what else has been happening? Chelsea restarted the conversation as they settled and accepted menus from a waiter. The menus were fancy, leather-bound, and it was real leather by the feel of it, not that cheap imitation. And all the courses looked handwritten in cursive on really thick paper. I wonder if it's handmade. Leona got so distracted marveling over all the details of the menu she completely forgot Chelsea had asked her a question. What was it again? Oh, right, about my non-existent life. Nothing much, I suppose. I work, I go to therapy. And hang out with me, Chelsea added with a smile. Exactly. So, you're still seeing Dr. Reed once a week? Yes, every Monday. Do you feel like she's helping? Chelsea really looked interested, so Leona did her best to answer truthfully. I don't know. It depends. At times, yeah, it feels like I'm slightly better. That's good. I miss him so much. Leona teared up. I know. Chelsea started patting her hand in comfort. It will get better. Easier with time. Leona knew Chelsea meant well. But what if Leona didn't want it to get better? Easier? What if she wanted to keep her sadness, her grief? Because that was the only thing she had left from Wayne. It was proof that what she'd shared with her husband was real. She nodded anyway, needing this moment to pass. As though sensing Leona needed a change of subject, Chelsea said, Are you working on something interesting right now? Part of Leona was sure Chelsea had no idea what Leona did for a living, but she appreciated the effort anyway. Not really, she replied truthfully. But it's something to do. Fill the time, I guess. Is it time-consuming? Not really. Good, Chelsea said with a smile, which took her by surprise. Good? Leona repeated. The other woman nodded. That way you'll have more time to hang out with me, she said, as though pointing out the obvious. Leona smiled. That's true, she agreed. And she wasn't just placating her sister-in-law. She liked spending time with Chelsea, who didn't tiptoe around her as though she could break at any moment, like some of her other friends did. Chelsea focused on her menu and sighed loudly. I don't know what to order. Everything sounds delicious. I know, Leona replied, sharing the sentiment. They looked at their menus in silence for a bit. Once Leona settled on something to eat, she decided it was her turn to ask some questions, because that was what a good friend was supposed to do. So, what have you been up to? Leona asked, feeling like Chelsea deserved the spotlight for a change. Oh, you know. She waved with her free hand as she talked, her eyes still on the menu. Trying to keep myself busy, running the house, but mostly trying not to murder Michael, she joked. Leona had no idea how to reply to that, so she just smiled. Come to think of it, Michael and Chelsea never made sense to her. They were so different, on every level. Then again, perhaps that was the appeal. The same could have been said for Wayne and Leona, and they loved one another. So who was to say the same wasn't applicable for the two of them? Leona still had some reservations because Chelsea was a lovely woman, and Michael was an asshole, to put it mildly. The conversation ceased once their food arrived. It smells divine, Chelsea gushed over it, immediately taking a few pictures. She didn't allow Leona to start eating before she snapped a couple of photographs of her food as well. Bon appétit, as the French say, Chelsea sang, clearly pleased with everything. You too. As they ate, Leona's phone started ringing. It was an unknown number. Who is it? Chelsea wanted to know. Leona's first instinct was to reply that it probably was Michael, since of late he was the one calling from unknown numbers to harass her. I don't know, she replied instead, and answered the call with, Hello?
Mrs. Leona Woodrow?
Yes, this is she.
Hello, my name is Detective Jeremy Wilde. Do you mind coming to the local precinct in the morning? I have a couple of questions for you regarding your late husband, Wayne.
That caused her to raise her eyebrows. It made Chelsea stop eating. Of course, Leona replied simply.
Great. See you around 9 then?
Yes.
Have a lovely afternoon, Mrs. Woodrow.
And with that, he disconnected. Leona was so stunned by that brief exchange, it took her a moment longer to put the phone down. Leona, who was that? Why are you looking like you just found out someone died? Chelsea demanded. The police want to speak with me about Wayne. Chapter 9. To say Leona was startled, dumbfounded, and alarmed to receive that phone call from that detective would be an understatement. What do the police want with you? Chelsea looked equally confused. I don't know. Some detective simply said to come see him tomorrow. I guess he wants to talk with me about Wayne's accident. The question remained, why? Why would a detective be interested in an accident? Didn't they investigate murders? Oh my God. A little light went on inside her head as Leona put two and two together. What if this detective suspects it wasn't an accident at all? What if, like Michael, the police think I pushed my husband off a cliff? She thought, as her heart started to beat a little faster. How to prove she had nothing to do with this fall when they were the only two people there? She panicked. Although there was no proof that she killed her husband, she realized the same could be said about her innocence. I can't prove I didn't do it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chelsea's whole face went dark. Apparently, she came to the same conclusions Leona did. Of course she did. It wasn't as if this detective could be interested in Wayne's legal career. This had to do with the accident. It was the only logical explanation. That crazy son of a bitch, Chelsea spat, snapping Leona from her panic-induced reverie. The detective? Leona asked, a bit confused. Why would Leona be angry at this detective? That crazy son of a bitch really did it, her sister-in-law said again, ignoring the question. Who did what, Chelsea? You're making no sense, Leona said. She was already flustered, and Chelsea with her cryptic words was making it worse. Michael, Chelsea said, hitting a hand against the table, making a few of the other patrons of the restaurant jump in their seats. Leona sent them apologetic looks. He threatened around the house how he would make the BDP open an investigation against you. What? Leona exclaimed. Yeah, and he probably succeeded if this detective is now calling you. Oh, my God. She couldn't imagine all the lies Michael had said about her to this detective so he would think she was capable of killing her husband. Oh, my God, she repeated, too stunned to say anything else. That crazy bastard doesn't know when to stop, Chelsea spat, clearly upset. Leona was upset as well. She would have to go to the precinct tomorrow to defend her honor. Do I need a lawyer? She thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. They would definitely think she was guilty if she brought Mr. Nakamura with her. He probably would disagree with her, but she thought it was better if she went alone. Besides, she was probably stressing without reason. At this point, she had no idea what this detective wanted. Even if Chelsea was right, that Michael had filled his head with nonsense, she would see the detective, speak with him, and set the record straight. She had nothing to fear because the truth was on her side. "I'm so sorry, Leona," Chelsea said apologetically, just as Leona managed to calm herself down a bit. "I really don't understand what came over him. This is all he cares about these days, ruining you." That was a pleasant thing to hear. Not. "It's not your fault, Chelsea," Leona was quick to say reassuringly. If anyone owed her an apology, it was Michael, but she wasn't holding her breath for that. In a way, she felt slightly better this was Michael's doing, no matter how crazy that might sound, because now she knew this detective hadn't come to that conclusion on his own. He had been told a certain narrative, and she couldn't blame him for seeing it through, trying to do his job. "I will have to seriously speak with him. Enough is enough," Chelsea continued to fume. "Don't. I'll go to the police and speak with this man. It will be all right." "What he's doing is crazy." Although Leona agreed wholeheartedly, she decided not to say it out loud. Michael was Chelsea's husband, after all. They loved one another, and Leona didn't want to stand between them. "Can we get the check? I've lost my appetite." "Sure, sweetheart," Chelsea replied, waving to a waiter. What a mess, Leona thought glumly. The next morning, as agreed, Leona went to the local precinct that Detective Wilde had asked her to go to. Chelsea offered to go with her, but Leona declined. Chelsea had done so much for her already that Leona didn't want to take advantage. Besides, she'd had a whole night to convince herself this wasn't a big deal. She would speak with this man, explain Michael was a crazy person, and they would go their separate ways. Once inside the building, she had no idea where she was supposed to go. However, there was a reception area of sorts in the massive lobby, with an officer sitting behind a desk, so she went toward him. Police in uniforms and other people with badges and without them were milling about. The building was full of activity, and she couldn't decide if that was a good or bad thing.
"What can I do for you?"
The man, who had a clear bass voice, asked. "Where can I find Detective Wilde? He's expecting me," she explained.
"What's your name?"
he asked, picking up a telephone. "Leona Woodrow." He briefly spoke over the phone, saying her name. Hanging up, he pointed to his right. There was a big staircase in that direction.
"Second floor to the left. He's waiting."
She nodded her thanks before heading where she was told. She had to admit, Boston's police station was definitely not what she expected it to look like. Then again, everything she knew about police stations she'd learned from the movies and TV. And heaven knew there was little real in those. Everything was so exaggerated. Even grief was depicted as something beautiful in movies, a testament to true love. And it wasn't beautiful at all. Leona had learned that firsthand. It was nothing but pain, sorrow, and guilt sprinkled with regrets. So she wasn't that surprised this place turned out not to be as it would be in TV shows. Everything looked much calmer, and dare she say, even boring, with a slight feel of bureaucracy inside the precinct. Once she reached the second floor, she turned left and ended up in an office-looking space with half a dozen desks. 2 were occupied, and she wondered which one was Detective Wilde.
"Mrs. Woodrow?"
a voice behind her asked. She turned to see a man drinking a cup of coffee, leaning against the wall. "Detective Wilde?" He nodded. It was hard for her to remain straight-faced, since she didn't expect a detective to be that handsome. She felt guilty for thinking that, but it couldn't be helped. Detective Wilde was tall and muscular. The dark blue shirt on him looked slightly stretched. He had thick black hair, slightly curling at the ends, and pale gray eyes. It was obvious from the shadows underneath his eyes that he hadn't slept much, or had worked through the night. He probably lives on coffee, she thought, which was a weird observation. "Get a grip on yourself," she snapped at herself, irked. Her behavior was completely unacceptable.
First of all, thank you for coming.
Of course.
I know you must feel confused about why you're here, but I must reassure you it's just part of our standard procedure.
Okay, she replied, not really sure what that meant.
Your husband, Wayne Woodrow, died in an accident?
He went straight to the point. Yes, he was actually declared dead since his remains were never found. He nodded. It was obvious he already knew that. Then why am I here?
There have been some accusations made against you, and my boss is having me look into it.
When you say accusations, you mean my husband's brother Michael came and said I did it. He said I killed Wayne. Leona's voice was monotone, despite the fact that Michael's actions were so hurtful.
I'm not at liberty to say,
he replied, sipping on his coffee, but his eyes were telling. Of course it was Michael. There was no one else who was trying to destroy her. It's fine. I'm used to him trying to accuse me of murdering my husband for the money. He even tried suing me in civil court.
Really? How did that end?
The judge laughed in his face and threw the case out. Especially since he was asking for $200 million. She'd thought she heard it wrong when Mr. Nakamura told her about the suit. Yet it was real. Michael's greed had no bounds. Leona had to admit Detective Wilde had an amazing poker face. She had no idea what he was thinking. He was showing only what he wanted to show.
So, tell me, Mrs. Woodrow, did you kill your husband for the money?
No, of course not. It was a terrible accident. Her voice wavered at that ever so slightly. It was still very difficult and painful to talk about that, but she was doing her best. Detective Wilde nodded.
Good to know.
She didn't know what he meant by that, so she asked, Is that it? Am I free to go?
Unfortunately, it can't be that easy,
he said, throwing the empty cup in a wastebasket.
I need to make an official report, so please step into my office.
He pointed toward the door that was at the end of a hallway. She felt silly now for thinking this could be it. They had chatted in a hallway. Of course there was more to come. He was a professional, after all. As it turned out, his office was an interrogation room. As she sat across from him in the tiny room with a massive mirror that she knew had to be one-way glass, she started to feel pretty claustrophobic.
Try to relax, Mrs. Woodrow. You're not in trouble. This is simply an informative interview.
Informative interview? She repeated.
Just me doing my job to show my boss a formal investigation shouldn't be opened,
he reassured her. And she was. Okay, she replied simply. She was relieved to hear there would be no investigation against her. She didn't kill her husband, and it pained her that she had to go through this while grieving because one crazy person had decided to mess with her life. Maybe I should just give him the money. She was tired of it all. No, she immediately rebelled. Perhaps Leona didn't deserve that money, but Michael definitely shouldn't have it either. He wasn't a good man. He had proved as much.
Could you please walk me through the last couple of days you spent with your husband?
He went straight to business, turning on a tape recorder and setting out a notepad and pen. It was hard to speak in such detail about Wayne to anyone other than her therapist, but Leona did her best. It was our 5th anniversary, and Wayne surprised me with this trip he planned for us. She explained all about the hike, the Appalachian Trail, and its appeal. The detective wrote down everything she said.
Was that something you did regularly? Go on hikes?
He asked next. Yes, not so much as of late. Wayne had a lot of work with his practice, but in the past we went hiking at least a couple of times a year.
You enjoyed it?
That is an odd question. Or at least she saw it as that. Why would she go if she didn't enjoy it? Yes, I did, very much so.
And your husband?
The same, although I suspect he started going simply to make me happy, she said honestly. And now he's dead.
Was Wayne a skilled climber? Or hiker? I don't know the correct terms.
Detective Wilde corrected himself. We'd both gone through basic rock climbing and first aid training.
So what happened on this trip?
Leona tried her best to describe everything, leaving nothing out. Well, almost nothing. She didn't feel the need to describe her sex life to this detective. However, reaching the end of her story, she started to get choked up and had to push herself to finish. Tears appeared in her eyes. I had stopped to take a few pictures of the scenery around us when I heard him scream. And that was it. By the time I turned back around, he had already disappeared, she explained, wiping the tears away.
So you didn't actually see him fall?
No, but he must have, because there was nowhere else that he could have gone.
Did you see the body on the ground?
No, the trees were blocking the view.
What did you do after he fell?
I searched for him, calling out to him, but he never answered. I feared he was hurt badly and couldn't, so I eventually returned to the campsite where there were luckily some other campers and reported what happened.
And the search party was gathered?
It wasn't really a question, but Leona treated it as such. Yes, and after a few days they found what was left of him.
And what was that?
His backpack and some torn, bloody clothes that he was wearing that day. Detective Wilde wrote while she spoke, pausing every once in a while to ask his questions, but that last part made him pause to look at her.
Only those? Nothing else?
He asked for clarification. Yes. The forest ranger said his body was probably scattered over the mountainside, or perhaps in a bear's den. The thought made Leona's throat tighten up and her eyes sting. He wrote that down. Leona pushed thoughts of Wayne away, trying to think of anything but what had happened to him. She glanced at Detective Wilde's pad of paper and noted he had very nice handwriting, which seemed a strange thing to observe during an interrogation. Informative interview, she corrected herself. And that's it, she added. She had nothing else to say. He knew the rest. Wayne had been declared dead, and Michael was doing everything in his power to discredit her, to try to convince everybody she was a heartless killer so he could get all the money, which was appalling to her. Detective Wilde nodded at that, as though in agreement.
Thank you for coming in, Mrs. Woodrow. I hope this was not too unpleasant for you.
Realizing replying with, "It was my pleasure," would be weird, she just nodded as she stood up. He walked her out of the interrogation room and all the way back down and out of the building in silence.
Good day, Mrs. Woodrow.
Goodbye, Detective, she replied, heading toward her car. Naturally, she didn't stick around to ask what would happen next, having faith that she had done what she was told. She felt all rattled having to talk to this stranger about Wayne and what had happened, but he'd made her feel comfortable sharing. Still, she couldn't wait to get home so she could cry her eyes out. She really resented Michael for forcing her to do all this. She had to find a way to put an end to this all. I miss you, Wayne, she sent to heaven. She could really use his help. Then again, if he were alive, none of this would be happening in the first place. What a mess. Chapter 10. How was it? Chelsea asked Leona the next day. She was chewing on her fake nails, clearly upset that Leona had been forced to go to the police thanks to her crazy husband. Well, I'm not arrested, Leona joked. No thanks to your husband was implied. You know what? I can't take this anymore. I refuse to be in the middle any longer, Chelsea exploded, taking Leona completely by surprise. Chelsea was usually so positive and tended to smile a lot, so it was unusual to see her like this. Clearly, thoroughly fed up with this situation. Leona started to feel guilty. It was true she didn't start this feud with Michael, but she was fighting back, and that was clearly stressing Chelsea out. I'm so sorry, Chelsea. I didn't mean to drag you into this, Leona said sincerely. That's not what I meant, Chelsea refuted with a wave of her hand. I think it's time we all sit together and talk things through and find a solution once and for all, like a family. That's the only way we can all move forward in a positive manner as a true family, she insisted. Leona made a face. She didn't think that was a good idea, to have her and Michael in the same room. The last time that happened, they'd screamed at one another so loudly in front of Leona's house that she was sure someone would call the police. Luckily, nobody did. Her neighbors understood that she had a psychopath for a brother-in-law. So Leona said carefully, "I don't think that's possible." She really chose her words and was proud of herself. "This can't continue," Chelsea insisted. "Tell that to your husband." Naturally, that was not what Leona said. "I know, I agree. However, us, together in the same room," she trailed off. Chelsea was no idiot. She knew how things stood between them. Leona couldn't imagine any kind of truce happening. He'd called her a murderer, for crying out loud. And he'd gone to the police. He was systematically trying to destroy her, and a parlay couldn't fix that. Leona suspected nothing could, which was tragic. "Just listen to me." Chelsea started to speak a little bit faster, as though she just had an amazing idea and was afraid it would dissipate from her head before she finished speaking. "We will have dinner. We will have some nice wine." "Yeah, bring alcohol to the mix. That will make the man act more logically." "And Michael and you will talk things through calmly," she said. "I strongly believe you and I can convince him what happened to Wayne was an accident." Leona frowned. "I don't want to be forced to have to convince him of anything," she said, stressing the words. "That is literally what it is. One second he was there, the next he was gone forever. I lost my husband, just as he lost his brother." Leona started to get emotional, tearing up. Chelsea squeezed her hand. I know, and I believe he knows that too, despite his irrational behavior. He is grieving, like we all do," Chelsea pointed out. Leona took a deep breath. She could somewhat understand that. Michael had lost his brother, the only family he had left. Of course he was in pain and grieving, but that didn't give him the right to torment her. "He is angry he lost his baby brother and needs someone to blame," Chelsea continued, unaware of her musings. "Does it have to be me?" Leona was quick to reply, her tone dry. "No, that's unacceptable. That is why I believe this dinner is the way to go." "I don't know, Chelsea. It really sounds like a bad idea." It sounded like the recipe for a disaster. "Come to dinner," her sister-in-law insisted. "I will speak with him beforehand. He will behave, and together we will reason with him. It's time to make peace." It all sounded so easy when Chelsea spoke about it, but Leona knew that the reality was something else entirely. She had doubts Michael would ever be able to see reason. He was too set in his ways, convinced he was right. Or perhaps greed was clouding his judgment. Nonetheless, despite her better judgment because she wasn't capable of saying no to Chelsea, especially when she was looking at her so intently, convinced her plan would work, Leona nodded. "Fine, I will come to dinner." Chelsea practically jumped for joy in her seat. Thank you. You'll see, this will work." "When should I come?" "Tomorrow, around 7. "Should I bring anything?" Some tranquilizers for Michael? God knew she had enough to spare. "Nope, I have everything under control." "Did you already prepare everything before speaking with me?" Leona guessed. Chelsea grinned. "Maybe." "That's sneaky," Leona replied, but good-naturedly. "I will not apologize for trying to reconcile my two favorite persons in the world." It really warmed Leona's heart hearing Chelsea say that, because she felt the same way about Chelsea. Not Michael, of course. Once Chelsea left, Leona decided to call it a night and go to bed. Getting to bed was always the most difficult for her. She hated being inside that house because everything reminded her of Wayne. At the same time, she hated being away because this was all she had left of him. His books, his clothes, and the bed, although too big for her alone, still smelled of him because she sprinkled his cologne on the pillows. She was a lost cause. She was aware of that. Feeling glum, especially since she was going to have to attend the dinner from hell tomorrow, Leona changed into one of Wayne's t-shirts and slipped between the covers, burying her nose in Wayne's pillow, drawing comfort from the smell of him. That was a two-edged sword, but she gladly withstood the pain to pretend for the fraction of a second that he was there with her still. I miss you so much, Wayne, she sobbed into the pillows. Every day without him was nearly unbearable, although she was happy to see all her friends, to hear about their lives, to participate in their happiness. Part of her was resentful that they all got to experience lives and happiness with their partners while she was all alone in the world. God, why did this have to happen? Sending that question to the Creator, and not for the first time, Leona fell asleep on a completely damp pillow. Also not for the first time, and probably not the last.
Please, Leona, save me!
Wayne screamed at her. Leona was startled back to wakefulness after a particularly disturbing nightmare. That is what you get when you forget to take sleeping pills, she chastised herself, grabbing a glass of water from the nightstand, drinking it all in one go. In her dream, she had seen Wayne falling, and they were both screaming. He begged her to save him, and she couldn't. She was too far away. Ultimately, her screams were what woke her up. They were real. Leona tried to banish all the images from her head. Wayne had looked so terrified. Of course he didn't want to die. It was only a dream, she tried to comfort herself, but it wasn't working. Her Wayne was dead. He must have been so scared as he slipped and started to fall. What were his last thoughts? She wondered, but quickly shoved the thought away, not wanting to know the answer. Suddenly, she was so full of sadness that she buried her head in her palms and started to sob. That dream was no dream at all. It was her harsh reality. That was how Wayne had died. That was probably how he'd looked in his last moments on Earth. It didn't matter that she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Her heart recognized it as the truth, and that was unbearable. Managing to calm herself a bit, Leona got out of bed. She had no intentions of going back to sleep, although it was still pretty early, or late, depending on how one looked at things. She went downstairs to make herself some tea. Oh, hell, she snapped. She'd run out of her favorite tea. She'd run out of everything. But that was what usually happened, because it constantly slipped her mind to go grocery shopping. She had no idea what to wear to this dinner Chelsea was making her attend, which was a very important question at 3 a.m., and she reminded herself Michael would hate her guts no matter what she wore, so she didn't have to dress to impress. That option wasn't on the table. Taking her tea to the living room, she turned the TV on, not particularly paying attention to it. It was simply to have something on, to not sit in the dark like a complete lunatic, although she was fine with that. At some point, she went to her office and finished the latest project, and then she did absolutely nothing for the rest of the day, counting hours until the dinner. I'd better get dressed, she thought when it was nearing 7 o'clock. She practically dragged herself to the closet. She really didn't want to go, but couldn't call Chelsea to cancel. She was not that brave. What to wear? Without actually making a conscious decision about it, she took one of Wayne's sweatshirts, although it was too big on her, and paired it with old black jeans. She just left her hair in a braid, tucking a few loose strands behind her ears. There. She was ready. She set her phone down in the cup holder and her purse on the passenger seat before putting on her seatbelt and driving to their house. Reaching Michael's estate, she took a deep, steadying breath. You can do this. She gave herself a small pep talk as she grabbed her purse and exited her car. Everything will be all right. Reaching the front door, she was in the process of ringing the bell when she realized the front door was slightly ajar. That's weird, she thought, opening it wider. Chelsea? She called out, her voice reverberating as it bounced off the walls. Frowning, Leona stepped inside. Sorry I'm late. Traffic, she called out. In reality, her changing her mind a couple of times whether to come or not had caused her to be late. Not that she would ever share that. Chelsea was making an effort, and Leona didn't want to hurt her feelings. It was strange that nobody was replying to her. Where's Chelsea? Where's Michael? Where is everybody? She wondered, looking about. Did she mix the dates? No. She specifically remembered Chelsea had told her to come today. So what was happening? She hoped this wasn't some kind of weird surprise party. She wouldn't be able to handle one of those. Then again, Chelsea wouldn't do that to her, especially since it wasn't her birthday. Or would she? Having a creepy feeling inside her stomach, Leona started calling out again. Chelsea? Michael? Where are you guys? Being very familiar with the layout of the house, she went to the kitchen. It was empty, but Leona noted all the food was already ready and smelled delicious. Chelsea? Her friend wasn't in there or in the pantry. She set her purse down on the counter and went to search for them. She called out repeatedly, starting to get worried. What happened? Where was everybody? They had help around the house, a chauffeur and even a chef who came occasionally, yet it appeared as though they'd all disappeared. That was starting to become a theme in her life. Reaching the living room, she recoiled. The big family room was messy. There were possible signs of some kind of struggle or a fight. A table was overturned and glass was shattered on the floor. The couch had the cushions tossed and a couple of lamps were knocked over. The room was a bit of a mess, but she didn't know if someone had been looking for something, had just bumped the table and knocked it and the glass to the floor, or if a fight had happened. And then she spotted blood. Oh my God. She stepped forward, only to see Michael on the ground, with blood on one side of him. Oh no! She rushed to him, crouching down. She searched for a pulse. Only after touching him did she realize he was cold, and there was no pulse to be found. He's dead, she realized. And then she saw a big hole in the back of his head. No, 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 no. Her mind was stuck in a loop. Someone had killed him. This can't be happening, she rebelled, although she could plainly see he was dead. Who would do such a thing? Why? Where was Chelsea? What if whoever hurt Michael did something to Chelsea as well? Chelsea? Leona surged up onto her feet. She had to find her. Chelsea! She screamed, going about, searching room after room. After she finished with the first floor, she searched the second floor as well. The house was absolutely empty. She needed to call 911, but she wanted to find Chelsea first, make sure she was okay. Leona returned downstairs, trying her best not to look in the direction of Michael's body. She started searching again. She didn't know what else to do. Where is Chelsea? Was she also injured? Somewhere bleeding? Or worse? All kinds of thoughts and scary scenarios started swirling inside her head. Despite the panic and despair, something was breaking through. Leona had to find her, no matter what. Once she ran out of places to search for her inside the house, she went outside. Michael is dead. Oh my God. Someone killed him. That much was obvious. Was Chelsea killed too? That almost broke her down completely. She couldn't bear it. She couldn't lose them all. Chelsea! She screamed at the top of her lungs. Leona ran through the front yard, passing her car, but saw no one. There were no traces of blood, which she took as a good sign. Chelsea! Where was she? What happened to her? Please, God, let her be safe. As she frantically searched the backyard, she patted her pockets for her phone, fearing the worst had happened to her friend, fearing she was bleeding somewhere, unable to reply. Just like Wayne. Leona barely kept it together. She couldn't allow herself to fall apart. Not now. Chelsea needed her. She needed to call 911. Unfortunately, she didn't have her phone on her and couldn't recall where she'd left it as she continued to search. Chelsea! She searched every bush in hopes Chelsea had taken refuge there. Oh no. And then the police showed up. Who called the police? She hadn't seen anyone. Did I? She wondered in confusion. Still, she was relieved to see them nevertheless, because they could help. Seeing her, they moved their hands toward their weapons, and instinctively, Leona raised her hands in supplication. Please help, she cried out. Something terrible happened to her. She's gone.
Ma'am,
one of the police officers started to say as he approached her slowly.
I need you to calm down.
No time, she snapped. She's in danger. Can't you see that?
Ma'am, whose blood is that? Are you hurt?
They were useless. Chelsea! Leona started to scream anew. She knew the police officer was speaking to her, yet she couldn't understand a word. Her heartbeat inside her ears was so loud she couldn't hear a thing. Where is she? This couldn't be happening. Not again. Leona felt like she couldn't breathe. One of the officers was holding her, and she had no idea why. And that was when she collapsed, blacking out. Chapter 11. Leona woke up in the hospital with no memory of how she ended up there. And that was not all. Her wrists and ankles were strapped to the bed with Velcro so she couldn't move. That immediately filled her with panic. What is happening? Why did they do this to me? All kinds of questions passed through her head. She forced herself to calm down. People were tied up to beds for all kinds of reasons. Especially if they think you're crazy and will hurt yourself or others. Leona tried to call to memory the last thing she remembered, hoping she would find clues there. Dinner with Chelsea and Michael. The instant she had that thought, she remembered everything. Michael's dead, and Chelsea's missing. Can somebody help me, please? She called out. She had to know what was happening. The nurse came about 60 seconds later. Mrs. Woodrow, you're awake, she said, stating the obvious. Did the police find Chelsea? I need to speak with Detective Wilde. Mrs. Woodrow, please calm down. She was sick and tired of people telling her that. My brother-in-law is dead, and his wife is missing. Don't tell me to calm down, and do something. That was when the nurse approached the bed and pricked her in the arm. Sedative, she realized. That put her to sleep immediately. The next time she awoke, she was greeted by the doctor. He was a psychiatrist, a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Dr. Kowalski. The first question he asked was the expected one.
How do you feel?
Tired of being tied to a bed like some lunatic? She snapped in return, too late realizing that was probably a bad idea. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. She was agitated and scared and worried.
We don't like to use that term here, though you are being held in the mental health section of the hospital. Those were placed for your own protection.
Why am I here?
Do you remember what happened?
I remember what happened to Michael and Chelsea. The doctor nodded.
You were brought to us in an unresponsive state. The doctor on call deemed you should be hospitalized for 36 hours due to the emotional collapse you suffered.
I feel fine now, she replied, going a little on the defense.
Would you care to tell me what happened?
I would like to speak with the police. She tried to explain why it was imperative he let her go. I need to help them find Chelsea.
Why do you think something bad happened to her?
Because I found her husband dead in a pool of blood, and their house was a mess. She raised her voice ever so slightly. Why was nobody listening to her, and treating her like some crazy person didn't help either? She wasn't crazy, just worried sick about her friend. Leona didn't want to stay in this place, restrained to a bed, where they all looked at her as though expecting her to snap, explode any second. Unfortunately, she had no say in the matter.
I will administer you a mild sedative now. We will speak later a little bit more when you rest.
I don't need drugs, she yelled. I need to find Chelsea. Once again, she was forced to sleep. Blissfully, thanks to all the drugs, it was nightmare-free. Where am I? She came to consciousness. Her head didn't feel like her own. Everything was in a haze, and she had trouble speaking and thinking. She had no idea what they had given her, but it was powerful. Too powerful. Since yelling and demanding to be set free had accomplished nothing apart from being heavily sedated, mild sedative my ass, she decided to change tactics. Leona was no idiot. She realized they would never let her go if she acted crazy, a menace to society. If she really wanted to help Chelsea, and she really did, she needed to appear calm and rational. She thanked the nurse who brought her food and ate everything that was offered, although she really didn't feel like it. It was humiliating to be fed, but to get out of there, she would endure whatever it took. While she waited to be seen by the doctor again, she wondered if perceiving people as crazy was an occupational hazard for psychiatrists. It definitely felt like it, since it appeared she was being kept in a psych ward at the hospital. For the briefest moment, she wondered if she should find a way to contact Dr. Reed and see if she could get her out of there. Certainly her own therapist could vouch she wasn't a complete basket case, but she decided against it. She didn't want to drag the other woman into this. Besides, what if she said no? Leona would find a way out of this on her own. She understood how her behavior could be misinterpreted. She did get too emotional, even though it was justifiable. She'd seen someone she knew dead. Murdered. It didn't matter they weren't on good terms. That would rattle anyone, especially while discovering that another person you do care about is missing. Speaking of missing Chelsea, Leona found one thing odd during her stay in the hospital. The police didn't come to speak with her about what she'd seen in the house. She still had trouble believing that actually happened. Michael was gone. Dead. Who would want to kill him? Why? She was sure that as a sharp businessman who ran a real estate empire, he had enemies in the business sense. But would any of them cross the line and actually come to his house to kill him? That was the real question. Leona had a lot of questions unanswered. And to get any answers, she needed to leave the hospital. Only after she was deemed sane would she be able to leave. And that was frustrating, to be stripped from free will to rely on someone else. Maybe the doctors forbade the police to come to see me, she realized, because I'm crazy. That filled her with unease. At some point, she even started to fear that they would try to keep her within those walls forever. I can't let that happen. And the bad dreams that followed, drug-induced, fear-induced, were a brand new type of torment she didn't need, yet she couldn't escape them. She missed Dr. Reed. She missed Chelsea. But most of all, she missed Wayne. Everything had gone to shit with him disappearing. Why did that have to happen? Why did you leave me all alone? She truly was all alone now, locked in a room, unable to do anything other than think about all the horrific things that could be happening to Chelsea. After a stressful visit from Dr. Kowalski, in which she really tried her best to appear calmer, better, and more coherent, he advised her to get some more rest. If her hands were free, she would have tried to throw something in his direction. She felt so powerless, it was beyond comprehension. Her life was in that doctor's hands, and there was nothing she could do about it. How to convince him she was all right? She had no idea. No matter what she said, no matter what she did, it could cause suspicion. I can't win, she realized with despair. Leona didn't dare ask about going home, and just did as she was told. Perhaps complying with all the rules, without arguing, without getting angry, was the way to go. Surprisingly, after the doctor left her room, she didn't get her usual shot, which gave her hope. Still, she fell asleep and immediately started dreaming. Faster, faster. Leona was running through the house. Not her house, but familiar nevertheless. She knew every crook and cranny of it, knew where to turn, when to move forward. Faster, Leona. She dreaded going to the living room, yet her legs took her there anyway. The whole place looked like a hurricane went through it. Perhaps it did, because there was a piece of roof missing. She could see the blue sky above, the sun shining. Yet at the same time, it was raining. But it was red, like blood. The entire floor was covered in it. Leona started to panic. She didn't want that stuff on her. She made a step backward to leave and bumped into something. Turning, she saw a dead body on the floor. No, 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 not again. Michael's dead eyes were staring at her, blaming her for not saving him. I'm sorry, Michael, she cried in return. I don't know what to do. Leona blinked And it was no longer Michael's dead body underneath her feet. It was Wayne. "Oh, Wayne, no!" She started to sob even harder as she sat down next to him so she could cradle his body. He felt so heavy it was hard to move him. "Please come back to me," she begged. "Open your eyes, honey. You're not dead. You can't be dead." Everything went dark for a moment, and after she came to, she was standing over a cliff, and she wasn't crying anymore. "Chelsea!" She started to scream at the top of her lungs. Leona had to find her. "Chelsea, where are you?" Realizing she couldn't just stand there, she started walking, looking below. As she did that, her foot slipped, and Leona slammed to the ground hard. She started to slide downward. Frantically, she tried to hold on to something, anything, and couldn't. She was falling to her death, and there was nothing she could do about it. Surprisingly, she had no thoughts, only fear. She didn't want to die. That was when she opened her eyes and realized it was all a dream. "Thank God," she thought, as her heart thumped like crazy. Leona had really started to hate sleeping. Nothing good ever came from it. Remembering how Wayne looked and felt in that dream brought fresh tears to her eyes. "Oh, Wayne." However, no matter how rattled those dreams made her feel, no matter how much it pained her to see Wayne, Leona forced herself to calm down. Nothing good would come of it if the doctor or the nurses saw her in such a state. By the time Dr. Kowalski came to check up on her and the 36-hour period expired, she was ready for him, and she wasn't that surprised when he asked her about the nightmares. For a fraction of a second, she seriously contemplated if she should lie or tell the truth. For whatever reason, she decided to be honest and told him everything. Maybe that was why he deemed her well enough, calm enough to go home, with the advice she should speak with her therapist as soon as possible. Leona was surprised by that turn of events, but she wasn't complaining. She was going home after all. Leona was discharged that very afternoon. She called that a victory. "I need to go and see Detective Wilde," she thought on her way out. She didn't know any other police officer and hoped he would help her find Chelsea. Once she reached the parking lot, she realized she hadn't actually driven to the hospital and hoped she had enough money with her for a ride home. It would be tragic if she had to walk home after everything.
"Mrs. Woodrow,"
someone called after her. She turned to see Detective Wilde, which surprised her.
"We almost missed you,"
he added, and she noted there was another man standing next to him. "Detective Wilde, what a surprise. What are you doing here?"
"I'm sorry I have to do this. However, I have to take you in."
"Take me in? Where?" she asked, confused.
"Mrs. Woodrow, I'm taking you into custody under suspicion you killed Michael Woodrow."
Chapter 12. "I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone," Leona repeated for the 100th time, but apparently nobody was listening to her, or believing her, which amounted to the same thing. She was sitting in a small interrogation room with two detectives, Detective Wilde and his partner, Detective Drake.
"Quit lying! You were the only one there, covered in blood,"
Detective Drake screamed in her face. "I was trying to help," she retorted.
"How convenient."
"For the last time, I did not kill anyone."
"People end up dead in your vicinity, nevertheless."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"It means you maybe got away with killing your husband, Mrs. Woodrow. But you made a mistake with your brother-in-law."
"I didn't kill Michael, and I definitely didn't kill Wayne. It was an accident," she defended.
"Was Michael being shot in the head also an accident?"
"I don't know what happened to him. He was dead by the time I arrived."
"Tell me, why did you do it, Mrs. Woodrow? Is it because of the money?"
Detective Drake continued to pester her. "I didn't kill anyone. Why won't you believe me?"
"Where is Chelsea Woodrow? Did you kill her too?"
While Detective Drake interrogated her, Detective Wilde sat in a chair and looked at her. It was unnerving, and it was bothering her more than what the other detective was doing. I don't know where she is. I was trying to find her.
So you could kill her too.
Leona decided to ignore that comment. I came to dinner, found Michael dead, and that was it. Chelsea wasn't there, so I looked through the entire house before going outside.
Why didn't you call the police?
I don't remember if I did. I wasn't thinking straight. I was in shock.
You also failed to call the police when your husband died, correct?
It took her a moment to reply. This detective was all over the place. I didn't have a signal, so I searched for him before going to camp, and I don't see how that is connected to Michael.
You are the connection, Mrs. Woodrow, as both these men are dead at your feet.
For the last time, Detective, I didn't kill Michael. I didn't kill Wayne.
What did you do with the gun? He asked abruptly.
What gun? She asked, confused.
The gun you killed Michael with. Did you hide it?
Of course not. I didn't see any gun in the room. She tried really hard to remember, but to the best of her recollection, the gun wasn't there.
So you got rid of it.
Stop insisting I killed Michael. Instead of asking me the same questions over and over, why don't you go back to the house and actually do your job? Find the real killer, she snapped in return, not being able to handle this any longer.
I found the killer. I'm looking at her right now.
She was about to reply when Detective Wilde decided to interject.
Enough.
Although he was looking at his partner, Leona knew this was meant for both of them.
This is getting us nowhere. Do you want to take over?
Detective Drake asked his partner, and not in a nice manner. The other man gave a small nod.
Have at it. Mrs. Woodrow,
Detective Wilde started, but Leona cut in. I didn't kill Michael. You have to believe me.
You have to admit the circumstances are suspicious. You were at the scene of the crime, bloody and incoherent. It appeared as though you killed a man, then were not able to handle it,
he explained calmly. Leona shook her head. No, I didn't. I know how it looks, but it wasn't me. I could never do something like that. I don't own a gun. I don't know how to use one, for crying out loud, she said in a rush, pleading with him to understand. And perhaps he did believe her. Then again, she might be seeing what she wanted to see.
Walk me through that day once again, please, he instructed. When did you arrive? What did you see? Don't leave anything out, not a single detail, no matter if you think it's too small to mention.
She felt like banging her head against the table because she'd told the same story a couple of times already, and it changed nothing. Detective Drake still wanted to lock her up for something she didn't do. What were they trying to accomplish? It was only driving her crazy. They're trying to catch me in a lie, she realized. So the only way to prove her innocence was to cooperate. And if they asked her to tell the same story 100 times more, that was what she would do. Taking a deep breath, Leona nodded to the detective and started talking. Chelsea asked me the day before to come to dinner.
Was that a regular thing? You coming to dinner?
Detective Wilde asked for additional information. Not really. Even before Wayne died, they'd only gone to that house a handful of times. Michael and I weren't on good terms. We never had been. But things got worse after Wayne died, and Chelsea wanted to play mediator, try to make peace between us.
Why were you on bad terms with Mr. Woodrow? Was it because he called you a gold digger?
Detective Drake jibed. Yes, Leona replied, looking him straight in the eyes before turning to Detective Wilde. Among other things. He was never a fan of mine, but once Wayne died, things escalated. He contested my rights to the inheritance. He tried suing me and lost. He threatened me, and when none of that worked, he even tried involving the police.
Is that why you hated him? Detective Drake spoke again. Because he was onto you? Because he realized you killed his brother for the money?
Leona gritted her teeth. I didn't kill Wayne.
Sure you did. You pushed him off that cliff, then you had to kill Michael as well because he was onto you. And then you took a 2-day vacation in a hospital to catch a break because murder is taxing work, he mocked.
No, I didn't. She started to cry out of sheer exasperation. I didn't kill anyone.
Just admit it. You did it. You killed them,
he pressed, slamming both hands against the table, making her jump. Detective Wilde put a hand on his shoulder, squeezing hard.
Go take a break.
And by the way he said it, it was clear that was not a suggestion. It was an order. Still sending daggers in her direction, Detective Drake left the interrogation room, slamming the door behind him. Leona was relieved that man had left the room. So, does this mean you're the good cop? She tried to make a joke.
Would you like some water?
Detective Wilde asked. I would, actually. All this talking is making me thirsty, she admitted. He popped out of the room for a few moments before returning with a small bottle of water. Thank you, she said while accepting it. She drank almost half of it before stopping, and she stopped only because she had no idea when she would be allowed to go to the bathroom.
So, what happened after you arrived at the estate?
Detective Wilde asked. I found the door open, which was strange, she replied. Also, there was no one there.
What do you mean?
Well, they have several people working for them. There are a few maids. Leona wasn't really sure how many. Then a gardener, a chauffeur who drove Michael around, and a part-time cook. But it seems none of them were there that evening.
Do they all live at the property?
I don't think so.
Was it possible they had the night off?
I don't know. I'm not privy to such things. He wrote something down before continuing.
So you went inside?
Yes, I went inside, called out for them, and when nobody replied, I went to the living room.
And you found Mr. Woodrow there, on the floor?
I didn't see him at first. The place was a mess, and I was stunned for a moment, so it took me a bit to see him. She started to tear up again.
You mentioned the room was a mess. A mess how?
Well, you probably saw it.
Describe it to me anyway.
The cushions from the couch were on the floor. A table was overturned. Lamps, too. There was a broken glass. She wasn't completely sure about the window, so she remained silent.
Were there signs of a struggle?
Like people fighting? She asked, not really sure what he meant by that.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe. It was hard to tell. It could have been a fight, or someone looking for something and hitting the table, shattering the glass. Or maybe it was done in a fit of rage by one person. I don't know enough to answer that.
What did you do then?
I continued looking about, and that's when I spotted Michael. I rushed to him to see if he was still breathing. I checked for his pulse, too late, realizing he had a hole in his head. She closed her eyes for a moment. Nobody deserved to go out like that. I think that's how I got blood on me, she continued after that pause.
And what of Chelsea Woodrow?
She wasn't in the house, Leona said with confidence.
Are you sure?
Leona nodded. Yes, because I looked. I looked everywhere, worried something might have happened to her.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
Well, they were both expecting me for dinner. When something happened, it was safe to assume she witnessed it.
What do you think happened to her?
In those moments, I feared she was hurt too. But now, I wonder if she was taken away.
Were you contacted by kidnappers?
No, I mean, I was unconscious then in the hospital, and now I'm here. And that was troubling. Then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she saw who did this and ran away, hid to not end up dead as well.
You're positive she wasn't there?
Positive, Leona confirmed with a nod. I searched the house and the yards, calling for her the whole time. She didn't answer. And that's when you guys showed up, she added with a snort.
What's funny?
It's not funny, really. However, in those moments, I wondered how you got there so fast when I didn't even remember if I called 911.
You didn't call,
Detective Wilde informed her. Leona found that strange. Who did?
It was an anonymous tip.
Male or female. He cocked an eyebrow.
Why do you ask that?
Perhaps Chelsea called to alert the police about what happened, Leona explained.
Do you think it's possible the other Mrs. Woodrow killed her husband and then ran away?
She understood he asked that because he was doing his job, but at the same time, it was hard to not start yelling at him for trying to put the blame on her friend. No, of course not, Leona was quick to defend. She loved her husband. Although God knew, Leona never understood why. And I didn't kill anyone either, Detective. You have to believe me.
Don't worry, Mrs. Woodrow. I think I do.
And Leona was very much relieved to hear that. Thank you for saying that.
Just doing my job, following the evidence. And the evidence does not point to you, Mrs. Woodrow.
Does it point to anyone else?
It's too early to tell.
You have to find Chelsea, Detective. She's the only one who can tell what happened that evening.
That's exactly what I plan on doing,
he reassured her. His words filled her with hope. She had confidence he would deliver on his promise. It was a huge relief to have at least one ally on her side who would do his job, follow the evidence, and not just point fingers at the most convenient person available, her. Speaking of the devil, Detective Drake returned to the interrogation room. He placed a stack of papers in front of her.
Mrs. Woodrow, this is a warrant for your arrest, he explained.
Excuse me?
You are under arrest for the murders of Michael Woodrow and Wayne Woodrow.
What? No, she said as he approached to put handcuffs on her wrists, all the while reciting her Miranda rights.
What are you doing?
Detective Wilde came between them. Detective Drake looked bored as he replied.
Boss's orders. He thinks this is a clear case. And honestly, so do I. Well, I don't,
Detective Wilde argued.
Then sort it out with him and let me do my job.
Detective Wilde stormed out of the interrogation room, and Detective Drake finished with his speech. She couldn't believe this was happening. I want my lawyer, she cried. Chapter 13. Leona ended up in jail. Freaking jail! And all because some captain decided there was enough evidence for her arrest. And if she understood the law right, a district attorney and a local judge actually agreed with him. What the actual fuck? How was something like this possible? How did her life turn into such shit in such a short period of time? However, Leona got her phone call, so she called her lawyer, Mr. Nakamura. He was actually her parents' attorney, and she had sort of inherited him with the inheritance. There was not a person on this earth she trusted more. As expected, he came instantly on hearing what had happened, raising hell in the precinct, since apparently they weren't supposed to interrogate her without her counsel present. And saying she didn't ask for an attorney didn't fly with Mr. Nakamura. In any other circumstances, she would be amused. However, since her life was on the line, she was a nervous wreck. She didn't want to end up in prison for something she didn't do.
It is unacceptable they spoke to you without me present, especially regarding such matters.
He walked a few steps forward, then backward in the small cell they had put her in as Leona sat on the cot.
Did they even offer such an option to you?
Leona tried to remember. I think not.
Unacceptable,
he repeated. Mr. Nakamura, I didn't kill anyone, she felt the need to say.
I know, Leona, and it is outrageous they arrested you in such a manner, without any physical evidence.
Detective Drake said I was the evidence. Mr. Nakamura stopped his walk to look at her.
He said what?
He said 2 men died while I was there. The old lawyer shook his head.
Stay calm while I sort this mess,
he said on his way out. I'll try. She nodded, watching him go. She dreaded being left all alone. Then again, being alone was better than having to share a cell with a true criminal. In some minds, I am a true criminal. I killed 2 people, according to them, she thought. Although Mr. Nakamura fought for her, she had to stay put. After several hours passed, he returned, and he only had bad news to share.
They did this on purpose,
he fumed. What?
They arrested you on Friday, fully knowing I won't be able to stand in front of a judge to set bail until Monday morning.
I have to stay here? She exclaimed, fully realizing the implications of his words.
Sadly, yes. Although at the moment I don't know if they will keep you here or transport you to another facility.
Leona was glad she was sitting, because for whatever reason, her legs stopped working completely. What kind of facility? She didn't dare ask.
I'm terribly sorry, Leona.
He really looked upset any of this was happening. It's not your fault. It was that stupid detective's fault. The captain's, too. They believed she did it. Could she dare hope that Detective Wilde would try to help her? With this trick, as Mr. Nakamura put it, they had bought themselves a whole weekend to look for additional evidence. Not that they would find anything against her. What if they plant evidence, she thought, but quickly dismissed it. She watched too many crime TV shows. They might be lazy, but she believed they weren't corrupt, especially not Detective Wilde. She prayed for a miracle that he would use the weekend to try to find something that would help her out. Why would he? Part of her rebelled. Just because he said he believes you doesn't mean he will go out of his way to acquit you. He was just doing his job. You mean nothing to him. Why would he sacrifice a whole weekend for a stranger? Perhaps he has a family he would prefer spending time with over proving your innocence. That was a valid point. She had to keep it realistic. Speak with Detective Wilde. He's the only one who thinks I'm innocent, she advised her lawyer. Despite her hectic thoughts, that much was true. And perhaps he would help.
He's on your side?
I hope so. Yes, I think so. The attorney nodded at that.
I hate leaving you here,
he added after a short pause. I'll be all right, she tried to reassure him, although she felt anything but reassured. After he left, an officer came to escort her to her sleeping quarters. Those were his words, not hers. And he was very rude the entire time, calling her a black widow. Apparently, it had become common knowledge in the police station that she killed her husband and his brother. She didn't say anything. She didn't see the point. Why bother when they all believed she was guilty? Because that was what they did. The police were there to catch bad guys. Since she was there, that had to mean she was guilty. Simple as that. But things weren't that simple, especially not in her case. Still, she kept her mouth shut and had faith in Mr. Nakamura that he would get her out of there. Her only job was to survive 3 days in jail. As it turned out, that was easier said than done.
Hey, Dottie, you have a roommate,
the officer called out to a woman locked in the cell that looked like a cage.
I just know you two will hit it off,
he snickered, unlocking the door. The other woman stood up to eye Leona. Although she tried not to show it, Leona was terrified. Dottie was a small woman with red hair and a small tattoo on her left cheek. But her eyes were vicious. Her eyes promised pain. Officer What's-His-Name had to practically push Leona inside before locking the door behind her. Hello, my name is Leona, she said politely, trying hard to steady her voice. And then she got angry at herself. She was sure that the officer was trying to mess with her. For all she knew, Dottie was a sweetheart who just happened to have a tattoo of a bloody knife across her cheek. The other woman started circling around her without uttering a word. Leona had an image of a shark assessing her prey. Knock it off. Eventually, the other woman snorted.
You don't look like you could kill 2 people.
That's because I didn't, Leona replied instantly. Dottie grinned at that. She had a tooth missing to the right.
That's what we all say, sweetheart.
My name is Leona, she corrected, too late realizing that was probably not a good idea. Dottie's eyes narrowed, taking a step toward her. In a small cell like this, it really wouldn't take much to reach her.
You think you're tough?
She snapped, making Leona jump. I really don't.
You think you're too good for this place?
Well, I didn't do what they said I did, Why was she arguing with this woman?
You think you're better than me?
Dottie yelled, cornering her. That attracted a lot of attention, and some of the other occupants in other cells started to root for her and call out what Dottie should do to this newcomer.
Teach her a lesson, Dottie.
For what? She didn't do anything.
Fresh meat shouldn't speak like that.
I just want to go to sleep. I didn't mean any disrespect, she said, trying to smooth things over.
Too late for that, princess,
Dottie growled, punching her in the stomach. Leona doubled over. The punch knocked all the air out of her. She was sure some organs got rearranged in the process as well. Mother of God, that hurt.
Dottie, play nice,
the officer warned. Leona used that moment to get into bed and throw a blanket over herself. She prayed like crazy this was all just a nightmare she would wake up from. Not my luck. Dottie left her alone after that. The lights went off, and Leona felt cautiously optimistic she could survive 3 days there, even with her roommate trying to hurt her. Eventually overcome by exhaustion and all the stress, Leona fell asleep. But she didn't dream. Leona was woken up in the middle of the night, feeling a huge pressure against her body. She opened her eyes, only to see Dottie sitting on top of her as she started to choke the life out of her. Chapter 14. Leona started to panic. "Please help," she tried to call out, but couldn't. She thrashed about, trying to push the other woman off, but wasn't strong enough. Since she was on the bottom bed, she managed to rise ever so slightly, causing Dottie to hit her head against the top bunk. Her grip loosened in return, and Leona used that moment to scream as loud and as long as she could.
"You bitch!"
Dottie growled, squeezing her neck once more. "She's going to kill me," Leona thought with utmost clarity. And there was nothing she could do about it.
"Stop!"
someone ordered behind them.
"Crazy bitch!"
yelled another. There was a lot of commotion going on all of a sudden. Somebody was yelling, doors were being unlocked, then Dottie was being yanked away, and Leona could finally breathe again. That first pull of air felt like razor blades going through her throat, yet she continued to breathe greedily. A fit of coughing hit her, and she saw stars. As one officer finally held Dottie to the ground while she spat and cursed, the other picked Leona up and dragged her out of the cell.
"I see you're great at making friends,"
he mocked. Leona was too rattled to reply. That woman had tried to kill her. And why? Because she was crazy, that's why. And that officer had intentionally put her in that cell, knowing something like that could happen. She could see it all over his face. He was enjoying it, feeling she deserved it. And there was nothing she could do about it. A nurse checked the blooming bruises around her neck.
"You'll live," she said. "Come on, time to take you back."
"I'm not going back to that cell. You intentionally put me in a cell with that psychopath," she exclaimed. "Wait till my attorney hears about this."
"I have no idea what you're talking about. I saw you intentionally hazing another prisoner,"
he replied without missing a beat. Leona was beyond furious, but held her tongue. She couldn't win. Instead, she was placed in isolation. That was meant as a punishment, but she preferred it. And then, she learned she had been put on suicide watch as well. That officer was saying all kinds of shit about her, so when it came to his word against hers, no one would believe a crazy person. It made perfect sense that she was trying to choke herself to death. Nonetheless, she bided her time. Mr. Nakamura would get her out of there. It was a small comfort she had a cell all to herself, but being left alone with her thoughts was true agony. There was nothing left for her to do but sit in a corner and think. And in her lowest moments, the darkest thoughts came out to play. Perhaps they were wise to put her on suicide watch.
"You had a visitor yesterday,"
the same officer informed her as he brought her breakfast. She started eating without stopping to acknowledge what she was eating. "Who? Why didn't I see him?" she asked between bites. He shrugged.
"Personal VIP accommodation like this means you're not allowed to have visitors."
She knew he was intentionally taunting her. "Was it my lawyer?" she asked nevertheless. "If it was my lawyer, I have every right to see him, no matter what."
Calm down, Ally McBeal. It was not your lawyer. It was some reporter.
She stopped eating. Who? He shrugged. What did he want from me? She thought out loud.
Didn't you know? Being a black widow is a lucrative business. There's a lot of sick people in the world who would join your fan club.
He shook his head before adding,
And they tried to teach us crime doesn't pay off.
And with that, he left. Leona finished her meal in silence. She didn't care about this reporter because she had no desire to speak with him. All she cared about was leaving this place and proving her innocence. First thing on Monday morning, Leona was transported to the courthouse and brought in front of a judge. She wasn't the only one there and had to wait her turn. But eventually, her attorney stepped forward and tried to secure bail for her. The district attorney was opposed to her being set free on bail.
Your Honor, Mrs. Woodrow is a flight risk,
he surprised her by saying, and then he explained why he thought so. According to him, she had the means to flee, being rich and all. However, that was not all. She'd committed a serious crime, killed her husband and his brother in a short period of time, and spent 36 hours in a psychiatric facility, which clearly showed she wasn't all there. Literally everything that had ever happened to her was now used against her. He urged the judge to not grant bail. No, she started to panic. She couldn't return to that place. Or worse, she heard prisoners who were waiting for a trial date were sent to prison as well. She couldn't go to prison. She had barely survived jail. They would eat her alive in prison. Please, God, don't let this happen, she prayed. It went without saying that her lawyer had a bunch of counter-arguments. It was hard. Leona was terrified listening to the lies the DA was trying to sell as facts, all to keep her locked up. Listening to that man speak, one would believe she would be the most dangerous thing walking the streets of Boston. And he was very passionate, outraged even, that his opponent suggested she should be allowed to be free until her trial. I can't believe there will be a trial. Leona would be tried for killing her husband and Michael. That was pure insanity. Yet, here she was. On the other side, Mr. Nakamura was very calm and composed during his narrative. He made sure to point out Leona was always a model citizen who did her job, paid all her bills, and had no priors, not even a single parking ticket.
Way to start a career of crime,
the DA mocked.
I urge this court to release Mrs. Woodrow from custody,
he concluded. Leona understood it was all on the judge, and he took his sweet time making a decision. Or at least, that was how it seemed. An eternity passed before he started talking. He made sure both parties were disappointed and satisfied. The bail was set at $250,000. It was a lot of money, but Leona knew she could manage to pay it. At the same time, after putting up the bail money, she would be under house arrest. She would be able to go to her doctor's appointments, including having sessions with Dr. Reed, and that was all. Apart from going to court once her trial started, she wouldn't be allowed to leave her house. Leona found that more favorable than staying in jail. As it turned out, all her accounts that held her inheritance from Wayne were frozen, because they were evidence against her in the upcoming trial. The DA was really pushing that narrative hard, that she'd killed him for the money. She had her own money, however, money from her parents, so she paid the bail, much to the DA's chagrin. And once she was fitted with an ankle monitor, she was free to go. Getting home, Leona couldn't wait to shower and change into other clothes. She had been wearing the same ones for far too long, and she stank. But as she entered, she went to the living room and sat on the couch instead. All her energy levels were depleted. Mr. Nakamura was right behind her.
Leona, it is my duty to advise you to find a real criminal attorney for the upcoming trial.
She looked at him all wide-eyed. But I don't know any other lawyers. That wasn't technically true. Wayne had introduced her to a bunch of his colleagues, but she doubted any of them would want to defend her, since she had been accused of killing Wayne. Besides, you're the only one I trust. It's not like I can hire one of Wayne's friends, she said.
You may be right. However, I fear I'm out of my league here.
he confessed, and she really respected him for that. Do what you must. However, I want you on my team, she insisted. Mr. Nakamura nodded at that.
All right. I will gather a legal team for you and oversee all that is happening.
Thank you, Leona replied, relieved. Although she was tired and in desperate need of a shower, instead, Mr. Nakamura did his best to explain what a trial would look like, what the DA would try to do, and what they would do.
I want you on the stand.
Must I?
This is the most important battle of your life, Leona, and I need the jury to know you, to hear your side of the story from your mouth, he explained.
All right, whatever you think is best.
The prosecution has no real evidence against you. The few things they do have are circumstantial at best. I will file a motion that this case should be dismissed.
That sounded promising. You think the judge will agree to that?
It all depends on the judge.
I can't fathom they really believe I did it.
It's despicable what they're doing without a shred of evidence.
Mr. Nakamura started to get all riled up.
I know they have nothing of substance that can prove you killed Wayne. And the only thing they have against you on Michael's case is your bloody clothes, the fact that you were there when the police arrived.
Chelsea told me to come over for dinner.
I know. It's unfortunate she's not here to corroborate that. But they have no murder weapon to tie you to this crime.
If everything was as he said, if they had nothing, then why had she been arrested in the first place? She asked as much.
I have no answer to that. But we will fight them, and we will prove your innocence. We will not let this slide. You were arrested because it was convenient. That's unacceptable.
True. She had been there, bloody, acting erratic after seeing a dead body, and for them, that meant case closed. Detective Wilde explained that my behavior was interpreted as killer's remorse, she remembered to mention.
What?
After I saw Michael dead and started panicking, I was afraid something might have happened to Chelsea as well and started looking for her. That's when the police found me.
And they took you to the hospital?
Yes.
Your reaction was perfectly understandable considering the circumstances, and I am confident the jury would understand that as well.
Do you think that would be enough to convince the jury I'm innocent? Not to point out the obvious, it's not like we have a lot of evidence of my innocence.
The truth is on our side, and the jury will see that.
He tried to reassure her. But her mind was full of doubt. I'm very worried about Chelsea, she said, to change the subject. It was easier to stress about someone else than it was to stress about herself.
I know. It would help us a great deal if the police could locate Mrs. Woodrow. She could explain what happened that day inside the mansion.
And what if they find her dead? What if they try to pin that murder on me as well? She started to panic, yet didn't dare voice her concerns. Do you think they're looking for her? He nodded.
I spoke with that detective. He assured me he was doing everything in his power to locate Mrs. Woodrow.
Detective Wilde? She asked.
Yes.
She was relieved to hear that. He was still on her side. That was good to know. Once he left, her therapist came to speak with her, and Leona did feel slightly better after the session. They agreed that next time Leona should come to her office. It would be an excuse to leave the house for a little bit. One day later, she was preparing for bed, without taking a sleeping pill, since she was out and had forgotten to tell Dr. Reed about it. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She was stressed beyond reason, thinking about the upcoming trial. What if they found her guilty? What if she spent the rest of her life in prison for something she didn't do? Leona was driving herself mad in complete darkness when she heard a noise that ripped through the silence. It sounded like glass breaking. What was that? She thought, jumping out of the bed. Leona grabbed the first thing that came to hand, a TV remote, and on tiptoe, she descended the stairs. She had no idea where the noise came from. What am I doing? She thought, as she crept through her house. All of a sudden, a shadowy figure dressed in black and wearing a mask appeared in front of her, and she screamed. The intruder lunged toward her. Chapter 15. Leona turned around and started running toward the front door. She barely made it a couple of steps when she could feel a tight grip on her wrist. The intruder was trying to prevent her from leaving, but she punched him with her other hand, still clutching the TV remote. She heard a crack, probably the remote, but the grip loosened and Leona rushed to the door. Getting outside, she started to call out for help. Her ankle monitor went from green to red as soon as she left the yard, but she didn't care. She didn't dare turn around or stop as she reached her next-door neighbor. Is he behind me? The house was dark, as were the rest. Its occupants were all sleeping. Luckily, the patrol car appeared almost immediately, and she ran in their direction. "There's someone inside the house!" she yelled while pointing. One of the officers stayed with her as the other ran into the house. She tried to explain what had happened. While they waited for the other officer to return, another car pulled next to them. It was Detective Drake, and he looked smugly at her.
I knew you would try something like this.
Like what?
Escaping.
She couldn't believe her ears. Was this man insane? I wasn't trying to escape. Someone broke into my house.
Says you,
he answered, clearly not believing her. Luckily, the other officer returned.
Someone definitely broke inside,
he said.
What?
Detective Drake didn't look pleased. Leona was. Her face was saying, I told you so.
The window at the back of the house is open, and there are pieces of a broken vase or something inside the room beneath that window.
That's what I heard breaking, Leona said victoriously.
You could have done that.
I didn't.
I believe I saw someone running away. I chased after him, but lost him.
What did he look like?
Hard to tell. All dressed in black.
That's what I saw too, Leona confirmed. Detective Drake turned to look at her.
Come on, let's go.
Where? Leona asked, confused.
I'm taking you back to jail.
Why? She asked, taking a step backward. She didn't want to return to that place.
You violated the terms of your release, the detective stated.
Someone broke inside my house. I had to run away, she cried.
That doesn't matter.
What? What was I supposed to do? Stay inside and get murdered?
You violated the terms of your release. I have to take you in. It's the law,
he insisted, rattling a pair of handcuffs. It was obvious the officers didn't fully agree. All the same, they weren't getting involved. She took a deep, frustrated breath. This man didn't care about the truth one bit, and was doing all of this because he disliked her and because he couldn't admit he was wrong. She offered her wrists so he could put the handcuffs on. Fine, but I want to call my lawyer. Now. Once again, Leona was sitting in a courtroom while a bunch of people was gathered around the judge, discussing her life without her. Mr. Nakamura had said this judge was particularly hard to please, as he nearly always sided with the prosecutor, which only made things worse. Everyone decided to get involved in what had happened in Leona's home. Not just the lawyers, but the detectives, the police chief. Everyone had an opinion, not that anyone was mindful of hers. The district attorney, named Matthew Pattinson, had the audacity to accuse her of fabricating the break-in in hopes of impeding the upcoming trial. Detective Drake was on his side, but the two officers who were first on the scene were not. One of them insisted he saw someone running away.
That still doesn't mean Mrs. Woodrow wasn't involved. She could have paid someone to cause such a scene. Your Honor, the district attorney is spinning ridiculous accusations without a shred of evidence, Mr. Nakamura objected. Do you have any evidence of your claims? The judge asked the DA. Not yet, Your Honor. However, the fact we cannot find this mysterious assailant is in a way proof itself.
Mr. Nakamura laughed humorously.
That is the most preposterous thing I have heard in my entire life. However, I do agree it is proof of your incompetence. Luckily, sir, it is not up to you to make such decisions, the DA responded, raising his chin ever so slightly. Enough, gentlemen. The judge had clearly had enough. I am inclined to side with Mr. Pattinson if Mrs. Woodrow is unable to provide any kind of evidence that shows her concerns to leave the residence were justifiable.
Leona couldn't believe her ears. He was siding with the DA? As far as she was concerned, the whole world had gone mad. Nothing made sense anymore. He trusted Mr. Pattinson more than the officers on the scene.
We have proof of the break-in, Your Honor. The opened window, a vase that was broken, and an assailant running from the scene, according to Officer Green's testimony,
Mr. Nakamura reminded him.
And that is not all, Your Honor.
Detective Jeremy Wilde had entered the fray, introducing himself. Leona had wondered where he was. As it turned out, he had been working on the case behind the scenes. She was really glad to see him.
Do you have something for me, Detective, as well?
The judge asked.
Yes. I've obtained video footage of a security camera near Mrs. Woodrow's residence. Mr. Rotenberg, her next-door neighbor, installed security cameras on his property just last week, and on the footage from that night, you can clearly see a figure fleeing the scene after the arrival of the police,
Detective Wilde explained. Jim Rotenberg installed cameras? Oh, thank God. And thanks, Jim. He might have just saved her.
Show me,
the judge ordered. Leona was on pins and needles as everything was set up so the judge could watch the footage. She felt like she was finally catching a break, no matter how small. What if the judge throws me back in jail despite the video? She had a moment of doubt, but she dismissed it. He would be fair. She had to have faith. After watching the video, the judge declared an unidentified person was definitely inside Leona's house and ran away after the police came on the scene.
This doesn't change a thing, Your Honor.
The DA instantly started to defend his previous stance.
Mrs. Woodrow still violated the agreement.
Because she feared for her life,
Mr. Nakamura answered.
There's no proof of that. For all we know, this was some petty thief.
I respectfully disagree with you,
Detective Wilde spoke up again.
This break-in changes everything regarding Mrs. Woodrow's case. How so?
The judge asked.
From the start, I've suspected Mrs. Woodrow has been framed. And with this break-in, I am certain whoever killed Mr. Michael Woodrow is now targeting Mrs. Leona Woodrow.
Was that possible? She started to wonder as well.
Your Honor, there's not a shred of evidence to support these wild claims about a mysterious second shooter,
the DA rebutted.
You, Mr. Pattinson, failed to provide any evidence for your claims as well,
the judge reminded him. Leona barely managed to not start snickering.
Your Honor, if you give me a little time, I am confident I will find additional proof. It's obvious this was no mere robbery.
How so? The judge looked intrigued.
Mrs. Woodrow has a security system installed in her home, which includes all the doors and windows. The window was opened in a professional manner, and the alarm was disabled. It is my opinion Mrs. Woodrow wouldn't have even been aware there was an intruder inside her house if the intruder hadn't knocked over the vase, breaking it,
Detective Wilde explained. The judge nodded at that.
So, gentlemen,
he started speaking after a short pause.
I've heard everything you had to say. Do you have any suggestions on how to proceed?
Put Mrs. Woodrow back in jail,
the DA insisted.
I disagree, Your Honor,
Mr. Nakamura stated.
My client doesn't deserve to be punished for this incident.
Your Honor, I have a suggestion.
Detective Wilde spoke up politely.
Let's hear it, Detective. My suggestion is to put Mrs. Woodrow into protective custody in a safe house while sorting this through.
Protective custody?
The DA looked outraged.
So now we're protecting the people we prosecute?
Personally, I've never believed Mrs. Woodrow killed her brother-in-law or her husband. Your colleagues do not share your views,
the judge disputed.
With all due respect, Your Honor, they haven't spent as much time on this case as I have. Mrs. Woodrow, anything to add?
The judge asked, which surprised her, considering what Mr. Nakamura had told her about him. She was so startled by being spoken to, accustomed to being a mere spectator, that it took her a moment to reply. Your Honor, I didn't mean to violate the agreement of my release. I got scared and ran. That is all, she spoke honestly. She didn't add she was completely innocent, knowing that wouldn't really help her case. The judge remained quiet, looking at all the men in front of him, looking at the evidence they gathered, and eventually nodded.
Let it be your way, Detective. However, I expect you to keep surveillance over her, and I expect results," he ordered. "Yes, Your Honor." "Thank you, Your Honor," Mr. Nakamura added.
A miracle had happened, and Leona was granted protective custody. She wasn't particularly happy there was a person out there trying to harm her, according to Detective Wilde, but being in protective custody sounded better than being in jail. Detective Wilde had said he'd take her to a safe house. She said her goodbyes to Mr. Nakamura in front of the courthouse. Not even he was allowed to know where she would be taken to. "Can we drop by my house to collect a few things?" she asked once they were in a car. She was still in her pajamas.
"We can't risk going back, but don't worry, we'll find something for you to wear,"
he assured her. What about the broken window? She felt like she couldn't abandon her house exposed like that.
"My brother is a carpenter. I'll send him over to fix it."
Part of her wanted to reject his suggestion, since he had already done so much for her, but she realized she should accept his offer, and nodded. "Thank you."
"No problem."
Is it strange I'm relieved things turned out the way they did? She was glad she wasn't in jail again.
"It's better than the alternative,"
Detective Wilde agreed, snapping her from her thoughts. "I know you have been busy with the break-in, but did you make any progress in locating Chelsea?" she asked next.
"No. We distributed her picture to all the patrols. Unfortunately, so far there were no sightings of her."
"That's troubling."
"I agree."
She couldn't stop thinking about her. Where was she? Something terrible must have happened if Chelsea wasn't able to reach out to her, to the police. Something terrible did happen, she reminded herself. Her husband got murdered. Poor Chelsea. Leona knew firsthand what it meant to lose the other half of yourself. Leona still believed that Chelsea had witnessed what happened and managed to escape, and was now hiding, fearing for her life. If only she could call to say she was all right. Who would kill Michael? Why? That was what they needed to discover, because it didn't matter that she and Michael weren't on the best of terms. He had been murdered, and his killer had to be found. Leona would do everything in her power to discover what had happened to him. Nobody deserved to die like that. Murdered in his own home, forcing his wife to run and hide in terror. We have to find her. She is the key to everything. She might well be the key to proving Leona's innocence if she saw the real shooter.
"We do. Nevertheless, there are some aggravating circumstances we have to take into account."
"What circumstances?" she asked.
"Perhaps Mrs. Woodrow doesn't want to be found."
That was exactly what she had been thinking about seconds ago. If Chelsea saw what happened and went into hiding, perhaps she was too afraid to reach out. So how to reassure her she would be safe? Leona pondered. Being in protective custody herself, there wasn't much she could do, she realized. "What to do then?" she asked the detective.
"Are you a religious person, Mrs. Woodrow?"
"Please, call me Leona. There are too many Mr. and Mrs. Woodrows in this story."
"All right, Leona. Do you believe in God?"
he asked again. "I do."
"Then start praying, because we could definitely use some divine assistance."
Chapter 16. They ended up in an apartment building that was at least 20 stories high. The point was to blend in, and the best way to do so was surrounded by a lot of people, Detective Wilde explained to her. And Leona saw the logic in that. The apartment was modest-looking, with some old furniture. It was obvious nobody lived there. However, it was clean. Jeremy said they had a cleaning crew that came in and took care of it on a regular basis. It had a nice, fully stocked kitchen, living room, a single bedroom, and a bathroom. Detective Wilde said,
"You take the bedroom. I'll stay out here and keep you safe. Nobody is going to get to you, Leona."
"Thank you for doing this for me."
"Just doing my job,"
he said almost too quickly. "I know. I still appreciate it." It felt like he was constantly sticking his neck out for her.
"I truly believe you're being framed, and I can't let that happen. I want to know who's pulling all the strings."
"Me too."
"Are you hungry? There's plenty to cook." but we could order in if you'd rather,"
he offered. "Maybe later," she replied, while sitting on the couch. She hadn't had a moment of peace after that intruder broke into her house.
"If you need to rest, you are more than welcome to go and crash. I'll be here, going over the case."
She definitely didn't want that. Even when she didn't have nightmares, she was woken by people trying to choke her to death or break into her house. Who knew what would happen next? It was better not to tempt fate anymore. "If you don't mind, I would like to do that as well."
"All right,"
he replied.
"It would be great if you could walk me through everything that happened once more. Perhaps we missed something."
She didn't fully understand what he meant by that. "You mean regarding Wayne?" she asked. She still couldn't fathom how the DA had decided to charge her for the crime of killing Wayne when the court had declared he'd died accidentally.
"We'll return to Wayne later. Let's focus on Michael for the time being."
"All right, ask away."
"You said you two were on bad terms."
"Yes."
"How so?"
Leona shook her head. "I don't know. He never liked me. And when Wayne died, he didn't have to hide it anymore, I suppose. It was Chelsea's theory he was using Wayne's death as an excuse to try to take all the money for himself."
"Your husband was wealthy?"
"His deceased parents were, so he'd inherited from them. But Wayne had some of his own as well. Plus, I received a check from the insurance company after he passed away."
"Interesting,"
Detective Wilde commented, writing something down.
"So, why were you there that night?"
he asked next. "As I mentioned, it was because of Chelsea."
"The two of you were friends?"
"We grew close after Wayne died. She really helped me cope," she added after a short pause, as she struggled to find the right words to describe her state.
"So she invited you to dinner?"
"Yes. She had this theory that Michael and I could talk about things over a meal." She made a face while saying that, and naturally, he caught it.
"You disagreed?"
Leona shrugged. "I thought it was a nice gesture on her part, although obtuse.
"How come?"
I didn't think Michael and I could move forward after being forced to share a meal together, not after everything he did to me." Detective Wilde nodded.
"You mean the legal disputes, threats, harassment?"
"Going to the police to accuse me of killing my husband," she added. "Yes, all that."
"And despite all that, you went anyway?"
"I went because of Chelsea. I didn't have the heart to say no to her," Leona replied truthfully. Detective Wilde nodded again, as though that made perfect sense to him.
"So, what happened once you arrived at the house?"
The door was unlocked, ajar.
"Was that common?"
"No. Usually, someone would be there to open the door for you, one of the maids. But that didn't happen."
"You mentioned nobody was around."
Leona shook her head. "It was like a ghost house." Leona remembered how her voice had echoed in the hallway as she called for Chelsea. "I stepped inside, wondering what was going on, figuring everyone was too busy with preparing dinner to notice I arrived."
"Where did you go first?"
"To the kitchen. I figured Chelsea was fussing over dinner. The meal was there, looking freshly made, smelling delicious, but there were no signs of my hosts."
"You started looking about?"
"Yes. I was surprised it appeared as though nobody was home. All kinds of things rushed through my head. Did I come on the wrong date? The wrong time? I was a little late, but not that late. So I started to wonder if something happened."
"Apart from that, did you notice anything strange? Were there strange noises or smells? Was something out of place?"
Leona really did give it some thought. "I can't say for sure."
"Were there cars parked out front?"
"No, but that's not uncommon. There's a huge garage for their cars," Leona explained.
"And the chauffeur wasn't there either?"
"No, he wasn't."
"I'm trying to gather a list of all their house employees, but it's not easy. His assistant isn't aware. Apparently, Michael liked to deal with all of it on his own."
Leona wasn't surprised. He looked like the type of person who would act like that, a control freak. Maybe his accountant knows better, Leona offered. He would have to know how many people Michael employed and who they were. He was issuing checks for them, after all.
That's not a bad idea. You should have been a detective.
It's not too late for a career change, she joked, trying to lighten the mood, knowing they were approaching the hardest part of the story.
When did you go to the living room?
Detective Wilde asked. Leona went somber. Right after the kitchen. Since nobody was there, I continued looking. That was when I found Michael. He was dead.
Did you touch the body?
Yes.
Why?
At that moment, I didn't know if he was alive or dead, so I rushed to check his pulse, too late realizing there was a lot of blood coming out of his head.
Did you see anyone leaving the house?
No, I was the only one there.
Leona was sure of that.
And after I realized what happened to Michael, I started worrying about Chelsea, started looking for her.
The police officers who were the first responders on the scene reported you were visibly agitated and non-responsive, Detective Wilde said.
I was terrified. I didn't know what was happening, and truth be told, I don't remember much. I know I blacked out at some point and woke up in the hospital.
Tied to a bed?
The doctor said that after I experienced trauma, my body simply shut down.
I know. I spoke with him.
Leona was surprised to hear that. I was wondering why nobody came to speak with me during my stay in the hospital.
I tried, but wasn't allowed entrance.
Just as I suspected. They probably feared I would snap or something, she added with a snort.
And did you? Snap?
I believe me being here answers that question, she responded. He actually smiled.
Fair point.
I still can't believe I got arrested after leaving. She looked at him through narrow eyes.
Those were my boss's orders. Besides, before speaking with you, I had my doubts as well.
Really?
Of course. It is strange 2 men in your life ended up dead in a matter of months.
Fair point, she said.
And after you returned home, there was a break-in.
Yes. I was sleeping, and some kind of noise woke me up. I immediately went to investigate.
You did what? Instead of calling the police?
I know. I'm an idiot. What can I say? I wasn't thinking.
Clearly,
he commented. Leona pretended she didn't hear that. I went downstairs, and that's when I saw him.
You encountered this person?
Yes. He was dressed in all black and had a mask over his face. He tried to grab me, but I managed to run away.
Do you believe he was trying to hurt you?
I honestly don't know. It all happened so fast. He definitely tried to keep me inside, she explained. Maybe it was because he was too surprised to see me. Maybe it was something else.
Something more sinister. Are you sure it was a man?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think so, Leona hedged.
All right, please continue.
There's not much to say. I hit him. I managed to escape, leave the house, and then the cavalry arrived. The police definitely scared him away. She suspected whoever broke into her house had no idea she was under house arrest. She shared as much.
Perhaps. Then again, the break-in might have happened precisely because of it,
the detective countered. What do you mean?
Housebound means just that,
he said with a half shrug. You mean he counted on me not being able to leave? He nodded. Oh my God.
No matter what, one thing is clear. This is all connected. Michael being murdered, Chelsea's disappearance, you being attacked.
You really think someone is trying to frame me? At this point, they shouldn't rule anything out.
Yes, it was no coincidence you were in the house when Michael died and Chelsea disappeared.
Then why break into my house if everything was going according to the plan? She challenged.
Because you were set free.
Yes, under house arrest.
There's a possibility your attacker didn't know that.
Why change tactics after all the trouble framing me?
That's a good question. I have no idea yet,
the detective confessed. And who would do that in the first place? Who gains the most?
There is an obvious answer to that question, but I'm certain you're not going to like it.
Tell me, Leona urged.
Chelsea had motive and opportunity, and the fact we can't locate her, while there's no ransom note, isn't in her favor,
the detective explained. She would never do that, Leona replied.
I told you you wouldn't like it.
Yeah, because it's crazy to think she would.
It's more common than you think.
I know her, detective. She's not capable of something like that. She loved Michael.
Perhaps that's true, but perhaps she realized she loves money more.
Leona folded her arms over her chest. When we find her, you will eat your words. She is innocent. I guarantee it.
All right, we'll see. All we have to do is find her and ask.
Was he mocking her? She wasn't sure. She is the key, Leona agreed.
Now, let's see how we're going to find her,
he mused out loud.
Did she have any places that were dear to her? Childhood hideaways, favorite hotels?
Not that I know of. She wasn't originally from Boston, as far as I know.
Okay. Did something else happen lately that you can think of? Something out of the ordinary?
Regarding Chelsea?
Regarding anything. Anyone.
Leona gave it some thought. A reporter came to interview me while I was in jail, and another jailbird nearly choked me to death.
Really? Tell me about it.
So she did. Chapter 17. A whole week passed, and Chelsea was still missing. Leona felt like jumping out of her skin with each passing hour without any information about her friend. It was hard not to think about the worst when there was no news. She can't be dead too. I can't lose her too. Please, God, don't let that happen. Save her, she prayed over and over. It was especially difficult not being able to do anything about it. Leona was confined to that small apartment, unable to leave, and it was driving her crazy. Although Detective Wilde reassured her she was helping a great deal with her insight and all she knew, Leona still felt like she was not helping enough. Being in protective custody sucked. Nobody could know where she was, and nobody could come to visit her. She had managed to convince Detective Wilde, although he was against it, that she contact one or two of her friends to let them know she was all right, so they wouldn't be worried.
You can't disclose where you are,
he insisted. I understand, she replied while she placed a call. Leona had a brief conversation with her friend Tracy, who had heard on the news about what had happened to Michael and was worried. Leona reassured her all was well, and that she was helping the police catch the killer. Which wasn't a lie, just not the whole truth. Through Tracy, Leona learned what the news had been saying about the case. There was no television in the apartment, although of course she could read articles on the phone. Tracy reassured her that she would pass along her message to their other friends, so none of them would worry. And please, if a reporter calls, don't speak with him, she added at the end of their conversation. Of course not, Tracy replied. Thank you. I hope all this ends soon so we can see each other. Me too. Leona felt marginally better after that phone call. She was relieved none of her friends believed she was a stone-cold killer. Then again, it appeared the media didn't know she had been arrested for the crime, and she praised the heavens for that. The media circus was the last thing they needed, especially while searching for Chelsea. I can't believe we've still learned nothing about Chelsea, she said to Detective Wilde as they shared some lunch. Although she expected he would be with her 24/7, that wasn't what happened. He went to work, searching for Chelsea, inspecting other leads regarding Michael's death. He would call to check up on her during the day on the phone to make sure everything was all right. She always appreciated the gesture. It made her feel better, knowing he thought of her, had her back. During these periods when he was away, a police officer would come to sit with her, He stayed inside the apartment because anything else would be too suspicious. The police officer's name was Jeff Chaos, and he was pleasant enough, but he was no Detective Wilde. The detective would return each night, and they would speak about the case at length before he would crash on the couch. Some sort of routine was established, and despite everything, all the stress and madness, it was a shred of sanity, of normalcy she clung to.
These things take time,
he tried to remind her. They had had this type of discussion before, but none of what he said made her feel any better. How could she be patient when her friend was missing? When her brother-in-law had been murdered? She needed answers, and she couldn't care less that she sounded like a spoiled brat.
The road to truth is not a straight line,
he added, finishing his slice of pizza. That was unfortunately true. In movies, it always seemed that a path from A to B was a straight line. Easy. Simple. All the evidence fit together perfectly. However, that wasn't happening in real life. There were a lot of dead ends, not to mention evidence that made no sense. It was frustrating to see what a real police investigation looked like. It was hard work that didn't always pay off. Leona was about to say that she wished there was a way to speed the whole process up when his phone rang. Perhaps it was a good thing they got interrupted. Leona didn't want to appear ungrateful. She was extremely grateful this dedicated, skillful detective was helping to find Chelsea. Leona was just frustrated and scared because she felt like they were running out of time. The more time passed, the fewer clues they had. It was as simple as that. Detective Wilde spoke for a bit while writing something down on a piece of paper. Leona knew it was wrong, but looked over his shoulder. It was an address, and she recognized it immediately. What happened now? She couldn't help wondering. And then, it hit her. Was it possible Chelsea had hidden there this whole time? She dared not hope. Detective Wilde had a smile on his face as he disconnected, looking at her. "What?" she asked.
Just received a tip from a neighbor. Are you up for some field work?
He offered. That stunned her, because he'd never offered anything like that before. "Really?" she blurted out before she could stop herself. And he laughed.
Why not? You've been cooped up in this place for far too long. So, what do you say?
Absolutely yes. And then she sobered up. What about this? She pointed at her ankle monitor.
Already taken care of.
Let's go then. Leona was very excited she was joining them as they drove to speak with the Woodrow's neighbor. So, what's this tip? She asked curiously.
Apparently, one of the neighbors saw Chelsea on the day of Michael's murder.
Who? Leona asked, fully knowing that the estate had only 2 neighbors, and only one house was actually close enough to be able to look into the other estate.
Mrs. Clarice Moon.
Bingo. Leona figured as much herself.
Do you know her?
Detective Wilde asked. I know of her, Leona hedged. Wayne once told me she was this older-than-the-Bible widow who lived next door his whole life, the nosy type of person who liked to know everything, even things that were not her business. Although perhaps that was precisely what they needed at the moment. Chelsea had complained about her as well, said Mrs. Moon was constantly at her window looking at their house, what was going on, who was coming and who was going. It annoyed her to no end. Personally, Leona found it funny, and just a little bit sad. It was apparent that this older woman had no social life of her own, and had to live it indirectly through her neighbors.
Good to know,
Detective Wilde replied simply. Leona remained silent for a bit, pondering what she'd learned, when something occurred to her. Why did it take her this long to come forward? Almost 2 weeks had passed since someone had killed Michael, since Chelsea had disappeared.
Apparently she was out of town, visiting her sister,
the detective explained. Oh, Leona replied, not really knowing what to say. After a half-an-hour ride, they arrived at Mrs. Moon's house. Leona glanced at the mansion Michael and Chelsea had lived in, and through the gates, the place looked sinister to her now. Police tape was everywhere. She shuddered, looking away. She never wanted to return there. Mrs. Moon greeted them like guests. She was a pleasant-looking woman, slightly overweight, dressed like a proper lady, with white curled hair and big glasses with dangling pearls around her neck. She was not what Leona expected. Wayne had always described her as some old shrew, but Mrs. Moon looked anything but. They settled in the living room, which had a distinct flowery motif, and she offered them tea and cookies. Leona started munching on a cookie. It had been a while since she'd had anything that was freshly made, especially baked. It was delicious. She complimented the old woman. Mrs. Moon beamed.
"You are very kind to say that. Feel free to help yourself to more," she urged.
Detective Wilde refused all that was offered. He was there on business. Aren't I here on business too? Either way, that didn't stop her from eating.
Mrs. Moon, I know the police officer spoke with you. However, do you mind telling me what happened when you saw Mrs. Chelsea last?
Detective Wilde asked.
"Of course not. I remember it perfectly. I was airing the house since I knew I would be gone for a bit, and there's nothing worse than the smell of stale air," she said, making a face. "Besides, fresh air equals fresh mind, and that was when I heard it."
Heard what?
"Some kind of big noise. A bang, like something exploded."
Was it possible it was a gunshot? Detective Wilde tried to clarify.
"I don't know. It didn't sound so loud as if it were on the TV."
Detective Wilde nodded, writing everything down.
And then what happened? Did it happen again?
"No. I went to the window to see what was going on, but there was nothing. Not even Ben was out there to ask him about it."
Who's Ben, Mrs. Moon?
"Their gardener."
I see. Please continue.
"Just as I was returning inside, wondering if I imagined hearing anything in my old age, I saw Chelsea stepping out of the house in a rush."
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you, but how did she appear to you?
"Like always. Normal. Simply in a hurry," Mrs. Moon explained.
What? That made no sense to Leona. How was she fine? Her husband just died. The old woman must have made a mistake or mixed dates.
"And she got in her car and drove away," Mrs. Moon concluded.
Was she coerced in any way?
"What do you mean?"
The old woman looked confused.
Was someone else with her? Did she look scared?
Detective Wilde clarified.
"She was completely alone, carrying a small travel bag."
Are you sure?
"Yes. I clearly saw her throwing it in the back seat before getting into the car herself."
Chelsea definitely ran away. That much was clear. However, nothing else made sense. There were a lot of things they still didn't know. They had no idea what had happened in that house. Only Chelsea could shed some light on that.
After she left, what happened?
"I figured she left after one of their fights. Wouldn't be the first time. But she always came back, so I returned to my business, made some last-minute arrangements before my departure. Then, about 30 minutes after she left, the other Mrs. Woodrow," she pointed at Leona, "appeared in the yard."
You didn't hear her driving to the house?
"I wasn't paying that close attention, Detective. As I said, I was preparing for my trip. But I distinctly heard her calling out for Chelsea."
You didn't think that was odd?
The old woman shrugged.
"I did, and normally I would go over. However, I was about to leave and the police showed up. So I figured it would all get sorted out. I really had to go catch my train. Only a few days later I found out how poor Michael actually died."
While saying that, she genuinely looked troubled.
"It's like that family is cursed. First the parents died, then the sons, with no one to carry on the family name."
Leona lost her appetite at that.
Thank you for your cooperation, Mrs. Moon. Please call if you remember anything else.
"Certainly, Detective."
They walked in silence toward the car.
This case is getting stranger by the second,
he commented as he started the car and started driving. I think Chelsea was spooked and ran away, Leona offered her 2 cents. If she feared for her life after witnessing someone killing Michael, no wonder she decided to hide and disappear without a trace. Then again, how scared would she have been if she stopped to pack? Leona had a moment of doubt.
That's definitely one explanation.
The detective words snapped her from her musings. And what's another? She was curious.
The other is the more probable one, but I have to speak with my boss before we do anything else,
he said cryptically. Leona frowned. Unfortunately, he refused to say anything else, so she just had to be patient and wait, which was definitely not her style. Chapter 18. So what's your theory? Leona asked after a short silence, when it became obvious that Detective Wilde had said as much as he wanted. She did her best not to pester him, but had to ask. Curiosity took over. Besides, this was personal for her, so she felt like she was entitled, in a way, to hear what was going on inside that brain of his. It was surprising that he felt the need to go to the precinct to speak with his boss. Had she missed something while he spoke with Mrs. Moon? Was there a clue in that conversation she wasn't aware of? All kinds of things passed through her head. I know you said you have to speak with your boss, the dickhead who thought she was guilty. But can you tell me? Even if it's a secret, you know I won't tell anyone, she rushed to say. He made a face. Why didn't he want to tell her? He sighed.
Sorry. I wasn't intentionally trying to be vague, it's just that you already know what I think.
It took her a moment to realize what he meant by that. Oh, no. Not that again.
I believe Chelsea did it. Now more than ever.
Why would she kill Michael? She challenged.
For the money,
he replied without a thought. She lived like a queen in that mansion. She wanted for nothing, and definitely didn't have to work a day in her life.
Leona, being given a certain amount of money each month or day and actually having your own money are two very different things.
Meaning?
Meaning, if he had divorced her, she could end up with nothing. Chelsea had no money. Her husband had it. And that makes all the difference in the world. With him gone, she gets it all. That's motive.
Although she understood his point now, she still couldn't believe that Chelsea would do that. I can't see her doing it. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense. Besides, she loved him. I know she did. Although their relationship never made any sense to me, she admitted, aiming for full honesty since he was doing the same with her. He gave her a side glance before refocusing on the road.
Please don't take offense, but you are a horrible judge of character.
What? She said, shocked by what he said.
You think all people are good and kind.
I do not.
What's Chelsea like? Describe her for me.
Well, we became friends only recently, but she was really there for me after Wayne died. She helped me get out of bed when I didn't have the strength. She was of immense support, and I will always be grateful for that.
Would you believe me if I said she treats her house staff horribly? They all hate her because she acts like a diva, refuses to speak with them directly because she thinks that's beneath her.
Who told you that?
They did. I located every one of them, the chauffeur included. He is convinced she was fooling around with somebody on the side.
That's gossip.
Maybe, maybe not.
This still doesn't prove I'm a terrible judge of character, she said stubbornly.
Fine. Tell me what you think about me.
He surprised her by asking. Good at your job? Caring? Virtuous? She began, and he laughed. Why are you laughing? Am I wrong? She challenged.
Of course you are, he replied without missing a beat. I'm a selfish bastard. Ask my ex-wife. So, you proved my point. Don't get me wrong, it's good that you are like that, but some people will try to take advantage of that.
And you think Chelsea is one of them?
Yes, without a doubt.
That made her pause for a moment and really think about what he said. Was that possible? Was he right? She believed him on other things. Why not on this? Because it would be too painful to accept, she realized. You know what? I choose to have faith, no matter what you say, she said eventually.
And I respect that. I simply wanted to prepare you for a different outcome.
To not get so heartbroken was somehow implied, and she appreciated the gesture. She said as much. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
There's one thing I don't understand, though, she continued after a small pause.
What's that?
If you're right, then it doesn't make sense, her attitude toward me, she replied.
What do you mean?
He looked confused, so she tried to explain. She was really there for me after Wayne died. She didn't have to be by my side, but she made sure I ate and took my medications, she said, and defended me when Michael was acting out.
Perhaps Wayne's dying was what gave her the idea in the first place,
Detective Wilde hypothesized.
This is what I think. She was clearly unhappy in her marriage if she fooled around but stayed because of the money, and then she saw you inheriting a large sum because your spouse died. With all due respect, it had to make her wonder if she could do the same.
That sounds so horrible. I don't even know what to say.
As I mentioned before, people can be pretty horrible. You see that in my line of work.
Michael was murdered. He didn't die in an accident.
I figure it was hard convincing her husband to do something reckless after his brother died falling off a cliff. Our girl got impatient and took matters into her own hands. Killed him to speed up the process, so to speak.
You have an answer to everything, don't you? She replied, a bit irked.
Just think about it, he implored. She killed Michael, then got you blamed for it. Your husband dying only a few months prior in a freaky accident makes you the perfect scapegoat. Even I started to wonder for a moment if you did it.
A perfect crime, she muttered to herself, but he heard her.
Exactly.
I still refuse to think that's true. I have to believe there's some other explanation.
You're a good friend, Leona. That woman definitely doesn't deserve you.
I'll prove you wrong, Detective. I will prove she's innocent.
Do your best, he replied. And call me Jeremy. I think we've moved past all the formalities, especially since I've heard you snore.
You are such a liar. I do not snore. He smiled.
Yes, I'm lying, but the look on your face was priceless.
Leona truly didn't know what to say to that and shook her head. Perhaps it was wrong, since they were dealing with such serious matters. But it felt nice to laugh, at least for a little, before diving back headfirst into the harsh reality. So, you said you believe she did it, now more than ever, right after speaking with Mrs. Moon. What made you so sure? She wanted to know.
The way Mrs. Moon described Chelsea leaving, it didn't sound like she was running away, scared for her life. It sounded like she was leaving with a packed bag after a job well done.
That's it?
No. Also, the staff confirmed she gave them the afternoon and evening off. She clearly didn't want any witnesses inside the house. And she called you for dinner, knowing you would be the one who discovered the body. You would be the one implicated.
His take on this was so depressing. Leona felt like crying. Part of her knew she was an idiot for stubbornly believing in her friend, but the rest needed to cling to that hope. She didn't want to end up jaded like so many other people, like Jeremy. There had to be some good left in this life, and she was going to prove her faith was not misplaced.
We're here,
he announced, snapping her from her thoughts as they parked in the station's parking lot.
Let's do this.
Leona stayed just outside the captain's office as Jeremy ducked inside to have a brief conversation with his boss. It was clear he wanted to update the man about what they had learned from Mrs. Moon. A few short minutes later, she could hear them starting to raise their voices.
I'm telling you, she did it.
She could plainly hear Jeremy speaking or yelling.
There's no evidence for that,
his boss refuted.
Where was that attitude when Leona Woodrow was arrested? Careful, Wilde, you're crossing the line. Your mind is clouded over a skirt.
Leona couldn't hear anything after that. Jeremy clearly returned his voice to more appropriate decibels. Then the door was being opened forcefully, and he came out, clearly furious.
Let's go,
he said. Although she knew he wasn't angry with her, it was still scary to see him in such a state. What happened? She dared to ask once they left the building.
He doesn't believe me.
He still thinks I did it, Leona guessed glumly. He turned to look at her, and the look of an angry man was gone.
He's just a stubborn old man, but I'll make him see the error of his ways.
I agree, she jumped in. If he wants proof, we will give him proof.
We?
He answered with a small smile.
When did the two of us become partners?
Since you're already stuck with me, she deadpanned.
True, he replied in the same manner. Unfortunately, that means dealing with that too.
He pointed to the ankle monitor. That thing was truly an inconvenience, but there was nothing she could do about it. Only proving her innocence would get rid of the thing.
Let's go,
he said abruptly, marching toward his car. Where are we going?
To see a man about a goat.
Excuse me?
It was a joke, Woodrow. If you want to roll with me, you have to keep up.
She grinned. Whatever you say, Wild. And just for the record, that joke was not funny.
It was so.
They continued to have a light back and forth on the way to the car. Despite everything, Leona felt pretty optimistic. With this man at her side, there wasn't much she couldn't do. She would save her friend and prove her own innocence. Piece of cake. Chapter 19.
I need to return to the scene of the crime, see if we missed something.
Jeremy spoke his thoughts out loud.
The murder weapon was never found. Maybe she stashed it someplace other than taking it with her.
As he spoke, Leona shook her head. There has to be some other explanation. I'm telling you, Chelsea wouldn't kill Michael, and she definitely wouldn't frame me for it, she insisted. He looked at her incredulously.
How can you say that after everything? You heard Mrs. Moon. Chelsea was fine minutes after shooting Michael. She left in her own car with a bag of clothes. She did it.
I refuse to believe that without a shred of evidence.
It all fits, Leona. Trust me. This is what I do for a living, catch bad guys. Chelsea is bad. I know it hurts you, but it's true.
I disagree. It doesn't fit, especially the part about her being a bad guy. You forget she was there for me. She took care of me. If she was this criminal mastermind you're portraying her to be, then how come she did that? She challenged.
I get where you're coming from. You're trying to be loyal to someone you consider a friend. But don't let that cloud your judgment.
Of course I consider her my friend, and I will fight for her until the end. I will prove someone else killed Michael, she said with conviction. Although, in all honesty, she had no idea how to do that. She wasn't a detective. Maybe I should hire one? But no, that might hurt Jeremy's feelings.
Did you stop to think why you are such a loyal friend to her?
He surprised her by asking. Excuse me? She didn't fully understand what he meant by that.
She manipulated you so you would feel like this.
Leona made a face. Now you're reaching, detective. Can't you accept the idea of not being right?
I understand this is difficult for you to comprehend, but I have experience that makes it easy for me to spot certain things, certain signs.
I don't dispute that. You believed I was innocent when no one else did. Why can't you share the same skepticism regarding Chelsea? She challenged.
Because based on everything I've heard from other people, you included, the things I've learned, she is the prime suspect. In cases like this, more frequently than not, the wife did it, and that's a fact.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps some wives like to kill their husbands, but not this particular wife. Chelsea is simply not capable of that. He made a face.
We are all capable of unimaginable things, good and bad, under the right circumstances.
And the way he said that, it was obvious he spoke from experience. For some reason that filled her with unease, she decided not to probe about it. Some things were better left alone. Besides, she was already in the middle of one argument. She couldn't handle two at the moment. Chelsea is a good person. I know that some things look a little strange, yet I really believe there is another explanation. People were too quick to point fingers at me as well.
You know that if she didn't do it, and if I can't prove your innocence, you're going to jail. That DA thinks you did it, and he's not the only one.
I know, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to throw Chelsea under the bus. I won't save myself using her.
You're too good for your own good.
He frowned, realizing that was a weird sentence. Still, she understood what he meant. He wasn't completely sure if she should be offended that he thought that about her. That's what friends do. They stick together, no matter what.
Friends?
He almost mocked the word.
Tell me again, when did the two of you become friends?
He already knew the answer to that question. She'd said it many times, but she decided to indulge him anyway. I met Chelsea shortly after dating Wayne.
That's not what I asked. Were the two of you friends prior to Wayne's passing?
We were always friendly, I think, but we grew closer after he died.
So you didn't hang out before his death?
No, not really. And that was probably because of Michael. He never liked me, so it was hard to double date, she explained.
Are you sure that's the real reason, or are you finding excuses for her?
He challenged. What do you mean by that?
I mean, did she ever show interest in hanging out with you before? Did she ever ask you to go for coffee or shopping with her? My question is, did the two of you ever do anything together?
That stunned her. She had never looked at things that way. Maybe I should have. I don't know. I don't think so. See? His expression was saying. It took her a moment to reply to him. Why would she fake interest, or concern, or anything else for that matter? She fought with Michael because of me. Why would she do that? What's the gain? A flood of words came out of her mouth, which was a true sign of how flustered she was. Jeremy's point of view had rattled her. She was aware she sounded like a child, but it couldn't be helped. It was true Chelsea had started paying attention to her only after Wayne died. Was that what made them grow closer? Did Chelsea feel sorry for her and start spending time with her, not wanting her to be alone? Or was there a more sinister reason, as Jeremy suggested?
Those are very good questions,
Jeremy replied honestly. In a way, it was good he said that instead of trying to come up with a crazy theory without any evidence. It made her trust him more, no matter how painful it was. It wasn't easy coming to terms that there was a possibility her whole friendship with Chelsea was a lie.
And we will find out together,
Jeremy concluded, to which Leona nodded. He'd really given her a lot to think about. His perspective was different than hers, but that didn't make it necessarily wrong. He looked genuinely invested in solving this crime, whoever committed it. Leona couldn't deny his words were an eye-opener. She shouldn't blindly have faith in Chelsea. The world didn't work like that. She had to keep an open mind, follow the evidence, like a detective, and hope for the best. And if Chelsea was really the guilty party, Leona would cross that bridge if and when she had to. Jeremy stopped in front of the Woodrow residence. If you don't mind, I would prefer to stay in the car, she said. She couldn't deal with going in there, not so soon after discovering Michael dead. Also, part of her feared she would lose her shit going inside, and she didn't want Jeremy to get the wrong impression of her. She wasn't weak, and she would prove that by staying in the car. Jeremy clearly understood what she wasn't saying and nodded.
I'll be quick,
he reassured her. She had plenty of time to think while he was inside searching for any missed evidence. Did Chelsea really kill Michael? Was she nice to me, just so she could frame me? Each question was more painful than the previous, but her determination to get to the bottom of things was strong. She would help Jeremy discover the truth, and she would get justice for Michael. And if the evidence pointed to Chelsea, Leona could accept that. She realized the worst had already happened to her. She'd lost her parents, and she'd lost the love of her life. And if she'd learned one thing, it was that she was stronger than she could have ever imagined. She was able to pick herself up and move on no matter what life threw her way. She'd survived so much, she could survive another betrayal. In comparison to death, a betrayal seemed like nothing. By the time Jeremy returned, Leona felt much better. Giving herself a pep talk had worked.
Nothing.
He sounded disappointed. Our killer is smarter than we wanted to believe, she said.
Unfortunately,
He grumbled, starting the car. Once they returned to the apartment, Leona excused herself and went to the bathroom to call her therapist. After the break-in, she had completely forgotten about her. You missed your session, Dr. Reed pointed out the obvious. Her tone wasn't reprimanding, but showed concern. Her next words confirmed as much. I got worried. I apologize, Doctor. However, a lot has happened. I went by your house when you didn't make it to your appointment. The patrol officer said there had been a break-in and that your current location was classified. How are you holding up? Not so great, to be honest. But I am working through it. I want you to know I had nothing to do with someone breaking into my house, despite what Detective Drake and the DA believe. Where are you? I'm in protective custody. Can you tell me why? Because Detective Drake and the DA wanted to toss me back into jail, but Detective Wilde came forward with evidence that someone did break in and decided protective custody might be better for me, and it would keep me out of jail, which I'm grateful for. I see. And you're safe? Yes. I'm in a safe location. I just can't say where. That's fine. So, how are you dealing with everything? Are the new meds working? Are the nightmares back? They never went away. They're working okay, but the nightmares are still present. But that's not what I wanted to discuss with you now. Something happened that made me reevaluate some things, and I think I need your help to sort through it. Tell me what's troubling you then. It's about Chelsea. Leona started explaining, retelling her conversation with Detective Wilde and how it made her question some things. She was truthful, mentioning how Chelsea definitely ignored her for years, and how they instantly became best friends once Wayne died. Am I crazy, or does that sound off to you? She wondered out loud. You're not wrong, and when you have a gut feeling about something, you should always listen to it. Actually, this was the detective's gut feeling. He thinks she's been manipulating me this whole time. What do you think, Doctor? Dr. Reed was silent for a moment, as though gathering her thoughts. Based on what you've told me, it seems she could have been. If Detective Wilde told you he suspects something like that, I would trust him. It is part of his job to read people. The entire idea that Chelsea could have been manipulating her saddened Leona. She felt a great loss. Although it wasn't logical, because they were friends for only a short period of time, she felt like she had just lost another member of her family. The last one. Thank you, Doctor. It was hard to accept all was a lie. Why? Why lie? She could not wrap her head around it. What was the gain? She couldn't shake that question. She did all that so she could frame you for murder, you idiot, she snapped at herself. Detective Wilde had told her as much. It all fit perfectly, and she was the idiot who had refused to listen. She was a naive fool to think they were true friends. She should have known better. Sadly, she was so desperate, so heartbroken, so lonely in those moments she clung to anything. Idiot. Having all these thoughts and doubts about Chelsea caused her some sleepless nights. Part of her still wanted to believe her friend, was worried she was missing. That part still clung to hope that there was another explanation, clung to the belief Chelsea was innocent, like Leona. The rest of her brain mocked that part. Perhaps she would have to accept the reality. As Jeremy said, sometimes people did bad things, and she wouldn't be the first or last to be used by a bad person. Sometimes life sucked, and there was nothing she could do about it but endure it and wait for the moments when it didn't. Chapter 20. After Wayne died, Leona hadn't wanted to leave the house, and Chelsea and her other, or should she say real friends, made her get out anyway. And now, she couldn't leave the safe house when she really wanted to, and that was driving her nuts. Talk about irony. She had nothing to do all day long but sit around and think about Chelsea, wondering if a woman she considered a friend even family, had betrayed her and was capable of murder. And that was maddening. That one field trip, that one time following Jeremy around had felt good. And she wanted to do that again, because it made her feel like she was a part of the investigation. She couldn't stand still and walked about the small apartment, wondering if she should start cleaning, although there wasn't much to clean, just so she could do something. Her mind would continue to torment her no matter what, so she might as well be productive in some way. Unfortunately, there was no cleaning supplies available, since a cleaning crew came in and took care of all of that. Jeremy was the complete opposite of her. He was calm, composed, and focused on the case. In other words, completely in his element. That made her slightly resentful. "How do you do it?" she asked abruptly. He had come to check in and brought lunch, and she was grateful. It was a nice distraction.
Do what?
Remain so calm when everything around you turns to shit? He shrugged. She scoffed. That really wasn't an answer. He chuckled as though her attitude, her slight annoyance, amused him.
I don't know. I guess I'm used to it. Police work is divided into times of action, speaking with people, following leads, chasing bad guys, and times of calmness when you patiently wait for something to happen, for evidence to get analyzed.
And what do you do in the meantime? She pressed.
Relax.
He deadpanned as he winked at her, stretching out on the couch, putting his hands behind his neck.
She rolled her eyes. Want me to order us some desserts? He offered. I feel like we've earned it.
Leona was amazed this man looked so good based on the amount of food he was able to consume. Regardless, she said, Sure.
What are you in the mood for?
As long as it has fruit in it, I don't care.
One fruit salad coming right up.
Ha ha, very funny. He grinned.
I know just the right thing,
he assured her, taking his phone out. Leona realized she would have to be more mindful about her diet going forward. Jeremy could stuff his face and eat all the junk food in the cabinets he wanted, but she couldn't. However, that was for some other day. Today, she planned on indulging. As the detective said, they'd certainly earned it. She didn't ask how he came to that conclusion. While Jeremy was ordering them something delicious, no doubt, her phone started ringing. That didn't happen much as of late, since her friends knew not to contact her. It was an unknown number, which was alarming. Maybe it's Chelsea. Maybe she's finally reaching out. She had a burst of hope that made her answer the phone. Hello? She had to bite her lip not to add Chelsea. She didn't want to scare the other woman away.
I have something to tell you, Mrs. Woodrow.
Hearing a man uttering those words really took her by surprise. She instantly looked at Jeremy, and he understood something was happening. In a second, he finished his call and was beside her, close enough to hear the conversation. Who is this? Leona asked. It was rude not to introduce oneself when calling on the phone.
A friend,
the unknown man answered. And she was sure this man was a stranger. She would recognize the voice otherwise. She was good at voices. A friend? She repeated.
Yes, I am. And you can believe me.
Leona leaned forward so Jeremy could listen in. She didn't dare risk pausing to put the call on speakerphone. Perhaps that would spook this mysterious man, and she wanted to hear what he had to say. I'm listening, she urged.
Chelsea's not missing. She's not kidnapped.
How do you know that? She asked.
I know. She's in hiding.
Why?
You know why. She's hiding from the police. And you.
He was suggesting she was the killer. Do you have any proof?
We'll come to that. There's something else you need to know.
What?
There's no easy way to say this, but Wayne, your husband, is very much alive.
Chapter 21. Leona looked at Jeremy. What? That's not possible. She rebelled against that idea. It was impossible. She was with him that day. Nobody could survive that fall.
Wayne faked his own death,
the mystery man said. I don't believe you. You're lying, she accused. She had no idea who this man was, but he was clearly crazy.
I have proof.
Then why not go to the police? Why tell me?
Because you deserve to know the truth.
You deserve to know he was trying to frame you from the start. What? It was good she was sitting down, because each word felt like a stab to the heart. What? Why? Why would he do that? Why would he frame me? She started. Jeremy held her free hand for support, realizing how much this conversation was upsetting her.
That is something Chelsea and Wayne planned together. As much as I gathered, they faked Wayne's death, then killed Michael so they could get all the money, and you were supposed to take the fall for it.
Leona couldn't breathe. This wasn't happening. This wasn't possible. And yet...
They are lovers. They're together right now, waiting for the dust to settle. For you to end up in jail so Chelsea can swoop back in and collect all the inheritance,
the mystery man explained. No, that's not true. Listen, I don't know who you are or how you got my number, but what you're doing is beyond sickening. I don't believe a single word, she practically yelled, losing patience. She was about to hang up, although Jeremy was shaking his head when her phone pinged. What was that? She asked out loud.
I just sent you a file. Go over it, and then we'll talk again,
her mystery man informed her. How do you know all of these things?
It's my job to know,
he replied cryptically. Who are you? She demanded.
I'll be in touch, Mrs. Woodrow, and don't leave your hiding place. It's not safe for you out there,
he offered, before he hung up. Leona was so stunned, she didn't know what to do. She looked at her phone as though it could offer her answers, and then she realized it actually could. The mystery man said he'd sent her something. He'd sent a text with a link provided. She clicked on it without thought, too late to realize it could have been a virus. Would this man really go to all the trouble to infect her phone? She didn't think so. She ended up in a Dropbox kind of site, and there was a file waiting, as promised. She downloaded it immediately, all while her mind spun like crazy. Wayne is alive. Wayne is alive. That was on repeat. As much as she wanted to deny it, she realized that deep down, she always knew. That was why she had such trouble accepting it and moving on. It was because that bastard was never dead in the first place. She started to get angry. I'll kill him. That would fix the problem. Calm down. Jeremy was silent next to her, clearly waiting to see what this file would show. It took an eternity for the file to download, and once she opened it, she saw she'd received a bunch of photographs. She clicked on the first one. And then, her world crumbled to pieces all over again. Leona couldn't believe her eyes. She felt like pinching herself to make sure she wasn't in a nightmare without realizing it. Oh my God.
That son of a bitch,
Jeremy muttered next to her. Wayne is alive. Everything that the mystery man had said was the truth. All the photographs were date-stamped, taken only a few days ago. So the man she'd held a memorial service for, the man she'd cried for months over, was definitely alive and well. That bastard! And that lying, backstabbing bitch was right beside him, smiling as though everything was right in the world. Oh my God. Wayne faked his own death. It was hard to accept, but here was the proof. He was alive, and with his mistress. In all the pictures taken, they were together, and it was obvious they were lovers by the way they looked at one another, held hands, laughed, probably thinking they'd won, thinking they'd successfully fucked with the system. Leona felt sick to her stomach.
I know you're feeling horrible right now, but this is actually good news.
Jeremy tried to show there was a bright side to things. The problem was, she wasn't there yet.
We've got them. This is proof you're innocent.
Leona wasn't really listening. She was bespelled by the images in front of her. How could he do that to me? She wondered. He faked his own death. Does he hate me that much? Was it truly that easy a decision to send her to jail for something she didn't do? The answers were all self-explanatory. Once she reached the last image, in which they were kissing passionately in front of some cabin, Leona dropped her phone and rushed to the toilet. She started throwing up. She couldn't believe Wayne had done this to her. Chelsea, too. They both had done this to her. Once she had emptied the entire contents of her stomach, she sat next to the toilet on the floor. Oh my God. Her eyes teared up. This was surreal. Welcome to my life. As she sat there, feeling sorry for herself, going back and forth between being sad and angry, she could hear Jeremy speaking with someone over the phone. It was with one of his colleagues, she realized, but not with that asshole Detective Drake, and definitely not with his boss. With someone else entirely, he was conveying what had just happened. This changes everything. That son of a bitch! This was like a plot from a movie. A husband faked his death so he could live a happy life with his mistress. Once again, she felt sick to her stomach. It was good there was nothing in it. Wayne wasn't who she thought he was. And that was devastating. Her friend, over whom she had worried so deeply, and her seemingly dead husband were together, sneaking behind her back. And not even that was enough for them, apparently. Oh no. They'd come up with a plan to completely destroy her life so they could enjoy theirs. She started dry heaving. This was too much. But at least she knew the real truth, knew what was going on. And that helped her calm down.
Are you all right?
Jeremy asked, knocking on the door. No. I'll be out in a minute. This wasn't the end of the world. For the first time ever, she was completely clear-headed. She was free. She was free of all the guilt, pain, and worry. And now that she finally knew the truth, the question was, what to do now? How to take revenge? After that one phone call, everything in Leona's life had changed. Everything she thought, everything she felt, everything she knew or thought she knew had been ripped apart by the revelations of a stranger. Seeing those images of Wayne and Chelsea together had broken her apart. Although beyond shaken, rattled to the core, Leona pulled herself together, brushed her hair and teeth, and then left the bathroom.
You ready to go?
He asked, and Leona was very grateful he didn't ask her again if she was all right. She wasn't. Will I ever be? Where to?
To the police station. We need to share this info.
Okay, she replied simply. The ride to their destination was quiet. Jeremy was probably thinking about the case, how to proceed, while Leona's mind was stuck on a loop. Her husband had faked his death so he could be with his brother's wife. Had he somehow planned to gain access to the money she'd inherited too? How would that work? Wayne was a lawyer. He probably did have some diabolical plan to gain everything. What an idiot she was, thinking he never cared about the money. She truly thought they were of a same mind on that subject. Idiot. Did he marry her because she had an inheritance? One they'd never mentioned to Chelsea or Michael, though now she wondered if Wayne had mentioned it to Chelsea. The thought made her nauseous. And to make matters worse, he had an accomplice, someone who pretended to be her friend. It was sickening, what those two had tried to do. Leona really hoped they would be caught soon and punished for all the hurt they caused. Forget about what they did to me. They killed Michael. They were monsters, and they deserved one another. Jeremy strode into his boss's office without knocking, and this time, Leona followed him. The captain looked more than displeased by the intrusion, but Jeremy didn't let him get any words out.
There's something you need to hear, boss. Something big.
What? He replied in almost a bored manner.
Wayne Woodrow is alive, and with his mistress, Chelsea Woodrow. Apparently, they killed Michael Woodrow.
The captain's eyebrows shot up.
What? I told you this is big. Tell me everything. It's better if I leave that to Mrs. Woodrow,
he said while looking at Leona. She hated being put on the spot, but by that point, she was used to speaking with the police. They waited for Detective Drake to join them before Leona recounted her phone call with the mystery man. While she spoke, Jeremy corroborated everything, since he had been listening in, adding anything she forgot. And once she finished, she offered her phone so the captain could see the photos.
Son of a bitch,
The captain muttered.
my thoughts exactly.
Jeremy agreed.
2 things. We have to find this anonymous source, and we need to find out where these photographs were taken.
The captain proclaimed.
I think we need to focus more on the Woodrows.
Jeremy explained. It was obvious Jeremy didn't care about the source as long as the intel was right. The captain was of the opposite opinion. He didn't like someone interfering in police business. Surprisingly, Detective Drake sided with Jeremy. He asked Leona if he could take her phone to print off copies of the photographs. Of course, she replied, a bit stunned. Part of her still expected he would say, "This changes nothing," accuse her of being in cahoots with Wayne and Chelsea, accuse them of being in some kind of menage-a-trois situation. And when that didn't happen, she was surprised in a good way, and relieved. Perhaps he was finally ready to admit he was wrong and actually help, because God knew they needed all the help available. About 10 minutes later, Detective Drake returned with a stack of papers. The images were not high quality, as they were printed on regular paper, but they served their purpose. They could all look at them more closely.
They could be anywhere.
The captain grumbled.
Look at the time. They're from 3 days ago. I saw that. No, look at the weather.
Jeremy explained.
It's still snowing.
They're in the mountains, the captain and Leona said at the same time.
That doesn't really narrow it down,
Detective Drake muttered.
It might, though,
Jeremy replied.
It would be easier to simply ask this source where he took the pictures in the first place.
The captain stated the obvious. While they continued to speak about the case and discuss how the investigation should proceed, Leona called her lawyer. He was able to arrange a hearing that afternoon so the police could make it clear they were dropping the charges. He listened intently as he was informed Wayne was actually alive, faked his death, and that Chelsea was with him. All charges were dropped, and the judge ordered her ankle monitor removed.
You are free to go, Mrs. Woodrow, and please accept the apologies from this court for any inconveniences.
Leona had a lot to say about that, but didn't want to bother. She just nodded. Thank you, Your Honor. She would feel relieved she was no longer considered a murderess if she weren't so thoroughly heartbroken. No matter the images, no matter what she knew was the truth now, Leona still found it difficult to believe Wayne had done something like this to her. He'd been beyond cruel, in a way she wouldn't believe possible from him. He'd faked his own death on their anniversary after having made love to her repeatedly the day before. He'd let her live with pain and guilt. And why? So he could be with another woman. And divorcing her was too simple. She knew Wayne, knew that he had a plan, one that would make her look guilty for his death, which would rule out her inheriting in favor of Michael. And Michael had done exactly as predicted, gone to the police to have her arrested for murdering Wayne. She supposed she was lucky that Detective Wilde was on her case. She could have been railroaded into a guilty verdict otherwise, for both his and Michael's deaths, which she was sure was their plan all along, all because Wayne wanted the money and the girl. It was sickening and maddening. Leona got mad like never before, and she had no clue what to do with all this fury. Looking at all the detectives around her, at Jeremy, she realized there was only one thing she could do. She would pour all this energy into finding those 2 criminals and take revenge on them. They deserved to suffer the same way she'd suffered all these past months. She wanted to stand in front of Wayne and demand to know why he thought it was all right to put her through all of this. She wanted to stand in front of Chelsea and demand to know why she thought it was all right to be with both brothers. If she wanted Wayne, then why wasn't she with him? That would have saved Leona a lot of trouble if those 2 had ended up together to begin with. But Leona knew why that never happened. Jeremy was right all along. Chelsea married for money, and Michael had more of it than Wayne. It was as simple as that. Then greed got involved as well, and innocent people got hurt. Someone was killed. And that was unforgivable. When Leona left the courthouse, she took a deep breath. Although she was a free woman once more, she still felt like shit. All thanks to Wayne, that bastard. She was about to ask Jeremy if he could give her a lift home when he beat her to the punch.
Although the judge said there's no need for protective custody anymore, I disagree. I'm taking you to a hotel.
That stunned her. Why?
What do you mean, why? Did you forget someone broke into your house?
Now I'm thinking it was probably Wayne trying to get some of his things, she said, making a face. Leona felt almost schizophrenic. The man she had loved and mourned for months, crying herself to sleep, was now on her most hated list. And as a Christian, she didn't want to hate anyone. But he had hurt her so badly that was the only emotion she could have for him. Chelsea as well. She was as bad as he was, because she'd intentionally inserted herself into Leona's life so she could... what? Extract information from her? Learn all her habits, all her secrets, so she could use her more effectively? She stopped herself there, because thinking about those two made her blood boil. And instead of falling apart and locking herself in her bedroom, she was determined to find them.
I'm not taking any chances.
Jeremy's words snapped her from her thoughts.
Let's go.
Apparently, that wasn't a request, so she followed him to his car. After he checked her into a hotel and made sure she was all right, as much as she could be under these circumstances, he left her alone to join the manhunt. Leona wanted to join as well, but he was adamant it was safer for her to stay put. She hated staying put, because that meant she had nothing to do but sit around and think about what Wayne had done to her, about what Chelsea had done. Stop. On the bright side, Leona was pleased the police finally did their job and organized the search for those two. They were considered co-conspirators in a series of serious crimes. Faked death, insurance fraud, because the working theory was their plan was to frame Leona and murder Michael. Jeremy believed Chelsea had killed Michael, since Mrs. Moon saw only her leaving the mansion. She would definitely recognize Wayne if he had been there as well. It didn't make her feel better knowing he was the one actually pulling the trigger. He was equally guilty. He let his mistress kill his brother. If their theory was correct, then those two proved there was nothing more important than money to them. In the end, Leona, Michael, and God knew how many others had been betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. How poetic. Once upon a time, Leona believed that Wayne loved her. But that was clearly false. He must have hated her if he had no problem hurting her in this way, if he had no problem sending her to jail for crimes she didn't commit, ruining her life completely. Knowing her entire life with him was a lie, although she had no idea when this affair started. Knowing his emotions were not genuine brought tears to her eyes. And once she started, she couldn't stop. Tears continued to stream down her face as she thought about all the happy memories they shared, now tainted forever. Why would Wayne do this? If he wanted to be with Chelsea, all he had to do was ask for a divorce. But no, he wanted a wife and a mistress. Learning all these things about him made her wonder, who was this man I married in the first place? Did he ever love me even a little bit? Nothing made sense anymore. If she had caught on to the fact that he was cheating on her, she would have divorced him. She wouldn't stay with a cheating man. That would hurt too, learning he betrayed her, their marriage. But that was something she would be able to recover from. The path he chose to take was beyond cruel and showed her that she knew nothing about the man she had married and called husband. Wayne was a stranger who had lied and cheated, perhaps from the moment they met. As it turned out, he was as equally greedy as his brother, with a slight distinction. He was actually ready to kill for the money, even if he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. He was ready to frame her for his murder and Michael's, all so that Chelsea could inherit everything. What a pair. Was there even true love between them? He faked his death. She killed her husband. Not that it really meant anything to Leona either way. The damage was done. Michael was dead. Did Wayne marry me because of money? Because I have it too? She caught herself wondering again. Then why not kill me too? Because Wayne had more of it, and so did Michael. And he needed her to take the fall, she realized. Perhaps she would have ended up dead if her wealth equaled or was greater than the Woodrows. Poor Michael. Although they never agreed completely, they were both victims of these cruel and greedy people, and she would do everything in her power to get justice. Michael deserved that much, and so did she. Chapter 22. Leona paced about her hotel room, unable to sit still, twirl her thumbs, and do nothing. This can't be it. She didn't want to sit in a random room in a random hotel as others tried to solve all her problems. Perhaps she was exaggerating. It was her lawyer's job to sort her affairs. It was the police's job to catch the bad guys. It was her therapist's job to listen to her and offer advice and prescribe pills when needed. Unfortunately, none of that stopped her from feeling the way she did. Wayne was alive and hiding in a love nest with Chelsea, and she wanted to be there when the police went knocking on their door. She wanted to see the expressions on their faces when they realized it was game over, when they realized it was all for nothing. Sadly, Jeremy was convinced there was a person out there trying to harm her, which meant she had to remain hidden. She wondered, and not for the first time, if those two things were linked. On one side, it would be a massive coincidence. On the other, she couldn't see how that helped Wayne or Chelsea. If the point was to frame Leona for everything, then why harm her? Regardless, Jeremy thought this intruder was dangerous and someone they took lightly. He thought whoever killed Michael had broken into her house as well, perhaps in hopes to frame her further. Luckily, the police had scared him away. However, now they all believed that Chelsea killed Michael, and Leona had to wonder if that meant Chelsea had broken into her house as well. She tried to recollect what the intruder looked like. Although she saw the person in the dark for only a fleeting moment, she was fairly sure the build did not match. It couldn't have been Chelsea. Her curvaceous body would betray her. Did Wayne break in? Leona banished that immediately. It was too early to ponder about such things after learning of all his other betrayals. Her heart couldn't take any more punches at the moment. Although it would make sense. Then again, he would know about the vase. Maybe he forgot in his haste. Maybe it didn't matter either way. She had to have faith that Jeremy knew what he was doing. She was sure he would do his best to catch this person, catch them all, so she didn't have to worry about such things. Besides, she had other things to stress about. It was eating her alive that she had no idea who this mystery source was. Could it be the journalist who came to see her in jail? Why was he helping her? Why did he get involved? Why tell her and not go to the police? She had all these questions, and there was only one way to find the underlying cause of things. She was sure Jeremy would be angry at her if he discovered what she was about to do, but Leona searched through her call log and stopped at the unknown number that belonged to her mystery man. The police tried searching for him, and as it turned out, the number belonged to one of those burner phones, so they couldn't know who purchased it or when. They could track it, but only during a conversation, and he'd remained silent after the first call. Leona wanted to take matters into her own hands. Besides, he did say they would speak again. She would be honoring a previous agreement, she rationalized. The identity of this person wasn't what she was after at the moment. She needed more information about Wayne, about Chelsea, and their secret life. She just hoped this man could help her. There was so much she needed to know, so many questions that needed answers, and she was tired of waiting on the police to discover anything. If it weren't for this man, none of them would know Wayne was alive in the first place, so it made sense to go to him again for more information. Here I go, she thought, taking a deep breath before making the call. The phone rang and rang, but nobody was answering. She tried again and got the same result. She didn't let that discourage her. Even if she didn't manage to contact him today, she was sure he would call her eventually. Maybe it's arrogance to expect help from him twice, she thought in a moment of doubt. But she felt she shouldn't give up. This person had reached out to her, even though he didn't have to. He helped her, tracked Wayne down, took pictures and exposed his lie. She didn't know how this man was connected to Wayne, but he clearly was connected somehow and was willing to help. She would have faith he was willing to do so more than once. Maybe I should send a text, just in case, she pondered. Can we talk? She sent, then waited. It's just me, Leona, she added after some thought. Maybe he didn't want to answer, figuring the police were calling. Would the police call like that? She thought before refocusing on her phone. Still, nothing. She placed it on the table, as though that would accomplish something, looking at it without blinking, urging it to ring. He's not going to reply, she thought, biting her nails. When she heard a message come in, her happiness had no boundaries. She almost dropped the phone. Calm down. The message she received was a simple one.
Yes.
But to Leona, it meant the world. Should I call? She asked.
No, this is better.
She was grateful she'd managed to establish contact in whatever manner. Do you know anything else about Wayne or Chelsea?
What do you want to know?
This reply took her by surprise. This mystery man knew a lot, and that was both fortunate and troubling. What did she want to know? She had to ask herself. How long have the two of them been together? She typed, before she could stop herself. She suspected it wasn't a recent affair, based on the fact they'd planned a murder and faked a death together. But she still wanted to know when it started. The bottom line, had her relationship with Wayne been doomed from the start? Perhaps that was silly of her, to waste time with her source on such a trivial matter. Her first question should have been Wayne's current address, but this was what her heart wanted to know.
Before your marriage,
came the reply. It was good she was sitting down. Learning something like this wasn't easy. It appeared life wasn't done with her. It was blow after blow. Would her guardian angel or whoever was in charge step in at some point and declare it was enough? Would that be before or after her breaking point? We shall see, she thought glumly. It was as she feared. Wayne had lied to her this whole time. Their entire marriage. Everything was a lie. Oh my God. She had no reason to doubt this man. He'd already proved he was trustworthy by reaching out to expose Wayne. Leona took a couple of moments to think about what she had just learned and the consequences. This information had an impact on everything she knew or thought she knew. This proved she was a bigger fool than she originally suspected. All this time, all these years, he was coming home late and going on business trips, when in reality, he was having an affair. Of course he had an affair. All the signs were there to see. He was constantly away, or tired, or uninterested in sex because he was getting it someplace else. Her blindness disgusted her. I should have known better. Then again, was this truly a bombshell, knowing he had been with Chelsea right from the start? As opposed to learning Wayne faked his death and tried to make her a murderess. Was this really that bad? This shouldn't resonate. But here she was, with shaking hands typing, "Why did he marry me in the first place?" Her fingers lingered at the send button. At the last second, she deleted it. That question was for Wayne, and nobody else. "Why are you helping me?" she asked instead. She knew she was repeating herself, since she had already asked that during their talk, but she needed to know.
Because I couldn't stay silent looking at how you were accused of 2 murders. Wayne faked his death, and Chelsea murdered her husband. None of it was your fault.
Does this person know me? She started to wonder. It definitely sounded like that. Who are you? She wanted to ask, but didn't. She was sure that would make him pull away, and she needed more information. Thank you, she typed first. You saved my life. And she wasn't exaggerating. This man stood between her and prison. Once again, she started wondering how he'd managed to gather all this. He knew something that not even the police knew. How? How do you know any of this? Where did you get these pictures of them? She asked.
I can't tell you that at this time.
Why not? Their answer upset her. What reason could they have for not answering?
It could put me in danger.
Was this person that close to them? If so, who could they be? She wondered. Can we meet? She typed next, too late realizing she was probably crossing the line. It was obvious this man was trying to remain anonymous, but she was pushing him. Idiot, she snapped at herself. His reply was expected.
I'm not comfortable with that.
She understood. This person probably had his reasons, and she should respect that, especially after helping her a great deal. Thank you for all your help. I really appreciate it.
I wish I could do more.
Me too.
But my situation prevents me from coming forward at this time. I'll be in touch if I can find out more and get it to you safely.
That line, right there, made her have more questions still. It was maddening. She put the phone away. No matter how much she desired for Wayne and Chelsea to get caught, she had to respect this man's wish. She didn't press for an address. Jeremy would get that. This anonymous man clearly risked a great deal to help, and that was a rare gift in this world, and she needed to treat it as such. So no matter how difficult it was, she would find the strength to be patient and wait for the police to track Wayne and Chelsea down. She just prayed God wouldn't test her to wait too long for justice. Chapter 23.
You did what?
Jeremy exclaimed. He wasn't really yelling at her, but it was loud. I had to, she tried to defend herself. Big mistake.
That's not acceptable. You're not part of this investigation,
he pointed out. Well, I should be, she said. But it had to be said. She was sick and tired of doing nothing.
I'm the detective, Leona, not you. I know what I'm doing. You don't. So please stop.
Jeremy, listen to me. This person, for whatever reason, reached out to me and helped a great deal, and I have a suspicion he would like to help more. Leona wanted to help catch Wayne. Was that too much to ask?
If that's the case, you can tell him to give me a call.
Jeremy replied dryly, clearly not impressed with what she was saying. He reached out to me, Leona insisted stubbornly.
Look, I know you want to trust this person, but you really shouldn't.
How can you say that? Without him, we wouldn't know Wayne is alive.
Maybe, maybe not. Ask yourself this. This person took pictures of Wayne, right? Then why not give us his location? Why drag this out? Why tell you some and not all?
He challenged. Leona had to admit he had a point, so she took a moment to ponder that. Why wouldn't this man share all he knew? Why was anonymity so important? Did this man help Wayne fake his death to begin with, and then felt cheated in some way, didn't get his payment, and decided to retaliate by telling her? Leona was spinning quite the story in her head. The problem was, she didn't have a shred of evidence to support it. And when she asked the mystery man why he was helping, he'd merely said he couldn't stay quiet after she'd been accused of 2 murders. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I didn't ask the right questions, she replied eventually. Jeremy narrowed his eyes. It was obvious he was still not pleased with what she did. Maybe she made a mistake by telling him, but she wanted to be completely honest with him about everything, even if after the fact. She felt like he deserved that, since he was honest with her. Besides, 2 heads were better than 1. Big mistake on all accounts. He was very disappointed by her behavior, and said as much.
It's definitely your fault for sticking your nose into my investigation. I see now that I should have taken your phone away from you.
And by the way he said it, she knew he wasn't joking around. You wouldn't dare, she exclaimed, like a petulant child, hiding her phone behind her back.
I would. I definitely would. he insisted. And maybe I'll still do it if you continue doing things you shouldn't.
I want to help. Why can't you understand that? It's hard being here alone all day with nothing to do. And this man speaks with me. He knows stuff. Please let me do my part, she pleaded. There was a reason she was speaking this freely with Jeremy. Although the only reason they'd met was because she was a suspect in a murder investigation, their lives had become entwined, and she'd learned to trust him and depend on his judgment. She truly believed he was one of the most competent police officers in the city. He was the one who managed to put all the pieces together. He was the one who believed in her innocence when everyone else was ready to throw her in jail and throw the key away. That was why she didn't like having an argument with him. At the same time, Leona needed her side to be heard. She believed that if she laid all her cards on the table, Jeremy would understand why this was so important to her and allow her to help. Not by telling what she knew over and over, but actually help with real detective work. It was true she was no detective, but that didn't mean she was less smart and couldn't help. At least, that was how she saw things.
Fine,
he said eventually, with an exaggerated exhale. Leona felt like jumping for joy, but didn't. That would undermine everything she just said. And then he continued.
I will conduct a thorough interview, and I will maybe ask you to extract some additional information. However, you will not be doing any field work. That is out of the question.
Okay, so what does that mean? She asked, because she didn't fully understand. She got that he didn't want her to leave the hotel, but what did he want her to do?
That means we will sit down now.
He took his favorite notebook out and sat at the table with an exaggerated slowness.
And you will tell me all about your chat with this good Samaritan of yours. Better yet, include all the texts as well.
She groaned. Not that again. I thought you were taking me seriously.
Oh, I am. It's just that if you want me to trust you, to trust that you wouldn't do anything foolish or reckless, I need to see you are doing as you're told.
He had her there. Besides, this was better than nothing, or him taking her phone away. So despite the fact that this felt like not much at all, she decided to comply, so he could see she was serious about helping, that she could be a team player. And if that meant following his rules, then so be it. To show that, she sat down across from Jeremy in the same exaggerated manner. He tried to keep a straight face, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him. That pleased her.
Okay, let's start.
Before we do, I have another question, she interjected. He looked at her to continue. Why won't you take me with you? You did to Mrs. Moon's house. Jeremy wavered before answering, and that intrigued her. What was he hiding?
First of all, you're a civilian, so I can't take you while I'm conducting police business.
You did before.
That was a unique situation. I was in charge of protecting you.
You still are.
Not in the same manner,
he pointed out. She decided to change tactics. You said first of all. What's second?
Second of all, I cannot take you with me while I look for Wayne because I don't believe that to be a good idea.
She leaned against the chair, arms folding. Explain.
You and him at the same time at the same place is a recipe for disaster.
Why?
He gave her a look. You know why. This is the guy who basically ruined your life.
So you don't think I can handle it, she guessed. Leona was outraged he thought so little of her. It was true she'd fantasized about screaming in Wayne's face, maybe even slapping him a little, but that didn't mean she would actually do it. She just wanted to stand in front of him. She wanted him to see her, see the look on her face, and know he lost. That was all.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly it.
Jeremy snapped her from her thoughts by saying, What? She exclaimed.
I saw how you looked while believing he was dead. You were in pain.
Of course I was, she said. I thought he died. She thought she lost the love of her life. Her soulmate. What a joke.
That's not all. Underneath all that pain and sorrow was guilt.
he said blatantly. She really shouldn't be that surprised he'd figured that out. He was a detective, after all. It was his job to notice everything, to read people. You're not wrong, she admitted. I was racked with guilt. Thought it was my fault, because Wayne went hiking to please me, or so I believed. So, in my mind, his dying up there was my fault. Since then, I've learned the bastard is alive, and none of that matters anymore. Jeremy looked like he disagreed.
You can't just turn a switch and change how you feel.
You can believe me when I say I have zero guilt.
But you have anger, which is worse,
he said. And before she could reply, he continued speaking.
I understand you want to confront the bastard. However, that is not happening. Not on my watch. It would impede my investigation.
He was adamant. Leona understood there wasn't anything she could say to change his mind. He believed he was doing the right thing by keeping them apart, keeping her away from experiencing additional pain. And that was that. Although she could see the noble side, it was also as frustrating as hell and irritating. It irked her that he had so little faith in her and that he thought she wouldn't be able to handle it. Besides, she hated being told what she could or couldn't do. Still, to be perfectly fair, part of her worried if she could handle it. And that was the reason she decided not to press. At the same time, she was determined to have her confrontation with Wayne. She was biding her time and trying to figure out the best way to achieve that. Luckily, Jeremy wasn't the only person she could ask for help. So she said, "So, what do you want to know?"
All of it. Tell me who contacted whom, when, and what was exactly said. Don't leave anything out.
Okay, she said with a slight nod, and recounted her brief conversation with the mystery man, showing him all the texts. They spoke about a half an hour before he announced it was time for him to leave. Alone again, she sighed.
I know you're disappointed. However, this is for the best,
he said to her at the door. I know you think so. See you tomorrow, she replied.
Call if you need anything,
he stressed. I will, I promise.
And don't go reaching out to that person again. Not unless I'm with you. Okay?
He warned.
We don't even know who it might be.
Leona nodded, but averted her eyes to hide the fact that she was lying to him. She knew she wasn't going to be able to do as he asked. The instant he left, she took her phone back out and started texting her mystery man. Yes, she was aware Jeremy would be furious at her, especially since he'd warned her not to reach out without him present. But she figured it was better to ask forgiveness than permission. She also knew that he could be involved in the scheme that Wayne and Chelsea were pulling off, and for some reason was trying to draw her out. But she couldn't just sit and do nothing. This was her life, after all. So she should have a say in all of this, she rationalized. Do you know where Wayne and Chelsea are right now? She sent without preamble. That was what she wanted to know the most, and she was wasting no more time.
Why do you want to know?
Came the reply. Are you freaking kidding me? She said out loud. Because they should be arrested, she typed furiously.
Is that the real reason?
What? She sat down. Jeremy was right. There was something else going on here. You took the pictures, you must know, and you should share that information with the police.
Are you asking for them or for yourself?
Her mystery man challenged. She scoffed. Who does he think he is? Acting as her therapist? She fumed. But then, she forced herself to calm down. He was right. She was being coy, and he had every right to call her out on her bullshit. It was true she meant everything she wrote. However, that wasn't the entire truth. So she decided to tell it straight. Both. Wayne hurt me. He faked his death and then tried to frame me for murder, and I want to know why. I deserve to know why. It took a couple of minutes to receive a reply.
I agree with you. However, bear in mind, confronting him could be very dangerous,
he warned. And that made her pause. He was right. So far, Wayne had shown no mercy. He was definitely not the man she believed he was. This Wayne was cruel and ruthless. And the big question was, if she believed it was worth taking the risk of confronting him alone. She didn't even have to think about it, because her heart knew the answer instantly. It might have been selfish or foolish, but for her, there was no other choice. She wanted to clear her name fully and see him and Chelsea punished. Absolutely yes. Chapter 24. Although Leona was desperate to know where Wayne and Chelsea were hiding, what place they chose for their love nest to enjoy their time together while watching everything around Leona crumble to the ground as they planned, part of her recognized that getting an address from this mysterious man was probably not a good idea. They could be setting her up. Perhaps they wanted to kill her. She couldn't be sure. She still wanted and needed to confront Wayne, but the anonymous helper had asked her to take a day to really think about that, figure out if that was what she truly desired and if she was ready to accept all the consequences. Without wasting time, she looked at the problem at hand from all angles. She had her feelings, her rage, and her desire for revenge, but she would be interfering with the police investigation, and that was something Jeremy wouldn't forgive her for, she thought. Then again, wouldn't this be helpful to the police as well? They hadn't been able to trace the number since it came from a burner phone, so didn't that mean that getting an address from her source would be faster? Which also meant Wayne could potentially be in jail as soon as tomorrow. That really did appeal to her. However, should she act alone just because she was impatient? What if things went sideways? Waiting for the police to find them would ensure all the necessary steps were made. Going through the proper channels would ensure victory, so to speak, and she didn't want Wayne or Chelsea, for that matter, to walk free on a technicality. All the evidence obtained from this mystery man was tainted, in a way, because it wasn't gathered by the police. And she worried that if she continued to rely on him, it would make matters even worse. It made sense to stay put and remain patient, because finding them was just a small part of the bigger picture. They needed to be caught and put on trial, and a trial needed evidence, concrete, solid evidence. The type of evidence that left no questions unanswered. Evidence that would ensure they would be found guilty. So no matter how much it irked her to admit it, Jeremy was right. She needed to stay away from the investigation. There was one small problem with that. It seemed the police were taking their sweet time. It was taking too long for them to locate Wayne and Chelsea. Honestly, how hard was it to find two people when they already had their picture taken in front of their hiding place? And on her mind went in circles. At one point, she even debated if she should ask Dr. Reed for her opinion, but decided against it. Leona knew she would side with Jeremy. Perhaps that should have been a clue that listening to Jeremy was the right thing to do. But although she trusted him, it was the rest of them she didn't trust. Not one bit. They had all been too eager to accuse her of something she didn't do, just because it was easy. That showed a level of incompetence. And even when they got the real evidence, from the mystery man, about Chelsea, about Wayne, they still ended up with nothing new. So although she knew Jeremy wasn't like that, was better than the rest, he was also only one man, and he couldn't do everything on his own. Maybe he could, but it would take him an insane amount of time. Time she didn't want to waste. And there was one more thing that was troubling her. She got the impression that Jeremy's boss and some of his colleagues were far more interested in catching this mysterious helper than looking for Wayne and his murderous mistress, which didn't make sense to her. Nothing should be more important than catching Bonnie and Clyde, as well as bringing them to justice. Leona found that infuriating. The captain's wounded ego because someone was doing his job better than him wasn't more important than catching real bad guys, getting justice for Leona, for Michael. Sadly, she was practically alone in that thinking. Jeremy was on her side, always, but at times that wasn't enough. They needed a whole team of people working together toward the same goal, and based on what she saw and heard, that wasn't happening. Leona thought they were running out of time. What if Wayne and Chelsea relocated? What if they left the state altogether? It would be illogical to think they could fall off the edge of the earth now, But they could definitely move someplace else. And the more she thought about it, the surer she was. That was a risk she wasn't willing to take. Leona was about to give in to the temptation and call her anonymous source again when Jeremy returned. He had decided to allow her to help with the investigation in a more active role. As it turned out, he was equally frustrated with his peers and decided to go rogue. She liked it.
I must be out of my fucking mind,
he said at some point, clearly having second thoughts. No, you are making the right decision by using all the available resources, as a good police officer should.
Detective,
he corrected. As a good detective should, she repeated. And nobody is more motivated than me in catching that lying, cheating, backstabbing husband of mine. Saying that, she couldn't help but make a face.
What is it?
She asked immediately. Leona shook her head. Ever since I learned the truth, I can't call him my husband anymore. Now it sounds like a dirty word.
Then we'll call him Bastard instead,
Jeremy deadpanned. Despite herself, Leona smiled. Deal.
So, did that hot tipper of yours send anything else?
Leona shook her head.
Really?
Well, I tried to, but like you, he didn't want me going after them on my own, so I haven't contacted him again. He looked at her incredulously.
Leona!
I know, I shouldn't have done it, but I've been going crazy and I just want them caught, okay?
You're sure? You're sure you don't want to go after them vigilante style?
Yes. Now can we please get serious? What are we going to do? How do we find them?
The photos proved to be pretty useless,
he said to her. How come?
There is nothing particular in them. No visible landmarks or sites. It's a cabin on a mountain. There are hundreds of thousands of them scattered all around. It's a needle in a haystack, on a mountain.
She understood what he meant by that. Unfortunately, Wayne and Chelsea hadn't been in front of a more recognizable site, town sign, or better yet, something with their exact address on it, so they were practically at square one. So if the photographs aren't the way to go, what then? Leona asked next.
Some good old-fashioned detective work,
Jeremy replied while flashing a smile. Meaning?
For starters, going through all of Wayne's things.
For that, we'll have to return to the house.
I'll do that. You just point me in the right direction of where to look.
Okay, but didn't you already do that?
To a degree. I did a basic search at the beginning of all this, but I'm talking about a deep dive now, checking all the bank accounts, properties, vehicles, reports from all his credit cards, anything we can think of, basically.
You really think he's dumb enough to use his credit card after being dead?
Most of them are,
Jeremy replied, giving a small shrug. Leona explained to Jeremy where she kept all the important documents and papers. She also called one of Wayne's lawyers, Mr. Melcher, to see if he could help them out. At first, he resisted, but after a chat with Jeremy, he was more than accommodating. For the rest of what they needed, Jeremy had to get a court order, since they were dealing with confidential information. Yet that took only a day to secure. So in a short period of time, they gathered a stack of papers that they needed to go through with a fine-tooth comb. Scrutinizing every document was tedious. Leona provided context when she could. Other times, they had to rely on other sources. The more they dug into Wayne's life, the angrier she was. It was devastating to see how much Wayne had managed to hide from her. Luckily, leading a double life left a lot of paper trails that were easy to follow. Apparently, he had a credit card that he used exclusively when going out with Chelsea. He bought her things, took her places, even on vacations. And Leona was never the wiser. He had been having the time of his life while selling her a story he was on business trips and conferences. She had believed he was the most dedicated lawyer in the world, when in reality, he was a dedicated cheater. Leona was such an idiot. It was shocking to see how blind she had been to everything. Then again, was he really that good a liar, or had she seen what she wanted to see? Leona had convinced herself she was living a dream, a fairy tale. It was completely possible that she chose, at some level, to ignore anything that didn't fit the narrative. She'd certainly made excuses for him. Not anymore. Now her eyes were wide open. Sadly, it had taken criminal charges against her to accomplish that. The more she learned, the more furious she got. However, that only fueled her determination to find Wayne. That bastard had been lying to her for way too long, and had been lying since the day they met. And through it all, she couldn't believe his arrogance. Wayne actually thought he could get away with everything. If he had been a tad more cautious, they wouldn't have discovered so many things against him, so many things that proved he was in a relationship with Chelsea. Leona wanted to smile in his face as the police took him away, handcuffed. The same could be said for that backstabbing, murderous mistress of his. In some ways, Chelsea was even worse than him. If Jeremy was right, she had gone so far as to kill a man, and that was monstrous. Part of Leona wondered if she could file a civil case alongside a criminal one. She should take all of their money, because that was what they held most dear. Leona still had Wayne's money, and she wasn't being charged for his or Michael's deaths, so they wouldn't be getting their hands on that now. Chelsea still had access to hers, and Michael's, unless the DA managed to have her accounts frozen. Who knew if she'd already moved money to other accounts? She could have, Leona supposed. And it was that money she could go after once they were caught. Leona would show no mercy to the two of them, just as they showed no mercy to her. That was only fair. Just. Chapter 25. With everything Leona knew about Wayne's lying and cheating, it was hard not to think about their relationship from start to finish. It was hard not to stress about every detail, every moment spent together, searching for clues, searching for specific places of deceit. In her mind, she was convinced there had to be clear signs during the course of their entire relationship where she could have caught Wayne lying if she hadn't been so blinded by this idea of love and happiness. Part of her realized she was once again blaming herself. But how could she not? She was married to this man for 5 years, and it never crossed her mind he might be leading a double life. The problem was she had been so sure of his love and devotion that it made her completely vulnerable and exposed. On some level, she let him manipulate her. When she thought about it, there were instances she'd tried to speak with him about never being home, and he would say he was doing it for them, so they could have an easy, peaceful retirement. And then he would buy her something or take her on a date to placate her, she now realized. Yet toward the end, he'd stopped trying. And now she knew why. Because he had this whole plan set in motion and figured he didn't have to bother with her anymore. What an idiot she was. Never again, she vowed. Of course, no sane person would ever foresee something like this happening. No one suspects their spouse would fake their own death. But she truly believed if she hadn't trusted him unconditionally, blindly, and had paid closer attention to his behavior and questioned certain things, then maybe she wouldn't have been so thoroughly blindsided when all of this went down. Perhaps she would have even learned about the affair at some point and have divorced that bastard before he got a chance to rip her heart into shreds and set her up as a scapegoat. She told Dr. Reed everything. Jeremy still worried about her being a target, so he wouldn't let her go to the doctor's office for her session. But he had no problems with her having a video call. Dr. Reed had no problems with that as well, and did everything in her power to clear her schedule, so the two of them could speak for as long as Leona needed to. Leona was beyond grateful for that. It was a relief to speak with her doctor after everything she'd learned. She had a lot to unburden, and she couldn't do that without going through an entire package of tissues. Even though she was irked at herself about it, she couldn't stop crying.
I can't believe I was so blind. It was my fault he managed to lie to me for so long,
she said through sniffles, wiping her nose with already damp tissues. We've talked about this self-blame before, Dr. Reed pointed out.
I'm not blaming myself for all the wrongs of the world, but in this specific matter, I truly believe that if I saw some signs earlier or interpreted them in the right manner, then things would have turned out quite differently, she argued.
What do you think would have happened?
What do you mean?
Leona wasn't following. If you had caught Wayne lying about something, anything, what do you think would have happened? That was a good question. They would have had a fight. However, the outcome was something she wasn't sure about, since it would probably depend on the lie. That would determine if they would have been able to move forward or not. She said as much. All right, but do you believe that would accomplish anything? Do you think Wayne would have abandoned this plan with Chelsea or found another way to do the exact same thing? Once again, Dr. Reed had asked an excellent question that really made her stop to think about it. When she phrased things that way, Leona definitely saw her point. It was a waste of time to beat herself up about something that couldn't be changed. For all she knew, Wayne picked her to be his wife because she was gullible and trusting. Perhaps killing Michael, taking all the money, was what he had been after all along. There was no telling what the truth was at the moment, because Wayne wasn't there to set the record straight. Only he knew it all.
Perhaps that wouldn't change him in the slightest, but maybe it would change my life.
And she knew how horrible that sounded. If only she'd saved herself in time to not go through all this. Probably Wayne would have used some other stupid woman to go get what he wanted. Because deep down, that was what she truly believed. He would have done this no matter what. It didn't matter if Leona was his wife or someone else. I see. So, what you are saying is that this outcome was inevitable, Dr. Reed summed up.
Yes,
Leona agreed.
I understand now that Wayne is rotten to the core, greedy, cruel, and would stop at nothing to achieve his goal.
And that was as sad as it was tragic. It was such a misfortune to be involved with such a man and fall in love with him.
And it's sad I wasted all these years on him.
Why do you say that? Dr. Reed wanted to know.
Because it is. No matter if I wanted to keep something pure, that I tried so hard to keep a small part, a spark of love burning. It was all doomed from the start. It was all a lie.
Your love was real, and you shouldn't feel sorry or guilty for his bad actions, his deceptions. Chelsea's too, Leona added to herself.
How can I not feel bad for loving the wrong person?
You shouldn't. People grow out of love all the time for various reasons. People get hurt and betrayed. It's true that your case might be on the extreme side. However, you shouldn't feel sorry you took a chance and gave your heart to someone, even if it was to the wrong someone. That is how we learn and grow. Leona wondered if this was how wives of serial killers felt. They loved monsters and were shocked, heartbroken, and devastated when learning the men they loved never existed. Perhaps she was exaggerating now. However, the sentiment was the same.
So what you're saying is, I should find a way to forgive myself for loving him?
Yes. You need to accept this is only one of the chapters of your life, not the whole book. And when you achieve that, you will be able to move on and love again. When Dr. Reed said it like that, it all sounded so easy, simple.
How am I to forgive myself for that?
Admit you're only human, flawed, and allowed to make mistakes. We stumble, fall, and pick ourselves up again. I think I'll be able to do that, she said, because she already had, many times in the past. When her parents died, she thought that was it, game over. And although her life did drastically change, she was able to move on. Life after Wayne was not only possible, but it was inevitable. She deserved happiness, true love, and she would fight for it. I know you will, Dr. Reed countered with confidence. Leona had mixed feelings after her session ended. Dr. Reed left her with a lot to think about. She still felt bad, but was hopeful. It was a strange state to be in. Although she tried not to, Leona thought a great deal about Wayne and Chelsea. Now she knew why they never did things all together, the four of them. It would have been difficult to hide their relationship if they were constantly together. But when did the affair stop being enough for them? When did this idea that they should have it all emerge? Not that it really mattered, but she was curious. When did they decide to fake his death, kill Michael, and use her as a scapegoat to go to prison so Chelsea could take it all? Because that was how all of this was supposed to end, with Chelsea as the sole heir of everything. It was quite the plan, with so many things interlocking together. It was mind-boggling. But if they'd had years to plan everything out, no wonder Leona had failed to see it coming. More than anything else, Leona was troubled by one thing. How did Wayne disappear from that mountaintop without a trace? It was clear he had plans. He knew they would be there since he'd brought them to that place. But still, it made no sense. One instant he was there. The next, he wasn't. And it all happened without a sound. And Leona really searched for him and found nothing. Was that by design as well? The search party had found some bloody clothes, a backpack, and a single tooth days later. Did that mean he had been in the vicinity all that time so he could plant those things? She had to wonder. Leona wasn't surprised he'd sacrificed a tooth to sell the story of his death, and now it totally made sense so little remained. It wasn't like that selfish bastard would chop his leg off. So if he stayed in the woods all that time, then it was safe to assume he had a hiding place in the mountains in Virginia, she concluded. Is it possible he's still there? Had Chelsea joined him there at some point? She couldn't really see that woman roughing it, hiking. Chelsea refused to wear anything but high heels, but those pictures would make complete sense then. Leona couldn't explain this feeling she had, but she believed she was onto something here. The images could have been taken in that area. They could be hiding there, thinking they were safe. Without wasting time, she texted Jeremy what she thought. He instantly texted back he'd already considered that. Of course he had. It was stupid of her to presume she was better at this job than he was. Regardless, she shared her thoughts. Maybe I'm reaching, but I remember him studying maps, and his remains were found days later, after I went through that area as well and found nothing. It made me think he was there, hiding.
I'm coming over so we can talk properly,
he sent, and she was glad. About a half an hour later, Jeremy arrived, and they started discussing her theory.
You know, it made sense he would want to hide out there, wait for all the madness to die down.
The question is, where would he stay? He wouldn't use one of the campsites where a ranger might spot him, Leona said. Then again, it would be too dangerous to stray away from them. Jeremy nodded.
Good point. Are there any properties out there?
There are some private residents and some towns close by, not in the protected areas, but around it, definitely. Hearing that, Jeremy took his phone out and started dialing. She had no idea whom he called, but he started asking for property listings in that area. Leona didn't dare hope they would find a cabin or a house listed in Wayne's name. He wasn't that stupid. Right? She really hoped he was.
Maybe we'll catch a break and find them listed among the owners.
Jeremy mirrored her thoughts once he finished with his conversation. There's no way they would be that careless. Jeremy smiled.
Wanna bet?
What are the terms? She asked.
I'm sure we'll think of something when all of this is over,
he replied with a small shrug. She couldn't explain why her heart fluttered at that, yet she said, Okay, deal. And they shook hands. Chapter 26. Leona was all alone in the hotel room. Again. With nothing to do. Again. Jeremy was following some lead. He had been vague about what he was doing, but she suspected he was following a tip of a potential sighting of Wayne or Chelsea. She was surprised when she received a text from her mystery source. She hadn't reached out, as she had promised Jeremy she wouldn't this time, convincing herself that accepting help from the anonymous man would bring more harm than good. But she didn't think twice about opening the message. It was a single picture of a hotel logo, and another of a piece of paper with handwritten notes and dates. What's this? She asked.
I learned Wayne and Chelsea stayed at that hotel a lot in the past.
Now the piece of paper with all the dates scribbled on it made sense. Those were their rendezvous. So now Leona knew where they went all those times when he said he was staying late to work or having a business dinner. Leona frowned. So what? That was ancient history as far as she was concerned. So why did this mysterious man feel the need to share this? What did that hotel have to do with anything? She was about to text something along those lines when she received another.
Wayne is there right now. He checked in alone.
She needed a second to understand that message. Wayne was in the city. Alone. Why? Not that it really mattered. Apparently, she and Jeremy had been wrong. All this time, they had been looking for a cabin in the woods, hidden on some mountain, when in reality, Wayne was hiding in the city. He was dumber than they believed. Or was he? Jeremy told her it was best to hide in plain sight among other people. Where was Chelsea? Why was she not with him? She had been at one point. They had proof of that. The mystery man took photos of them. So why split up? Perhaps they realized it was safer this way. Perhaps they'd had a fight. It didn't matter. What mattered was that now she knew the exact location of that cheating bastard. She couldn't believe he'd simply checked himself into a hotel. Arrogant bastard. Yet now she knew where to find him, which made her pause. Why did you send me this? Her meaning was clear. After trying to derail her from going after them on her own, after asking her to take some time and think if that was what she really wanted, he'd sent her the information. That was strange.
It's not up to me to make decisions instead of you. You deserve to have all the information. It is up to you to do with it what you please,
came his reply. Thank you, she replied. Did he think he could try to ruin her life without repercussions? Hell no. She would go, and she would confront him, and she would say exactly what she thought of him, despite the fact that this could be a trap, or that she had told Jeremy she wouldn't. She was riled up as she searched the internet for that specific hotel. It didn't take her long to find it and pull up directions to it. Outside, she realized she didn't have a car. Son of a bitch. Although it was a completely irrational decision, she hailed a cab and went back home to get her car. She was tired of being driven around. She didn't even enter the house. All she wanted was her car and to drive it to that hotel as soon as possible. Besides, being alone in her car had advantages. It meant she could rant and curse as much as she wanted without anyone looking at her as though she was crazy. Maybe she was crazy. After all, she knew one of them had a gun because they'd killed Michael with it. This could be a trap, too, since she'd probably spoiled their ultimate plan to take all the money and frame her for the murder. Still, she couldn't make herself call Jeremy and let him go after Wayne. It was probably the right thing to do, but her anger at Wayne drove her. She couldn't wait to see the expression on that bastard's face when she finally stood in front of him, telling him it was over. Leona also wanted to know if he ever loved her, at least a little. But she would never ask that. She would not give him the satisfaction of knowing how devastated she had been at losing him. He was not privy to that part of her anymore. Reaching the hotel, she parked near the entrance. She knew she couldn't just barge inside and demand to know if Wayne was one of their guests, if her dead husband was hiding there from the world. They would think she was crazy, maybe even call the police. She especially didn't want Wayne tipped off she was out there, waiting for him. So she remained in the car, moving to the passenger seat, pretending she was waiting for someone, and watched the front entrance. Perhaps she would spot him if he was dumb enough to actually leave his room while the police were looking for him. But then she reminded herself that nobody knew. The media weren't privy to that because the police kept all that information a secret, so Wayne had no idea what was actually going on. Leona found that funny for some reason. Leona was sure at least a couple of hours passed since she'd staked out the hotel, watching all the people passing, making sure to really look at their faces to not miss him. She was so focused that she practically jumped in her seat when her phone rang. It was Jeremy calling her, of course. Oh, shit, she cursed, looking at the screen, wavering. She didn't know what to do. Answer and lie, or ignore it. She was so wrapped up with what she was doing, excited by the prospect she would finally be able to confront Wayne, that she had totally forgotten about Jeremy. She'd forgotten to share any of this with him as she ran out after receiving this tip from the mystery man. Then again, did she really want to tell him? he would immediately come, dragging the cavalry with him. And she really needed a private moment with that cheating bastard. She didn't want to lie to him, but she also felt this was her only chance to confront Wayne, and she truly needed that. No matter the outcome, no matter if he managed to hurt her more, this was something that had to be done. It would provide her with much-needed peace of mind in the long run. At least it would as long as he didn't shoot her. The phone stopped ringing, and Leona felt relief. Then she received a text from Jeremy.
"Where are you?"
He clearly knew she was not in the hotel room. Oh, crap. What to write back? Should she? Of course she should. Despite everything, she didn't want him worrying about her. She didn't want him to think that intruder had managed to get her. As she mused, she still looked at the hotel's entrance. And that was when she spotted him. Wayne. Chapter 27. All thoughts vanished from her head. Putting the phone back in her pocket, Leona left the car. She started walking toward Wayne. He turned away from her. He looked well. More than well. Practically glowing, with a skip in his step. It was disgusting. He was so pleased with himself. She couldn't believe that he wasn't even wearing a disguise. He must think he's so clever, she fumed. He was walking away from her, so she had two options: call out for him or run. She chose option number 1. "Wayne!" she screamed at the top of her lungs, and he froze in place. That put a smile on her face. "Surprise," she wanted to add. Wayne turned, and the expression on his face would be comical in any other circumstances. To say he was surprised, shocked, scared to see her would be an understatement. He was all that and so much more. The implications clearly passed through his head in a millisecond.
"Leona,"
he muttered, as though not sure if he was seeing things or not. "Surprise!" she yelled, continuing to march toward him. She would finally have her confrontation, and she had a lot to say. Wayne, still looking shaken to the bone, turned around and started running at full speed. This Leona wasn't prepared for, but she started running after him, all the while shouting, "Stop, Wayne! Stop!" to no avail. People got out of their way, curiously watching what was happening, but no one tried to intervene to stop either of them. She couldn't believe that he wasn't brave enough to face her, but just bolted. Then again, she should have seen that happening. This was a man who hid things from her for years, faked his death, and tried to frame her. No wonder he wasn't brave enough to own his mistakes, especially if he believed there was still a chance he could get away. Leona knew she had made a terrible mistake by coming alone, by not telling Jeremy where she was. Stupid. Stupid. She couldn't let him escape. She doubled her effort as she chased after him down the street. Once upon a time, when they were still dating and went hiking and mountain biking, they used to race frequently, and he was usually faster than her, but not by a lot. She was definitely not as in shape as she used to be, but neither was he, and she started to gain on him. Apparently realizing that, he turned abruptly and ran into a building still under construction. She ran after him and tripped on some pipes. Shit! She managed to catch herself, but lost sight of him. Oh, no, no, no. She frantically looked, tried to listen, yet couldn't see him or hear him. Oh, no. Once again, she lost him. Leona cursed. "Wayne, you coward!" she shouted out of sheer frustration. "It's over. Your lies are exposed, so come and face me." But only silence greeted her. Oh, how that silence felt familiar. They were once again in that same position, with her calling after him, with him not caring about it. She cursed. That just made her more determined to find him again. And she would find him. There was no doubt in her mind about that. He knew he was exposed, and that would make him afraid. That would force him to make mistakes, and she would be waiting. Cursing again, Leona left the building and started walking toward her car. It was time to face the music. She made a face. I am so dead. Leona was aware she had completely screwed things up. She'd acted impulsively, without thinking about the bigger picture, worrying only about herself and her feelings, and as a result, she'd blown up the only lead they had. Wayne had been right in front of her, but she'd ruined everything just for the chance to see his face and yell at him. And now he could be anywhere, hiding someplace no one could find him. Although the damage was done, although she should focus on how to tell Jeremy she'd fucked up, at her lowest point of cowardice, she wondered if she should speak with Jeremy over the phone, as opposed to facing him head-on. She ruled against it. Leona had to own her mistakes. It went without saying she'd done a very stupid thing, and she would have to deal with the consequences, no matter how severe. She was sure no one would throw her back in jail, but there was a possibility Jeremy would stop speaking with her. It won't come to that. He'll be mad, but forgiving, she tried to tell herself. But it wasn't working. I am such an idiot. Sadly, there was part of her that wouldn't change a thing if given an opportunity. No matter how wrong that sounded, she couldn't regret confronting Wayne, although she certainly regretted how it all ended. Her source had given her Wayne practically on a silver platter, and she'd blown it. She could have called Jeremy, told him where she was, and timed it so she could have her moment with Wayne. Yet she hadn't stopped to think. No wonder she was all timid to face Jeremy after this. Maybe there's still something that can be learned from the hotel. She was grasping at straws because, realistically, that was all she had. And how to tell her source she blew it. I really am an idiot, she snapped at herself. She drove very slowly toward her hotel, trying to postpone the inevitable. Leona felt deflated. All her anger, all her self-righteousness had disappeared with Wayne. He did it to me again. At the same time, she wasn't ready to give up, and there was no doubt about it. This was war. Very personal and all-consuming, and there was no surrender, no giving up. If anything, this exchange and seeing how cowardly he behaved running away empowered her to persist and figure out how to find that bastard again. If there was one silver lining, it was that now Wayne was definitely afraid. He knew that she knew. Perhaps it was all worth it to wipe that smug smile off his face. Now, he was a real fugitive. Now, he would start to feel the way she did when they threw her in jail. And that was karma at play. That was justice. Then again, what if this pushed the investigation backward? Wayne clearly had enough funds at his disposal to be able to hide wherever he wanted. She hoped he wouldn't bury himself too deep so the police couldn't find him. The police didn't find him this time around either, part of her pointed out. And that was true. Her source did that. The source who won't want to help me anymore after what I did, she thought glumly. But she had to have faith. They found them once. They would do that again. And Jeremy would understand her behavior even though he wouldn't approve of it. He had been understanding and compassionate many times in the past. He would be angry about her fiasco, but they would be able to move forward, together, and find that bastard. She really believed that, although she wasn't looking forward to that conversation. She could just picture it. Jeremy, my source gave me Wayne's address.
Really? Give it to me.
I already went there to confront him.
You did what?
And he escaped.
That's it. Give me your hands.
Why?
I'm going to handcuff you to a bed so you won't be able to leave this hotel room.
Leona knew Jeremy would never handcuff her to a bed, but maybe he will throw me back in jail to make sure I behave from now on, she thought glumly. She was on a particularly narrow and deserted part of the road and had to pay closer attention to the road. A few minutes in, she noticed a black van speeding up toward her. Someone's in a hurry. She never understood people who always rushed and honked. It was never about a real emergency, only an asshole sitting behind a wheel. It wasn't like 2 minutes of advantage would save their lives. But for Leona, they were the biggest problems on the road, causing a lot of traffic accidents alongside drunk drivers. Leona decided to slow down and give the driver an opportunity to go around her. If he was in such a hurry, he could pass. "What are you waiting for?" she wondered when he stayed behind her. "What now?" she thought. As though she didn't have enough on her mind, now she had to deal with this asshole as well. She signaled him to pass, but the van still stayed glued at her rear. Then she started to get this really bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. "Don't be paranoid," she thought, as she hit the gas ever so slightly, speeding up. The black van, with tinted windows, did the same. And then, in one sudden move, he clearly hit the gas pedal, knocking into her. The bang was loud. Leona shouted in surprise as her body lurched forwards. She gripped the wheel even firmer and sped up. She knew she had to get away. He knocked aggressively into her over and over. Oh my God, what is going on? Her heart and mind raced in panic. He was definitely trying to push her off the road, she realized. It didn't take her long to put 2 and 2 together. Jeremy was right. Someone was trying to harm her. What to do? She wanted to call for help, call Jeremy, but that maniac was slamming into her, and she needed both hands to stay in control, to stay on the road. "Please, God, please save me," she prayed, as she did her best to escape. It was all happening so fast, and at the same time, everything slowed down as well. It was surreal and hyper-real all at once. Seeing what was up ahead, Leona's panic rose even higher. On an overpass, the van hit her so hard that she lost control. "Oh no," was all she had time to think as she crashed through the fence and, after a very short drop, ended up in the water. It was funny how in the movies they always portrayed life passing in front of someone's eyes while knowing they were about to die. Nothing remotely close came to Leona's mind in those moments. There were no thoughts with deeper meaning, no happy scenes from her past. Just one word. No. And although she was terrified, her mind still struggled to comprehend this was actually happening, although at the same time, it was pumping her with adrenaline so she would survive. The force of the impact knocked all the breath out of her, and surprisingly, her airbag did not activate. She had time to ponder about that, although if she managed to survive, she would definitely send a letter of complaint to its makers. The car started to sink into the murky water. Leona fumbled with her seatbelt, trying to free herself. Her hands shook, and it took her way too long to unlock it. By that time, the car already started to fill with water. It was freezing cold. Leona tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. "No, no," she started to yell, pulling at it. Realizing that was probably because the van hit her on that side, she slid to the passenger seat to try that door. The door would not open. "No, please." She couldn't die like this. Panicking, she tried the doors again, as the car was filling with water. Her clothes were soaking wet, and she started to shiver, from fear or from the cold, she couldn't tell. Probably both. If she didn't drown, she would absolutely die of hypothermia. She banished that thought. She had to get away. Should she break the glass? With what? Then she remembered something and knew what she had to do with terrifying clarity. The only way she could survive was to wait and let the car completely sink into the river and fill itself with water. Only then the pressure against the doors would subside, and she would be able to open them. If I don't drown first? But she had to survive. There was so much she had to do. This couldn't be the end. It just couldn't. It wouldn't be fair. So Leona stilled as tears streamed down her face. She stopped trying to prevent the inevitable, although every part of her body was screaming at her. Watching all that water come at her, trying to kill her, was the most terrifying thing in the world. and it was hard not to start hyperventilating. The water was chest deep now, and she already felt like she couldn't breathe, that there wasn't enough air. When it was chin deep, Leona closed her eyes and started to pray. My God, please help me. She had to have faith that she would be strong enough to survive this. Opening her eyes, finding herself in absolute darkness, Leona took her last big breath before being completely submerged in the water. Please, God, I beg you. Chapter 28. Leona's whole body was hurting, especially her head. It felt like someone was banging against it with a big hammer. Mustering all her strength, she opened her eyes, and it took her a moment to figure out where she was. The neutral colors and sterile environment pointed to one place. Hospital. She was lying in a hospital bed again. I have to stop doing that. Although this time around, she wasn't tied down. Lucky me. Despite everything, her grumbling if only to herself, she had to admit it was good to be alive. Despite the odds, she survived. For a second there, or longer, her recollection wasn't the best. She feared that wasn't possible. After that van pushed her off the road, waiting for the car to completely fill up with water as her panic was failing her, as the cold water was hurting her, was the hardest thing she ever experienced. All her other hardships were more emotional, psychological, and this was primarily physical. Survival instincts and her own stubbornness overpowered everything else, and she had been able to fight her way out of that car. Miraculously, her plan had worked. She had been able to open the door without a problem once the car was completely submerged, and somehow she'd managed to swim to the shore. Coughing, gasping for air, she had sat on the bank, not being able to see where her car was, how deep underwater it got. She didn't remember hitting the bottom, but it must have at some point. That was when her adrenaline reserves depleted, and Leona lost consciousness. She had no idea who found her or called 911, but someone must have since she ended up in the hospital. She sent a prayer of thanks to that good Samaritan. In the end, she ended up with a couple of cracked ribs from the crash, a concussion, and a lot of cuts and bruises. Leona told the police officers at the hospital what had happened. Naturally, she didn't tell them the whole story, knowing that would be too overwhelming and unimportant at the moment, and stuck to the part about the van. She couldn't remember much apart from it being black with dark windows, and she almost laughed in their faces when they asked if she by chance remembered what make and model it was, or if she saw the plate numbers. Not wanting to appear rude, she merely shook her head no. For a fraction of a second, she debated if she should mention Jeremy, but she did. Detective Wilde is helping me on a case, which could be related to this. She instantly realized she'd made a mistake, saying too much. Naturally, this got them curious.
How so?
One of them asked. Suddenly, she felt beyond tired. She didn't have the energy to repeat the story for them. The faked death, the murder, break-in, false accusations. She just said, I would rather not discuss that at the moment. However, if you would be so kind as to inform him I'm here, that would be much appreciated. Surprisingly, the officers didn't press, only nodded, and left her alone. She knew they called Jeremy, because he was in her room in record time. Taking her in, looking at her injuries, he looked exactly the way she knew he would. Furious. And she really couldn't blame him. She'd fucked up. Then she reminded herself he didn't know the whole story. He only knew part of it, that she had left the room and almost got herself killed. When he hears about Wayne, then he'll truly be out of his mind angry. She cringed inwardly at that thought. He grabbed the foot of the bed with both hands, leaning slightly forward as he glared at her.
Why the fuck did you leave the hotel room?
He demanded, but didn't let her answer.
Why the fuck didn't you answer your phone? You could have been killed.
Part of her felt like making a joke, saying something along the lines, if you think you're angry now, wait till you hear what else I did. That would really blow all his fuses. but she kept her mouth shut. She figured she must have been on some pretty good medications if she wanted to joke in such a situation in the first place. That was unlike her. But she had to admit, she liked it. She hadn't felt this relaxed, as though she hadn't had a care in the world for a long time.
Leona, are you listening to me?
He added. She nodded. His reaction was surprising to her. She knew he was doing his job, but this felt too much. Too much emotion. Why was he getting so worked up over this? Why did he care if she lived or died? Maybe he cares about me. I should ask. She decided against it. What was the question again? Leona sighed. I'm sorry, she said lamely.
That's it? That's all you have to say?
She shook her head. No, I know I acted like an idiot. And believe me, I have the cracked ribs to prove it.
Then why did you do it?
He demanded. His tone was much calmer now. Here we go. I learned about Wayne's whereabouts from the mystery source. He recoiled.
What? When?
This morning.
And you didn't tell me?
I received an address and simply acted without thinking, she started to explain. Eventually, she told him everything. I got into my car and started driving. He remained silent as she spoke, but his expression, his face actually changed colors, spoke volumes about his inner feelings and thoughts. It was more than obvious he thought she'd acted like an idiot, and she couldn't take offense. She had lost Wayne and almost got herself killed. In the end, it was all for nothing. And now I lost our only chance at catching him, she concluded. A single tear fell down her cheek. She knew she had no right to cry, whine, or feel sorry for herself. Luckily, he decided to take pity on her.
That's not necessarily true,
he offered. And by the way he said that, it was obvious he wasn't placating her. That filled her with hope. Not all was lost.
I'll go to the hotel and ask around. Speak with the managers.
You think you can learn something that way?
Oh, yeah. Those guys always know more than they let on. It's part of their job.
She looked down. I made such a mess of things.
You certainly don't do anything half-assed,
he deadpanned. I'm sorry. For everything, she repeated.
It's not over yet, so don't lose hope.
He tried to reassure her. Oh, I'm not giving up. I'm trying to own my mistakes.
How very grown-up of you.
I know. What I don't know is who did this to me. She figured it was the same person who broke into her home, but how did they find her so quickly? Did he stake out her house and saw her when she dropped by to pick up her car? She had no idea. Jeremy sat on the bed.
I know who did this to you.
That piqued her interest. Really? Tell me, she demanded. Finally, one mystery would be solved.
We found your attacker. One of our informants saw the van ramming you and tipped us off where the van was purchased, so we managed to track it down.
Who is he? Why did he try to kill me? Jeremy shrugged at that.
His name was Brandon Black. He was a gun for hire.
You mean like an assassin? She asked incredulously.
Yeah.
And then she realized something else. Was? She questioned.
Yes. We found him dead in the van. It was definitely the same one he used to push you off the road,
he explained. So someone hired him to kill me?
That's my assumption.
And now he's ended up dead.
It happens,
Jeremy replied simply. Do you think whoever hired him to kill me decided to kill him afterward?
That would be logical to assume.
This is getting more complicated, she observed.
And deadly.
Lucky me.
That's not all,
Jeremy added after a small pause.
Whoever killed Michael killed Brandon as well.
Really? How do you know that?
The bullets match. They were fired from the same gun.
Oh my God. So Chelsea did it.
Or Wayne, he corrected. We can't know for sure.
One thing we do know, she said glumly. They're cleaning house, leaving no traces behind. Or so they believed. She was still alive after all. Did they know that? Or did Brandon tell them he killed her? It would make sense he did. And then they killed him after a job well done.
Yeah, they probably got spooked you busted on them.
Actually, only Wayne was there.
Really?
Jeremy looked surprised to hear that. Yes, and the mystery source said he was the only one who checked into the hotel.
Interesting.
How so? She wondered.
Don't know yet, but it'll come to me.
What now? How do we find them again? Leona asked, curious about the next course of action.
As far as I'm concerned, nothing's changed. I'll continue doing my thing, following leads, and someone will eventually know something.
How can you say that? They know now. That changes everything. For all we know, they could be halfway to Mexico right about now, she argued.
They won't leave. Not without somehow managing to get the money. Besides, even if they do try something, I will catch them way before that.
How can you be so sure? She wasn't trying to play devil's advocate, but felt like she couldn't allow getting her hopes up. She'd messed things up. She had come to terms she might not see those two punished for all they did.
Because I have a secret weapon.
What?
Not what. Who. And the answer is me. I will find them, no matter what.
And Leona couldn't say for sure why she believed him. Perhaps it was something in his voice, a glint in his eyes. But she did. She said as much. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up, even after I fucked things up. That earned her a smile. It didn't last long.
Just promise me, no more running around playing detective. I can't properly do my job if I have to worry about and babysit you.
That stung a little, but he was 100% right. She had acted like a brat and almost ruined everything. It had almost cost her everything, including her life. She said, "Deal." Chapter 29. Leona had to stay in the hospital since some of her injuries got infected, and her cracked ribs deserved some attention as well, so the doctors decided to keep her for a while. Lucky me. Overall, it was nothing too serious, but she would be bedridden for a while. Jeremy was kind enough to get her a new phone since hers had ended up at the bottom of the river, like the rest of her things and car. She had really loved that car, but she would not dwell on that. She was alive. Jeremy had decided not to be furious with her for going after Wayne and scaring him away, so all was good. Sort of. Seeing Wayne in person had rattled her, no matter how much she tried to deny that. While it was sad it took her this long, she now had first-hand knowledge of what that man was capable of. He not only ran away instead of confronting her, but called his hitman to deal with her as well. After everything he had put her through, he had wanted her dead as well. Wayne probably figured it would be better to kill her before she told anyone he was alive. But it didn't work. Everyone knew about it. For now, he didn't know that, but would discover it when Jeremy placed handcuffs on his hands. Picturing that put a smile on her face. It was part of what kept her going. She wanted to see him realizing his whole plan was crumbling. She wanted to see him beaten down. And most of all, she wanted to see the expression on his face when he finally realized he wouldn't be able to enjoy the money he was willing to kill for. Kill his own brother. Tried to kill her. Thinking about it made her sick. Wayne deserved to rot in jail for all that he had done. Chelsea, too, because she was as rotten as he was. Leona was contemplating all those things, wondering when Jeremy would drop by to check up on her, when her phone pinged. She recognized the number. It was a text from her mystery man.
"Glad you were still with us."
Reading that made her wonder once more who he was. He knew so much. He must be someone who actually knew her. And that didn't quite fit, because she had spoken with the man and didn't recognize his voice. He was a stranger to her, she was sure of that, which made his connection to all of this, to Wayne, even more peculiar. No matter how curious she was about his identity, she wouldn't press. If he wanted to stay anonymous, then so be it. She appreciated his help no matter what. While the police twiddled their thumbs and were all too happy to place all the blame on her, except for Jeremy, of course, her mystery man was the only one who actually helped her. He'd discovered Wayne was alive. He'd discovered Chelsea and Wayne were lovers. And most recently, he'd offered Leona Wayne's hiding place on a silver platter. He had done so much. She could never repay him. She wrote back, "As it turned out, I'm harder to kill than expected."
"Glad to hear it,"
came the instant reply. No matter how strange or maybe pathetic it sounded, Leona was grateful he was keeping tabs, checking up on her. It made her feel guarded in a way. Not in a literal sense, as if he were a bodyguard, but it was empowering and reassuring to know someone was keeping an eye on her, making sure she was all right. It's not like anyone else is bothering. She instantly felt guilty for having such a thought. Jeremy was there for her, and her friends would be if they had known anything about this, and they couldn't know for now. Although the hitman was dead, that didn't mean that Wayne and Chelsea were through with her if Jeremy's theory was correct, and there was no reason to doubt him. They had to assume the diabolic duo would send another killer if they knew Leona was still alive. She was under strict orders to not contact anyone, and a police officer was guarding her hospital door 24/7. Knowing the guard was out there put her mind at ease, but didn't mean that nightmares didn't plague her. She had had another one, in which she was drowning. As though she managed to summon him with her thoughts, Jeremy walked through the door. She gave him a look.
"What?"
he asked. "No knocking?" He gave her a look.
"With those ribs of yours, you can't even sit straight, let alone do something indecent,"
he deadpanned. "That's a lot of assumptions, detective," she replied in the same manner. He chuckled, and she did too.
"I see you're in a better mood today,"
he observed. "Mystery Man reached out. He knows I'm here."
"You know, that guy is really starting to piss me off."
"He was just glad I survived, that's all."
"No thanks to him."
"It's not his fault." She knew that everything that had happened was on her. She had acted like an idiot.
"Yeah, but he gave you the address. He enabled you."
She decided to change the subject. "So, what's new?"
"I wanted to check on you. Tell you I believe our plan is working. But hearing that Anonymous knows everything, I have my doubts."
"What are you talking about?" He'd completely lost her.
"We spread the word that Brandon Black died after his last successful hit job, aka Leona Woodrow, hoping that would relax the situation you caused, and to make that bastard and his mistress crawl out of their hiding place," he explained.
"How does that help us again?"
"Well, with all the people who were supposed to inherit the pile of money of the Woodrow family dead, I'm certain Chelsea will appear to collect the prize."
"You really think she will?"
"Yeah, I believe that was the plan all along. Either get you put in jail or kill all of you so she could swoop in and take it all."
Wouldn't it be funny if she managed to double-cross Wayne in the end and run away with everything? "I wonder what story she will try to sell when she reemerges after all this time," she wondered out loud, claiming being kidnapped was out of the question, as Mrs. Moon had seen her leaving, alone, with a bag.
"I don't know. I guess we'll see."
"Don't they know by now the police are looking for them? Wouldn't it be stupid if she simply appeared and asked for the inheritance? That would be a dead giveaway, and provide a decent motive to have killed or tried to kill off members of the family. That is, Michael and Leona."
"Never underestimate the power of greed."
"I'm really not, especially not after experiencing it all firsthand." Jeremy patted her hand.
"Let's hope they don't know the police are involved to such a degree, and that they believe you're dead. It will make them stupid and arrogant, and they will walk into our trap without being the wiser."
"Let's," Leona replied, looking at their joined hands. It felt nice. Too nice. So nice that she had an urge to run away. She didn't. She remained quiet and let him comfort her. Eventually, he had to leave, go do his job and catch bad guys. It was hard being alone. There was nothing to do but think, and Leona certainly did that in abundance. Although it was an exercise in futility, she tried to pinpoint the exact moment when her life went to shit. It was difficult coming to terms with the fact that her life had gone from peaceful and normal to this craziness with a thriller-like movie quality. She had almost died because someone tried to kill her, because her husband had hired an assassin. That was surreal. When did it all start? When did Wayne get the idea to get rid of her and his brother so he could take all the money? And how and why did she become so weak and gullible? There had to be something in her life before meeting Wayne that had shaped her into the person she became. Someone he could use. It was a strange experience, focusing on all the details of her life, all the mistakes. It was hard and heartbreaking, but freeing at the same time. As Dr. Reed said, she had to accept there were things that were not her fault. It wasn't her fault Wayne was the way he was. It wasn't her fault she trusted the man she married. Yet it would most definitely be her fault if she gave up now and accepted that Wayne and Chelsea won. That couldn't happen. They had to pay for what they'd done. Dr. Reed helped a great deal once again as Leona tried to recover physically and psychologically, and she knew with utmost clarity she would fully recover. Pure determination and stubbornness pushed her forward, no matter how hard it was. Naturally, there were no shortcuts to mental health, and things couldn't be forced. She had nightmares to prove that, but she refused to let that derail her from her path. Wayne cannot win. It was that simple. He'd almost ruined her life. Because of him, she almost ended up in jail, and his blinding selfishness pushed him so far that he'd hired someone to kill her. Though how that played into his plan, she wasn't sure, because she'd survived through it all. There were some battle scars, but she considered them reminders of how strong she was. Wayne thought of her as weak, probably even stupid, since she had been blind for so many years. No more. And it was time to return the favor. She wanted him to suffer. She wanted him to feel all those emotions she'd experienced when her life had been taken away from her. Leona was aware that wasn't particularly Christian of her, to seek revenge, but she didn't look at it that way. She wanted retribution, and she didn't feel guilty one bit for thinking like that. Leona saw a clear path in front of her. She would deal with all of this. She would destroy Wayne and then move forward without looking back, without regrets. And at the end of the day, she wanted to live. And that meant she had to fight. It was as simple as that. Chapter 30. Just when Leona thought things couldn't get any worse for her, they became worse. Somehow, the press got a hold of her story about everything that happened. And everything, her arrest and release, Wayne actually being alive and in hiding, and absolute madness ensued. Her phone wouldn't stop ringing. Reporters begged her for an exclusive, and the more she said no, the more aggressive they became in pursuing her. When she was in the hospital, the press couldn't reach her physically, but that didn't last long. Somehow, they learned where she was, and if she didn't have an officer stationed outside the room, things would have been worse than they were. Regardless, the media wouldn't stop speaking about her, speculating, digging into her life, exposing intimate details from her past, talking about her dead parents. For them, she was the biggest person of interest, because she was the only one around. Michael was dead, and Chelsea and Wayne were nowhere to be found. Each day, Leona was subjected to lies about herself, and it was devastating.
"Put that phone down. Nothing good will come of you reading all the shit that's online,"
Jeremy commented when he came to see her. "It's easier said than done. How is it out there?" she added as an afterthought. Jeremy looked through a window.
"A couple of vultures are circling, but that's about it,"
he replied casually. She disagreed with his assessment. Anything above 0 was too much as far as she was concerned. She groaned in frustration. Why won't they leave me alone?
"I am sorry you have to go through this."
It's not your fault. She calmed down. Is there any news? He gave her a look.
"You are the news, baby."
I'm serious, Jeremy.
"Sorry. Well, unfortunately, with the cat out of the bag, aka everyone learning you're alive, our plan flopped. And there have been no new sightings of Wayne or Chelsea.
Leona groaned again. Why did this have to happen now?
You know, I wondered the same thing.
Leona looked at him. And? Do you have a theory?
Actually, I do,
he replied, coming to sit on the bed next to her.
I think Wayne is trying to muck up the waters.
Why?
Think about it. He is a sleazy lawyer. He knows all the tricks. If he leaks to the media about what's going on, he knows those bastards will have a field day. For ratings, they will sensationalize everything, he explained.
You think Wayne did this? Jeremy shrugged.
It's as good a theory as any at the moment. It would make sense. This way he can create an additional narrative with you as the bad guy, so even if he got caught, that would cause a disturbance in the court of public opinion.
Leona understood what he meant. By exposing everything and adding a lot to the mix, some would side with Leona, while others would side with him, especially if he invented some outrageous story about how Leona tried to kill them all to get the money. Would he do that? She thought as her heart started to beat faster. With dread, she realized that he most definitely would. Leona had reached a plateau and couldn't be more afraid of Wayne than she already was. He'd already proved he was ruthless and did unspeakable things, so this really shouldn't have come as a surprise. Once Jeremy left, she went back online. If Jeremy was right, she would see people speaking on Wayne's behalf, and she was devastated to learn how people did speak, in fact and at length. On social media, some actually joked she must have been a complete nightmare to live with if her husband not only had an affair, but decided to fake his death as well.
I would fake my own death if that stuck-up bitch was my wife,
was one comment that actually brought tears to her eyes. How could these strangers be so vicious? They didn't know her. They didn't know anything about her life, or Wayne for that matter. But that didn't stop them from expressing their opinions and writing the most heinous things. It was complete madness. People who knew nothing went on TV to speak about her at length. TV hosts organized special programs to discuss the mystery of the Woodrow family, as they called it. Fake friends emerged. They all got their 15 minutes of fame by speaking about her, judging her. And since she was in the hospital, with nothing to do all day, she couldn't resist watching that garbage and arguing with the screen, with whoever was slandering her at the moment. At the same time, she was stressing about the manhunt Jeremy had organized. He was determined to flush Wayne out, one way or another. And then it got worse. The news reporters were getting pretty desperate since she refused to speak with them, so producers started calling her, leaving her voicemails, offering her a great deal of money to come to their shows. When they found out she already had a lot of money, they tried to change tactics, droning about truth and how her side of the story should be heard, how the public deserved that. Those people made her sick, and she started contemplating changing her number. She was dozing off when she heard a commotion outside her room. She learned afterwards some more aggressive reporters online had asked to speak with her directly. She had no idea how they found out her room number, but was livid. And as the police officer tried to remove them, one pushed into her room, taking pictures and bombarding her with a lot of questions. Leona was so stunned, she felt like a deer caught in the headlights. Luckily, he was escorted out by a very pissed-off police officer. Things settled after that, and no one tried to invade her room again. And there were no pictures from that incident anywhere, so she took that as a good sign that Officer Brent had taken care of it. And that was a huge relief. As a thank you, she ordered dinner to be delivered to him. Of course, Leona had no interest in speaking with the press. Not now, not ever. She wanted to be left alone. Unfortunately, that option was not on the table anymore, so she endured and hoped they would move on to some other news pretty soon. When that didn't happen, when the hysteria didn't subside, she started dreading going home. She was sure they would follow her there, and then what would she do? Become a prisoner in her home? That was no way of living, and she refused to accept that. Then again, she felt stuck, with her hands tied behind her back. What to do? How to get out of this mess? She asked, and not for the first time. And in those moments of despair, Dr. Reed was of no help at all. She advised her to be calm and patient, but Leona couldn't achieve that. Not now. Not when the story had exploded with such a bang that she still felt ringing in her ears. The only one who could help her was Jeremy. He visited her again while she was in the hospital, but only had bad news to share. He'd found the leak, which turned out to be Detective Drake, who had gone rogue and decided on his own to let the press know. He had thought he would flush Wayne out so that he'd try again, and then Drake would watch Wayne in the act of killing her and be the hero. Jeremy was irate, and so was the police chief, apparently. It didn't make her feel much better knowing the detective had been put on leave over the whole thing. On top of that, they were still unable to find Chelsea or Wayne, even after speaking with the hotel manager. They'd used fake names and cash while they were there, and when Wayne checked in alone, he'd done the same thing. Jeremy went through his possessions that were left behind, but it was nothing of importance. Some clothes, a traveling book. He had left no clues where he might be running to after Leona had exposed him at the hotel. Even after Jeremy sent all his street associates, as he called his informants, to search through the darkest, most dangerous corners of town, they learned nothing new, only what they had already known. One of the Woodrows had definitely employed a gun for hire to do some dirty work. However, that wasn't helpful, especially not with finding Wayne or Chelsea. It was a dead end after another dead end, and it was driving her insane. It was frustrating that this man and that woman managed to elude the law for so long. How do they do that? She asked herself in frustration. Did they have magic powers? She could not understand. If the roles were reversed, she was sure they would find her in a matter of hours. Then again, she wasn't an evil mastermind who planned this for years. Neither did Wayne, part of her pointed out. If he did, then they wouldn't be making so many mistakes, which was fortunate for the police because it meant there was still hope they would be caught. Maybe her mystery man would give it another go. She was too mortified to ask, but if she got desperate, she would definitely suck it up and beg for help. Although she knew she didn't deserve it, this was bigger than her now, and had to be resolved one way or the other. It was a complete nightmare as far as she was concerned. The press wouldn't leave her alone, and the police couldn't find Wayne, and she was getting increasingly stressed and more depressed with each passing hour. She was able to walk now, and often stood by the window, although she really shouldn't have, to look at the press below. She couldn't believe they were actually camping in front of a hospital. She wasn't a celebrity, but people were so desperate for anything they stooped this low. Will they treat Wayne the same way? She thought. Giving that man a platform to speak about his affairs, trying to portray himself as a victim, as Jeremy suggested, would be the worst thing in the world. And the most problematic part was that Leona knew many would side with him, because they already did. Innocent until proven guilty. Funny how nobody had stopped to think that way when they were all so eager to lock her up behind bars for those same crimes which she hadn't committed. At times, she didn't like this place called Earth, especially in situations like this one. These past couple of months really showed her the ugly side of things. And what could she say? It was truly ugly. And it almost broke her. Almost. Her whole world had turned upside down when Wayne decided to fake his death, when he decided his needs, desires, and greed were far more important than anything else. Be careful what you wish for now had a very new personal meaning. While she cried herself to sleep for so many nights, months, wishing Wayne was alive, she never expected her wish would come true. Unfortunately, here they were. She got precisely what she wanted, and she hated every second of it. And although that wasn't particularly Christian of her, she had to admit, if only to herself, that life would be so much better if Wayne had only had the decency to stay dead. Chapter 31. After a thorough checkup, which included a bunch of tests and scans, Leona was deemed well enough to leave the hospital. And despite the fact she couldn't actually go home since there was a possibility Wayne or Chelsea could hire another hitman, she was happy. Leona felt like she couldn't stomach one day longer in the hospital. Being stuck in a hospital bed with nothing to do, especially while knowing the reporters were camping outside, waiting for her to make an appearance. She tried reasoning with Jeremy, hoping to convince him to take her home, and he wouldn't budge.
It's not safe. Besides, do you really want to deal with a bunch of reporters who are camping on your front lawn? He questioned.
In this weather? She asked incredulously. He shrugged.
You're that popular.
Leona made a face. Lucky me.
Come on, let's go.
Leona mentally prepared herself for the madness that would ensue. She remembered how that one reporter who managed to sneak into her room had acted. She could only imagine how much worse it would be when there were dozens of them. Luckily, Jeremy managed to sneak her out through the back entrance so no one was the wiser she left, which was a huge relief. She was sure that wouldn't last. Word would get out that she had been released from the hospital. But for now, she was safe. At least from reporters. From hitmen, not so much.
Do you have any preferences regarding a hotel? He asked, starting the car. Would you like a view?
Although it was said lightly, meant as a joke, her face fell. She was sick and tired of safe houses, of hotels. She longed to sleep in her own bed. Although, come to think of it, she would have problems with that as well. Leona didn't like her bed anymore, because it had been her marital bed, and her feelings about her bastard husband were pretty known these days. She would definitely have to buy a new bed. The one she shared with Wayne was something she definitely wanted to throw out in the dumpster. She didn't want anything contaminated by him. That was actually true for the entire house, she realized. I have nowhere to go, she thought glumly. Although the house was still legally hers, she had paid for half of it. She didn't consider it her home anymore. Every part of it reminded her of Wayne, and that was not something that could entice comfort or make her feel safe. At times, she was so furious at him, she would gladly burn that house to the ground. She wouldn't do that, of course, but only because she didn't want to jeopardize the neighborhood. However, in her state, she was definitely liable to break or destroy everything he'd left behind. And she knew it would make her feel good, at least in the short term, if not better overall. He had left all his life with her behind, and not just because he was faking his death. He didn't want reminders of it in his new life with Chelsea. Besides, with all the money he planned to acquire, he could buy whatever he pleased. That made her grit her teeth. That bastard! There were no limits to his selfishness.
What's the matter?
Jeremy asked, clearly sensing a change in her. Everything was the matter. However, all she said was, "Could you please take me home?" He gave her a look.
We've been over that before.
She knew exactly what he was about to say. It's not safe. What if someone tries to kill you? That's too reckless, and so on. I know, she stopped him. I don't mean to stay. I simply need some of my things. Clothes.
Can't you buy the things you need?
He challenged. She smiled humorlessly. Want to go shopping with me? I need everything from underwear to women's products to clothes, maybe even shoes. It could take us all day. There was not a second of thought before he replied.
Home it is.
I thought so. That almost made her smile. Truth be told, she hated shopping as well, especially when a salesperson would start following her around like a ghost or spirit, asking if she needed assistance. Naturally, Jeremy didn't have to know that. Jeremy circled her house once, making sure nobody was staking it out before parking. Leona rushed inside, feeling exposed and out in the open, and then got another surprise. Someone had broken into her house again. The front door was broken this time around. Unbelievable, she fumed. Why did she have a security system in the first place if it was completely useless?
Touch nothing,
Jeremy advised. Together, they walked through the entire house. Jeremy had his weapon drawn, not taking any chances. Whoever broke inside was long gone. At Jeremy's advice, Leona made a sweep through the house to see what had been taken. The house looked exactly the same as she'd left it. Nothing was stolen as far as she could see, yet someone had clearly gone through it, as though searching for something, then trying to put it all back in its right place. But she felt the difference. She felt violated for some reason, knowing someone was in there, touching all her things, going through them, yet for what purpose she couldn't say. Only made matters worse. Unfucking believable, she started to curse. Can't I catch a break?
I have to call this in,
Jeremy informed her. Can I pack?
No,
he replied, to her chagrin.
I can't have you disturbing the crime scene.
Leona went and sat in the kitchen, brooding, while they waited for the police to arrive. Thankfully, they dealt with Jeremy alone, and she had to add to a few things he said, and that was all. After the forensic team came to take pictures, dust for prints, look for evidence, anything this intruder could have left behind. Overall, it was a pretty quick and painless procedure. While they worked, Leona opened the fridge and regretted it immediately. Everything perishable inside had spoiled. After a brief debate with herself about throwing everything out or not, she just closed it. That was a problem for some other time. And then she was once again asked to really go through everything and see if something was missing. She complied. I can't see anything missing, she replied honestly. And that was no lie, which made her believe whoever came knew what he was doing. Yet the question remained. What was this intruder looking for? All her jewelry and emergency cash were still where she kept them, so this was no ordinary robbery. It didn't make sense. Once they all did their job and left, once the locksmith took care of the door, a couple of hours after arriving, Leona was finally allowed to go to her bedroom and collect her things. She took her suitcase out and started piling clothes inside, without actually bothering to fold them. She had no idea how long she would be forced to live in a hotel, so she packed as much as possible. One thing was certain. She would not be returning to this house. While she waited for the police to do their thing, she came to a decision. She would be placing this house on the market. There was no way she would be able to continue living in it after all this mess ended. That much was clear to her. Everything reminded her of Wayne, his betrayal, so the only logical course of action was to get rid of it. She couldn't care less that Wayne was still alive and half was technically his. See if he would try to contest it. As she packed, she did her best to ignore the photographs of them around her. If she didn't, she would be tempted to start smashing them. And if she wanted to sell this place, it wouldn't be a great look if she showed it to a realtor with broken glass lying around. Finishing in record time, she stormed out of the bedroom and returned downstairs where she met Jeremy. He was looking at her as though trying to guess her mood and mental state. She ignored it. I'm ready to leave. For good was implied, at least to her.
Good,
he said, grabbing the suitcase from her and heading toward the door in the same motion. She locked the door behind them, although at this point she didn't know why she bothered. Once he put the suitcase in the trunk of the car, he pulled his phone out.
Where to?
He asked. I don't care, she replied honestly. As long as she was far away from here, away from the press, she didn't care about all the rest. He nodded, dialing. As he waited to be connected, he said,
There's a nice B&B near my place. You'll be comfortable there, and I'll only be a few minutes away,
he explained. Great.
Just let me check if they have available rooms. Hello?
He continued, speaking over the phone now. After a few minutes, he disconnected.
You're in luck. They have one room left.
Okay, let's go, Leona replied, faking enthusiasm. And Jeremy laughed.
You'll like it there. I stayed once while in between homes. Mavis, the owner, is a great woman. You two have a lot in common, actually.
Her husband faked his own death, too? Tried to kill her?
She's a strong woman who's been through a lot, yes.
Leona really didn't know what to say to that. Once they were in the car, Jeremy leaned to pull something out of the glove compartment, and she could smell his cologne. It was very nice.
Here, I have something that will cheer you up.
He gave her a folder before starting the car. She seriously doubted that. Leona didn't look in the rearview mirror once toward the house as they drove away. She was leaving it behind for good, without regrets. If Wayne could do it, so could she. "What's this?" she asked, looking at a bunch of papers and documents that didn't mean much to her.
I found properties in the Punchball Mountain area, which fit our bill. I excluded all the bigger lodgings.
"And?" she urged, figuring better to hear all from him than to try to figure it out on her own from the papers in her hands.
It's hard to get details about them, but I'm cautiously optimistic that one of them may be the hiding place we've been looking for.
"Really?" That was great news. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
We were dealing with other things.
Leona didn't see how anyone breaking into her house was more important than this, but she decided not to argue. "So when are we going to check them out?"
First of all, I need to narrow this list down further, since there are a lot of them, and second of all, I will be going. Coordinating with the Virginia police will be a nightmare, he pointed out.
Leona wanted to argue then, but couldn't, fully knowing she was the one who screwed things up the first time around. So she had to do what she was told. And that sucked. She desperately wanted to be there when they put handcuffs on Wayne and Chelsea.
Don't worry. I know how much this means to you. I will make a video of the entire arrest to show it to you,
he said, as though reading her mind. She offered a small smile. Promise?
Cross my heart.
Although it seemed illogical, his promise made her feel better. Thank you. And not just for that. For everything. Jeremy nodded.
How about a consolation prize?
He said after a short pause. That intrigued her. Apparently, even though he was not letting her go to Virginia, he still wanted her to help. What do you mean?
I have a buddy in the IT department. Want to try catching your mystery guy? He offered.
Leona had a moment of doubt, wondering if that would be the right thing to do or not, but eventually nodded. Of course. When?
First thing tomorrow.
It's a date, she blurted out before she could stop herself, and immediately felt awkward and had to look away through the window. What is the matter with you?
It's a date,
he repeated, much to her surprise, and there was a strange expression on his face. What the... Chapter 32. Jeremy's friend, the IT guy, Patrick, really delivered, and they got the location of the mysterious texter based on where the phone had been used. They had tried to discover the user via cell records, but there hadn't been any since it was a burner phone, so they had to wait for the phone to be in use to track it down. Looking at the result, at the address provided, Leona frowned. This can't be right.
Why?
Jeremy asked, confused. Because this is Wayne's law firm, she replied.
It's still in business, right?
Yes, he had a partner, Austin Price, and he carried on with his associates. Austin had offered to buy her out since she'd inherited Wayne's shares, but that didn't feel right to her somehow, so she had given them all back to him.
Do you think he can be our mystery man?
Jeremy surprised her by asking. I don't know, Leona replied. She was still stunned by this revelation. Then again, it would make sense in a way. She always wondered what the connection was. Maybe this was it. If this mystery man worked with Wayne, it would make sense he knew things, and at the same time, it would totally make sense he wanted to remain anonymous.
Let's check it out,
Jeremy urged, and it was obvious he was excited about the prospect of confronting this mysterious man. Leona was too, especially since this was the first solid lead they'd had in a while. Who knows? Maybe this brings us closer to Wayne. Reaching the right address, going inside the building and getting to the right floor, Leona felt butterflies in her stomach. She had no idea why she was this nervous. Was it because she would finally discover who was helping her, or was it because she was at this place to begin with? Probably a little bit of both. As the lift door opened, the first person Leona saw was Sarah, who had been Wayne's assistant, and Leona cheered seeing her, knowing that if anyone would help them, it would be her. The other woman paled as she saw Leona coming her way. Jeremy looked between the two women, clearly seeing the same thing. "Are you my mysterious source?" Leona asked. Even before she fully comprehended it, the words left her mouth. And by the way the other woman started looking about, all flustered, it was obvious Leona had guessed right. Sarah was the one who had informed her Wayne was alive. She was the one helping all this time.
"Can we not do this here, please?"
Sarah begged. She looked genuinely spooked, and although Leona didn't necessarily understand why, she nodded. "We can go someplace else to talk if that will make you feel more comfortable," she reassured her.
"There's a coffee place called Noon. I'll meet you there in half an hour."
"All right." They left the firm before anyone else could see them. While they looked for the coffee shop, Leona's mind was reeling. It was Sarah all along. She would never have guessed that, not in a million years. Although, come to think of it, it made perfect sense. Sarah had been Wayne's assistant for years. She knew him better than most. Wait, does this mean Sarah not only knew about the affair, she covered for it as well? Leona had a sudden thought. Probably, she realized. Did she sleep with him as well? She stopped herself there. She wasn't going to allow herself to think about anything else, because she would get all her answers soon enough. There was no need for her to speculate or stress out even more. That didn't mean she was able to remain completely calm. She was anxious, waiting for Sarah to arrive.
"So Sarah was Wayne's assistant?"
Jeremy asked. "Yes, she worked for him for years, since getting out of high school."
"Really? Didn't he want someone a little bit more law-savvy?" Jeremy wondered.
"Wayne told me he knew her older brother, who died. The family struggled financially, so he decided to give her a job. He knew she would learn everything she needed along the way."
"I hate to admit it, but that's pretty decent of him,"
Jeremy replied. "I know," Leona replied simply. True to her word, Sarah appeared half an hour later.
"Sorry for the delay, but I had to wait for my lunch break."
"That's fine," Leona reassured her.
"Care to explain what the hell is going on?"
Jeremy asked at the same time. Sarah looked startled at that.
"I don't know if you had the pleasure to meet. This is Detective Jeremy Wilde."
Leona introduced him.
"We met,"
Jeremy said, narrowing his eyes.
"And you, Miss Orloff, lied to me."
"I know."
She looked downward. "Why did you do it? Why not come to me?" Leona asked before Jeremy could say anything else. She felt like he was unnecessarily intimidating her, and she wanted answers.
"I was ashamed of myself. Wayne made me cover for his affair for years, threatening to fire me if I didn't. And I did it because I really needed that job."
"I know. I'm not blaming you. He turned out to be a complete asshole." Leona knew that was putting it mildly.
"I am blaming you. Lying to the police is a serious matter,"
Jeremy snapped. "Jeremy, stop," Leona snapped. "She's here now. That's all that matters."
"I'm sorry," Sarah told Jeremy. "I panicked. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want anyone knowing what I did."
"What changed?" Leona asked.
"One of the firm's accountants contacted me to let me know Wayne's company credit card had been used after he supposedly died."
"What? Where?"
"It was used to pay a bill in a B&B."
"In Charlottesville?" Leona asked.
"Yes."
Was Leona really that surprised he hid in the same place they had stayed together days earlier? Then again, she would have recognized the scenery. She had looked at the photographs. She should have known. "What did you say?" Leona asked to distract herself. She was getting furious again, and that wasn't a good idea. She wouldn't think straight if she was furious.
"I told the accountant it was probably a mistake and that she should notify the bank and cancel the card. However, it got me wondering, so I decided to do a little snooping around."
"What did you do?"
"Nobody bothered to clean Wayne's office, figuring that was my job. So I fired up his computer and looked into his history and found out how he researched how to disappear, how the police tracked missing people, what are the sources of DNA. He also looked at guns, how to learn to shoot quickly."
She visibly shook at that, clearly remembering Michael had been shot. Jeremy had believed Chelsea was responsible for Michael's death, but hearing this, Leona had her doubts. Wayne could have left on his own before Mrs. Moon spotted him, leaving Chelsea to pack and follow behind.
If you suspected foul play, why not come forward? Why didn't you tell me any of this while we spoke? Jeremy asked next.
I managed to convince myself it was all a coincidence.
Yet even after you had proof, you remained silent. Why?
Jeremy challenged. I don't know, Sarah replied defensively. I was afraid, I guess. I didn't want to be accused as his accomplice or something. And Leona believed her. It was obvious by her demeanor and tone of voice that she was afraid. She still was, especially since knowing Wayne was actually alive and going around having people killed. Perhaps in the same situation, Leona would do the same. She understood why the other woman remained silent. She had had her family to think of. Besides, Sarah had helped a great deal despite staying anonymous. Leona would be forever grateful. There's one thing that doesn't add up, Leona started thinking out loud. Who was the man I spoke with? Sarah looked guiltily away. I was getting to that, she confessed. After seeing all those things on Wayne's computer, I decided to hire a PI. I had him speak with you. His name is Nathan Kelly. Jeremy did not look pleased.
Let me get this straight. You decided to hire a PI instead of coming to the police?
He asked incredulously. I didn't want anyone knowing I was involved, she defended. Besides, at that point, I wasn't sure if I was simply crazy or if something was going on. Jeremy shook his head. He was outraged, yet Leona understood. It couldn't have been easy on Sarah. Nathan found out the truth? Leona asked, so they could move on from this moment. Sarah nodded. Yes, he went to that B&B and found Chelsea and Wayne together. When was that? A couple of days before I reached out. As soon as Nathan returned, when he showed me the pictures, I knew we had to contact you, warn you. Thank you for doing that, Leona said with utmost honesty. You literally saved my life.
Do not thank her, Jeremy said, clearly still irked. If she had provided us with the address, we would have had those two in custody by now.
Nathan said they left the B&B and it took him a while to find them again. Actually, he only managed to find Wayne in the city at that hotel I sent you to, she told Leona. And then I fucked it up.
Do you have any idea what kind of damage you did? She almost died.
Jeremy raised his voice. A couple of other patrons looked their way, which reminded him they were in a public place. That was not her fault. It was mine, Leona said. I thought she needed to know. Sarah tried to explain her reasoning. Nathan and I disagreed, and I sent it anyway. I regret doing things the way I did. I really do. It was obvious Jeremy wasn't buying it.
You are only speaking with us today because you have no choice,
he pointed out. Please stop, Leona interrupted. What's done is done. We have to look forward and figure out how to find them.
Because of what both of you did, we might never find them.
Jeremy did the same. Leona refused to look at things that way. There had to be a way. There had to be something they could do to flush them out. Perhaps I can announce I'm donating all the money to charity. Perhaps that would spring them into action, she mused. If you want to meet with Nathan, see what he has to say. I'm more than willing to set it up, Sarah offered. Leona nodded, liking that idea very much. After all, that was the man who managed to find Wayne twice. Not that she was about to say that out loud. It would seem too rude toward Jeremy. She didn't feel like rubbing salt in his wounds. We would appreciate that, Leona said, speaking for the both of them before Jeremy said anything mean or snappish. Although she understood his frustrations, he was not helpful at the moment. It was obvious Sarah had more to say, and was timid of Jeremy. She couldn't blame her. Leona said, Could you give us a moment? Jeremy nodded, storming out, but staying close by. Even angry, he was still protecting her. Is there something else you wanted to say? Sarah took a deep breath. Chapter 33. Sarah's smile was nervous as she watched Jeremy leave the coffee shop. It was like he read my mind, she commented. Jeremy is a good man, great detective, but passionate. Then again, I think we all are like that regarding this case, she defended him. Sarah nodded. I can definitely relate. Which was a surprise for Leona. She was trying to come to terms with Sarah being the one helping her this whole time. And the mysterious PI. She couldn't wait to meet him. She was optimistic that together, he and Jeremy would find Wayne and Chelsea and actually arrest them. If you stay away, maybe they will, she chastised herself. Is there something else you wanted to say? Leona repeated, since it was clear the other girl was stalling.
There is. However, let me start by saying how terribly sorry I am for not having the nerve to tell you about the affair. I wanted to tell you so many times, or at least help you discover for yourself, but was too big a coward.
It's all right, Sarah. I do not blame you for what happened.
I blame me. It was despicable what he was doing, and he wasn't even shy about it, and I was stupid enough to believe all his threats, as though I wouldn't be able to find another job.
Sarah looked wretched with guilt over this. Leona wanted to find a way to reassure her everything was all right. She had told the truth. She harbored no ill will towards Sarah. She knew how persuasive Wayne could be, and if he set his mind on something, he would achieve it. She could only imagine what he had told this girl, who desperately needed work so she could support her family, to keep her in check and do his bidding. Perhaps that was the reason he gave her the job in the first place, because he knew she would be easily controlled. She said as much. Wayne knew what he was doing when hiring you. It was all part of his plan. But as I said before, I'm not angry with you. You did what you had to. And in the end, you helped me the most. I will forever be grateful for that. Sarah's eyes filled with tears.
How could you not be angry? I have lied to you for years.
Sarah was clearly stuck in a loop, doing the self-blame thing. Leona could relate. She just hoped following Dr. Reed's lead, she would know what to say, because she wanted to free Sarah from that burden. She didn't deserve it. Don't think about that anymore. It's in the past.
Each time you called and I said he was in a business meeting or having lunch with a potential client, he was actually with her. That's on me. I arranged all their meetings. I booked the hotels. I planned their vacations.
Poor girl. I understand you had been coerced. Fear about your future can be a powerful motivator, a powerful force that could overshadow everything else, Leona said. She had had the opportunity to experience some of it while in jail and would not recommend it to anyone. And poor Sarah had had to deal with that kind of shit for years. Wayne really was a Class A bastard. So let me repeat it one last time. You are not to blame. I am not angry with you. With Wayne, well, let's just say he's a completely different story. Leona was never a violent person, but she thought she would like to see him castrated in the town square and branded with the scarlet A across his chest. That sounded horrible and medieval, but after everything he did, some true, physical punishment sounded like a good idea, and it would make all the other bastards pause to think about their actions as well.
Really?
Sarah asked, all doe eyes, snapping her from her sadistic thoughts. The younger woman looked like a weight just lifted off her shoulders. Really, Leona insisted, and Sarah surprised her by hugging her. I am curious about some things, Leona said.
Ask me whatever you want.
When did it all start? Wayne asking you to assist and cover his extramarital activities. Sarah didn't even have to think about the reply. Probably in the first couple of months of me working there. At first, I was shocked, surprised, and disappointed, yet I felt like I didn't have a choice. It was as she suspected. Wayne had hired her because he needed someone to cover up his affairs. What a disgusting man. And he was already with Chelsea then? Sarah nodded.
I got the impression they were together for a long time.
Was it possible she was with both brothers right from the start and just married the wealthier one? Leona speculated. Thinking of all of them together made her sick to her stomach. Luckily, Sarah continued speaking so that the images vanished from her head.
Over the years, there were others as well. However, Chelsea was the most permanent one. I got the feeling she was always pushing others away, keeping Wayne to herself. There was this one paralegal, Mary, who really put up a fight.
So it was not only Chelsea. There were others. God only knew how many, countless. That felt like a punch in the gut. Leona didn't want to know more about that. She thought she did, but as it turned out, she'd had her fill of disgust. Eventually, Sarah stopped speaking as though sensing she was oversharing, adding salt to a wound. Leona was trying hard not to get bothered by it, but she couldn't help it. There were too many lies and betrayals, too many to count for sure. And although she'd had time to get used to the fact Wayne was not the man she thought he was, listening to all these things was hard.
"I'm sorry,"
Sarah said, putting a hand on her mouth. Leona forced a smile.
"I'm glad we got the opportunity to talk. I didn't mean to hurt you. I said too much."
No. It was good that you did. I needed to know," she reassured her. "And Wayne will definitely get what he deserves. He will pay for all that he did," she added with conviction. "Wayne will pay for making me believe I killed him on our freaking anniversary. He will pay for breaking my heart, cheating on me all these years, and he will most definitely pay for being an accomplice to killing his own brother." Leona would make sure of that. She would fight until the end so that justice could be served. She would not allow him to have another happy day in his life because he didn't deserve it. He had sowed so much misery that it was time to return the favor.
"You really think so?"
Sarah clearly had her doubts. "Yes. And you know what? That's all thanks to you. You figured it all out. You saw through his deception and even found his hiding place."
"That was Nathan," Sarah replied instantly. "He's a very skillful private investigator. I think he was a police officer before."
That would make sense. I wonder what made him go into the private sector, Leona thought before focusing back on Sarah. "You all did so much, and then I messed it up."
"Do you regret it?"
Sarah asked. Leona took a deep breath before saying, "I wish I could say I'm sorry for what I did, for rushing to that hotel to confront him. And I can't. I'm sorry I blew things up." She knew she had almost died because of her impulsiveness. "But that doesn't change the fact I would do it again. To see the look on his face, knowing he's beaten." "I get it," Sarah reassured her, like Leona knew she would. Of course she understood. She'd had to deal with that man daily, see the worst in him, see how much hurt he was inflicting and be powerless to stop it. That was why Sarah had given her the address, because she understood that confronting Wayne was something Leona needed. Needed so she would be able to heal and move on.
"And I'm sure we will find them again, especially if we all work together now," Sarah pointed out.
"Together," Leona repeated. Wayne had shown he was not as smart as he believed, so there was not a doubt in her mind that they would find him again. To Leona, it didn't matter how much time would pass until then. She would dedicate all her time, energy, and resources to finding that bastard. If a PI had managed to find him twice, then they were bound to find him again. Leona was sure the only reason Jeremy hadn't managed to do the same was because his focus was split. He had to worry about assassins and babysitting her, which made it difficult to track down Wayne as well. But she wouldn't fault him for it. He was keeping her alive, after all. Sarah eyed her suspiciously, and it was obvious there was something she wanted to say and didn't know how. "I see you hesitating. Out with it," Leona said without sugarcoating it.
"Promise me you won't rush off to confront him again on your own when we find them?"
There was a genuine worry as she said that, and Leona was touched. So she decided to be 100% honest with the other woman. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Part of me wants to say lesson learned. However, that would be a lie. The best I can do is to vow I will do my best to make sure I don't put myself in danger. But promising I won't want to confront him again, for real this time, would be impossible. and confronting him is something that would be hard to resist. Because taking my revenge on him, on the bastard who destroyed my life, on Chelsea, that backstabbing bitch, is all that keeps me going. Sarah needed a moment to reply. Fair enough, she said eventually. As though they had reached some kind of agreement, they moved on to different subjects. Leona asked how she liked working for Austin, and Sarah embraced the conversation as though she too needed a break from all the serious talk. He wants me to go to a few courses to become a real paralegal. That's great news. You should do it. I think I will, Sarah said with a genuine smile. Leona was happy things were turning out better for her. After everything she'd been through with Wayne, she definitely deserved it. And Leona also suspected Austin knew more than he let on, and this was his way of doing some kind of reparation. He was a good man. Leona had thought so since meeting him, and was glad she wasn't wrong. After a few more minutes, Leona waved for Jeremy to return inside.
So, what's the plan? He asked casually, sitting back in his chair.
We're expanding the team, Leona replied in the same manner. That made him frown.
Say what?
And his expression was so comical, Leona had to laugh. Sarah joined in, which only made her laugh harder. It felt good to be silly for a bit, fully knowing what lay ahead of them. The hunt for Wayne and Chelsea. The fight for justice. Chapter 34. Meeting the PI went fairly smoothly. Jeremy was reserved at first. However, hearing Nathan was an ex-cop who worked for NYPD and was forced into an early retirement after getting shot made him lower his guard and accept help from the ex-cop. Nathan Kelly was a burly man in his 40s, on the short side, with dark skin, a shaved head, and a warm smile. Leona liked him from the moment she met him. They started going over everything together, brainstorming, with Jeremy sharing their property listings from Virginia.
The problem is, I can't simply go there.
Jeremy ran a hand through his hair in frustration. There was another problem that kept them constantly banging against walls while looking for Wayne and Chelsea, which had nothing to do with Leona's hot-headed behavior. Jeremy didn't have any jurisdiction outside the city of Boston, and working with different cops from different jurisdictions required a lot of bureaucracy. It was a nightmare.
I'll go, Nathan offered. That could work, actually,
Jeremy agreed. It didn't take them long to devise a plan after that. Jeremy provided his best assessment of where he believed Wayne and Chelsea could be hiding, and Nathan would go there, stake out the houses, and verify firsthand if they were there or not. Afterward, they would go through the proper channels, alert the police, and hopefully, those two would be put behind bars.
It will take some time, Nathan admitted, since some of the cabins were in pretty remote locations. However, if they're out there, I'll find them, he promised.
And Leona believed him. He had that same focus and determination that Jeremy did. After he left, it was waiting time. Leona waited by the phone, biting her nails, hoping that Nathan would call soon. Although realistically, she knew that wasn't possible. He had a lot of ground to cover. And at times, she wasn't sure if they'd even made the right decision of sending him there all alone. He wasn't a hiker. However, when she stressed that she should have gone with him, Jeremy almost bit her head off, saying how she was using that as an excuse to confront Wayne, and she really took offense to that, because that wasn't her main concern. Nathan's safety was, and if by any chance she managed to have a moment with Wayne, tell him what a scumbag he was, then so be it. Of course, after arguing with Jeremy about it, she kept her mouth shut. While Leona waited by the phone, Jeremy wasn't idle. He was working the case from a different angle, trying to find the person who hired the hitman, because they couldn't be sure it was Wayne. He thought it would be a nice bonus to tie that death to one of the Woodrows as well. A few days passed, and Leona was ready to jump out of her skin. She talked with Sarah daily, and she was the only one who kept her sane, grounded. Speaking with Dr. Reed didn't help. If anything, it made her more agitated, stressed, and frustrated, because she hated feeling the way she did, and none of her therapist's advice on how to deal with that worked. So she tried not to think about herself, and to stay focused on the case. Getting the call from the PI, hearing those simple words, "I found them," felt like heaven.
"They're hiding at the second location,"
Nathan said. As it turned out, he'd found them in a mountain cabin that wasn't that far away from the trail Wayne supposedly died at. Leona could only shake her head hearing that. Unbelievable. He had been right there, right under their noses all this time. That bastard hadn't even wanted to bother to hike too far away after his accident. He'd planned everything to his utmost convenience. She should have known. Leona would have been outraged if her emotions weren't already all spent a long time ago. She couldn't find it in herself to care about anything anymore, apart from catching them, bringing them home to be put on trial for their crimes. Nothing surprised her anymore. She just went with it. And just to be doubly sure, although Nathan had pictures, they searched for the owner of the cabin, hoping to find additional proof against the two. And they were right. The cabin was leased under Wayne's name. Well, not literally. He used an alias, Woody Wayne. She knew they had him good when she heard that ridiculous name. Of course, she'd already heard it. Wayne was very proud of coming up with that, always bragging about how that was something he came up with while in college, while obsessively playing video games online with his college roommates. He'd even claim he was Bruce's long-lost brother as a backstory. She should have known he would use something so ridiculous. It would save them a lot of time and energy, if she'd only remembered that. But they had him. They had them both. Once again, all thanks to his laziness and arrogance. He probably thought it was so smart to use that silly name on his lease. That was his fuck you all, and now it would be his downfall. He wasn't as smart as he believed, as it turned out, because once again, Nathan had managed to find him. In a way, it was amusing. Or it would be amusing if it weren't so serious.
"Are you sure they're staying there?"
Jeremy questioned. They were having a conference call, the four of them. Nathan was still in Virginia, not being able to fly home since flights had been canceled because of the weather.
"Yeah, it appears as though they'll be staying for a while. I saw them accepting deliveries from local distributors, all fancy food and drinks. Red wine, to be more precise,"
Nathan replied. Leona wasn't surprised they had expensive taste, even while hiding in the middle of nowhere. Wayne always liked to indulge himself, and Chelsea apparently went for the tag. The more expensive something was, the better. Her choice of a husband, deceased husband, she corrected, definitely proved that trend. Wayne loves his Spanish wine, Leona grumbled.
"I learned something else,"
Nathan continued. What? All three of them asked at the same time.
"The cabin was rented prior to Wayne faking his death."
That made sense. He needed a place to stay while they all searched for him, then met Chelsea in that B&B. And he'd obviously escaped to the cabin once again after Leona had caught him in that hotel in Boston. She said as much. And we still don't know why he was in Boston, though.
"That's good for us, if they think they're safe there,"
Jeremy commented.
"As far as why he was in Boston, we'll have to do some more digging or ask him when we catch him."
So what are we going to do now? Leona asked a bit impatiently. When are we going?
"Not so fast,"
Jeremy warned.
"First, I need to clear the jurisdiction nightmare and get a thing called a warrant," he pointed out. "We can't just bust inside."
She made a face. Maybe you can't. I definitely can. Why not? She challenged. They do it in the movies all the time. Arrest now, think about the logistics later.
"That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a long time,"
Jeremy observed.
"I have to agree," Nathan said. "Doing that could jeopardize the case. We don't want them walking free after all they've done."
She hated it when they used logic on her. Fine, I know you're right. I just want them caught now, Leona agreed through gritted teeth, although she was not happy about it. Without wasting any time, Jeremy went to speak with his boss to try to get a warrant so they would be able to search the property. The problem was, they had to get clearance from a different state and seek approval from a different judge. She understood that was a nightmare to deal with, but that was why there were federal laws and federal courts in the first place. As Jeremy dealt with the logistics of it, Leona brooded in her room all alone. She hated being left out. Unfortunately, Jeremy returned with some pretty bad news.
The judge we need is on holiday.
What? Leona exclaimed. This was just too much for her. Now she had proof the universe was screwing with them. It was one obstacle after another. The game seemed to be rigged, and she hated it. She was definitely going to fight against it. Can't you use a different one?
Yes, that is an option. However, the judge who is handling all the cases is pretty swamped now, as you can imagine, and it's going to take a while to get to him.
All he has to do is sign a few papers, right? Does he really need all day for that?
Is that a movie reference again?
Leona remained silent. It definitely was. She rolled her eyes and looked away, still miffed.
Look, he needs to get familiar with the case, listen to all the evidence before either agreeing to sign the warrant or not. And that takes time, he explained.
We don't have time. Can't you cut in line? She knew she was grasping at straws, but she wanted them in custody like yesterday. She didn't want to wait anymore.
My boss thinks we have time. Based on everything we've learned, it's obvious Wayne and Chelsea plan on staying at that cabin for a while.
He tried to reassure her. Leona wasn't reassured, though. The whole notion that they had to wait while knowing where those two were was ridiculous to her. She started to pull on her coat.
Where are you going?
Jeremy looked at her confused. I need to go for a walk. She was so angry, her thoughts all over the place, that she felt like she was going to explode if she lingered and continued this futile conversation with Jeremy.
You can't leave.
Here he goes again, telling me what I can or can't do. Try to stop me, she said, narrowing her eyes, practically daring him to make a move. When he did nothing, she turned and walked out of the room. Once outside, she found that taking in some fresh air felt good, but not good enough to tame the tempest inside her. She was beyond furious. It appeared as though, even when she tried to do the right thing, the end result was the same. She got screwed. Wayne and Chelsea were enjoying themselves inside that cabin, feeling superior, feeling like they won. And apparently, there was nothing she could do about it. Son of a bitch, she cursed over and over. While she fumed, walking aimlessly, she didn't fail to notice Jeremy was walking a couple of steps behind her. She ignored him for a while, but eventually, after she managed to calm herself, at least fractionally, she slowed her pace so he could catch up with her, which he did.
Feeling better?
He asked calmly. No, she replied honestly. I hate this.
I know, me too,
he agreed.
However, look at everything we've accomplished. We have a mountain of evidence against both of them, and we're very close to catching them. We only have to be a little more patient.
She looked at him. And when you say we, you actually mean me, she guessed.
Yes,
he replied simply. Despite everything, there was one thing she could count on. Jeremy was always honest with her. Promise me this will be over soon, she pressed. Perhaps it was a bit childish of her to make him swear on something he had no control over. But she needed that.
I promise, Leona,
Jeremy replied without a thought. She couldn't decide if he said that because he believed it, was that confident, or because he was trying to placate her. Leona decided it didn't really matter, as long as she got what she wanted. Thank you.
Can you please return to the B&B now? I'm freezing my ass off.
Only then did she notice he had no jacket on. Why did you leave without a jacket? She asked incredulously.
Because some mad woman ran out on me, he replied.
That was a fair point. Leona started walking back, Jeremy beside her.
You know, I just remembered something,
he said after a short pause. What?
I won the bet.
And his grin was so big that Leona's stomach tied into knots. She'd completely forgotten about that. But Jeremy certainly hadn't. What was he going to ask of her? She stopped herself there. She didn't want to guess. Oh my God. So what? What do you want, then? She asked nervously.
I think I'm going to have to think about that for a while.
His grin widened. It was that grin of his that said he was enjoying this way too much. Chapter 35. Jeremy managed to appease her that day, managed to persuade her they were doing their best, they were doing things the right way. But that didn't last. Each day that passed without Jeremy getting the warrant was agony. Even his boss and the DA got involved, trying to solve jurisdictional problems as well. But as far as she could gather, it was a complete mess. As it turned out, the police and the judicial system in Virginia did things a little differently, and sorting through it all required time. She started to really hate that phrase, taking time. To make matters worse, the judge who was handling the case didn't consider it to be a priority. The fact 2 people committed all those crimes, committed fraud, faked a death, and even murdered a couple of men meant nothing to him, which meant they would have to wait their turn to be heard and present their case. Leona found the whole thing frustrating as hell, maddening. Realizing this was getting them nowhere, Leona decided she was done waiting. She felt stir-crazy, knowing exactly where Wayne and Chelsea were hiding all this time and not being able to do anything about it. It was absolutely ridiculous to her that a piece of paper was preventing them from acting and making an arrest. After a few more days passed, she shared her frustrations with the group. And although they all shared the same sentiment, the rest were prepared to wait. She was not. "What if they leave while we twiddle our thumbs and wait?" she challenged. That was how they started debating if the cabin should be watched in the meantime. Nathan was already there. However, he couldn't watch it 24/7 on his own. Leona was of the mind that Jeremy could go and join him, watch the place together.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Nathan was the first who rejected her idea. "Why?" Leona asked in frustration.
Because mistakes, accidents happen, and we don't want to show our hand before we're ready to make a move. I agree,
Jeremy said, much to her chagrin.
Better not to take chances, because if they become aware we're watching, that could spook them to act on impulse, and that's how people end up dead.
For some reason, he looked at her while saying that. Leona studiously ignored him. She knew he was referring to the hitman who tried to kill her. So, unfortunately, it was decided not to do anything, to wait for a warrant, and that was that. Leona was beyond frustrated, and although she understood how things could easily go to shit if they were discovered, if Wayne and Chelsea managed to escape again, going even deeper underground so they wouldn't be able to find them again, it was hard remaining passive. After a Democratic vote, 3-1, it was decided to stay away from the cabin and wait for the police to do their thing, the right way. All the while, Leona prayed like hell those 2 would remain at their cabin and not decide they were done with winter and move someplace sunnier, like Mexico. And then, it would be even harder to get them and bring them to justice, because they'd have to file for extradition. Did Mexico even honor that? Leona wasn't sure. Leona tried not to be pessimistic, but it was hard. Then again, based on all the expensive food Chelsea and Wayne were ordering and the red wine they were drinking, it seemed they planned on staying there forever. And Leona really hoped like hell that was the case.
Trust me, Leona. This is for the best.
Jeremy tried to comfort her after they finished their conversation with Nathan and Sarah. He'd come over to check up on her like he always did. Part of me really understands that, but the rest...
Wants to charge that mountain,
Jeremy finished. And although it was said as a joke, they both knew that was the God's honest truth. "Why don't I?" she blurted out before she could stop herself.
Excuse me?
"What if I go up there today?" she repeated. There was no point in turning back now.
What would that accomplish exactly?
He challenged. Well, if I go there and see them with my own eyes, then report that to the police, then maybe they could speed things up. Maybe we won't need your stupid warrant, was heavily implied.
Nothing can be done without a warrant, he replied as though reading her mind. And you are most definitely not going to Virginia all by yourself.
He was adamant. She folded her arms in front of her chest. Why not? I'm not police. I can go wherever I want, do whatever I want. And if by chance I spot a couple of criminals and do my civic duty, then so be it. I can call the police and tell them I have found my husband who pretended to be dead and his brother's widow who is wanted for questioning in her husband's murder.
No,
he replied simply. Why not? She insisted. Tell me one good reason.
Because it's crazy and it's too dangerous. That's 2 reasons for you, he counted.
I can take care of myself, she insisted.
Yes, I saw that.
I'm still here, aren't I?
Yeah, by dumb luck.
That hurt, but she wasn't backing down. You know you can't prevent me from going. Jeremy narrowed his eyes, and it was obvious he highly disagreed with that. Then again, what could he do? Cuff her to the radiator? Looking into his eyes, she realized he might. Better not say anything. She didn't want to give him any ideas.
Okay, fine. Let's say you go there. How do you plan on keeping them there if something goes wrong? You're one person, and we know they are armed, he pointed out.
And it was a good point. They don't have to know I'm there, she said. Jeremy made a face. It was obvious he didn't believe her. His next words confirmed as much.
Right, he mocked.
You don't think I can be stealthy? She argued.
Oh, I have no opinion on that. However, I do know you won't be able to stay away while witnessing their affair in front of your eyes, he threw in her face.
That pissed her off. She wasn't some unstable woman who let her emotions govern her, despite how she'd been acting recently, which was completely understandable considering the circumstances, and it wasn't fair he was using that against her. Leona pursed her lips. Contrary to what you believe, I am capable of controlling myself. It wasn't as if she would go into a homicidal rage seeing Wayne and Chelsea together. It wasn't as if she still had feelings for the bastard. It was true, it had hurt a great deal when she had discovered everything, but when put into perspective, when compared to other things that she discovered, the fact he'd carried out an affair throughout their marriage felt like nothing at all.
I know you believe that, but trust me when I say that when the moment comes, all bets will be off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know it from experience, so take it from me.
Leona nodded at that. I didn't know we had so much in common, she said sarcastically. That your wife faked her death, then ran away with a lover? His expression was unreadable while he replied,
Close. She cheated on me with my former boss and ended up marrying him after our divorce. No death was involved, but I came close to it. You see, I too thought I could handle it. I was wrong. I ended up breaking his nose during my resignation, he confessed.
Leona realized this was the longest she'd ever heard him speak on the subject of his former wife, and although she sympathized, Leona realized she couldn't back down. Not now. Well, I'm not you, she replied, raising her chin ever so slightly. Despite her words, it made her wonder, what if he's right? What if she only thought she could handle seeing Wayne and Chelsea together? And then she reminded herself what she'd done after seeing the photographs of them for the first time. She'd had to rush to the toilet to throw up. Jeremy had shared this with her with the best of intentions, not trying to keep her here because he was bored or cruel, but because he was genuinely worried. What if she did lose control and made matters worse? Again. Or ended up hurt. Again. This case meant a great deal to all of them. Should she act so selfishly now when they were so close to the finish line? She had to wonder. She would only have herself to blame if she refused to listen to reason. Jeremy put a hand on her shoulder, snapping her from her thoughts.
We are all capable of all kinds of things. It all depends on a situation and on us being pushed to our limits, he replied sadly.
Leona started to suspect he'd done more than break that man's nose, but she wasn't about to pry. I don't disagree with you on that. However, I know myself. I know what's at stake here. I won't screw things up, Jeremy. I need to do something because this is taking too long, she pointed out, pleading with him to understand her side.
I understand you want to go and why. That's precisely why you can't. especially not on your own. It would negate all our hard work.
Leona was slightly irked that he was trying to guilt her into compliance. Or was she reading too much into it, while all he was trying to do was knock some sense into her skull? Either way, she didn't like it, because bottom line, she'd made up her mind, and there was no changing it. Leona looked at him long and hard, pondering everything he'd said, and why she couldn't listen to him, before replying, "If the roles were reversed, if you were actually in my place, knowing what I know, would you be able to stay away?" she asked, genuinely wanting to know. Jeremy looked like he was about to say some bullshit line, but she really needed him to take this seriously, so she continued. "I guess what I'm asking is, what would you do in my place? Would you sit around, or would you do everything that needs to be done?" The silence that followed was deafening. "I thought so," she said victoriously.
That broke the spell. "That's not a fair question, and you know it. I'm a cop."
"You were a cop when you broke your old boss's nose, too," she pointed out. "Look, I'm not judging. I'm simply making a point. We all need to do our part."
"Don't try to justify your bad behavior," he accused. "You want to go there because you want to have a blowout with him."
He had her there. "And so what if I do?"
"So what? It's dangerous, that's what. They already killed 2 people. Want to be number 3?
"No, of course not."
Then we agree. We wait for a warrant."
"You know I can't agree to that. Something needs to be done." Jeremy sighed, clearly realizing they were going in circles. Both of them were too stubborn, too convinced they were right to budge.
"Could you at least sleep on it for one night?" he asked. "And we'll talk about it tomorrow. Clear-headed. Okay?"
"Okay," she replied simply, knowing full well that would not happen. The instant he left, she started planning her trip. Jeremy was doing his best. He'd even tried involving the DA, but the bureaucracy was constantly hindering their progress. So it was on her to do the right thing and catch the bad guys. "Sorry, Jeremy, but this needed to be done. All this waiting could only harm the case overall. Those 2 needed to be brought to justice now, and Leona was definitely going to be there when it happened." Knowing she had limited time to get ready and leave Boston before Jeremy managed to stop her, she snuck back to her house, although she didn't know why she was sneaking in the first place, to get her hiking gear and everything else she would need for this journey. She packed everything she believed was needed, not only to survive the snowy mountain, but to confront those 2. She didn't own any kind of weapon, so she brought her bear mace, hoping at least that could serve as some kind of protection. Then, she booked herself a flight for first thing in the morning. Better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, she thought once again. Chapter 36. Leona half expected Jeremy would come rushing to the airport, stopping her from boarding the plane the next morning. When that didn't happen, she sighed with relief. Part of her knew she was doing something the others wouldn't approve of, but everything inside her was telling her this was the right thing to do. Despite what Jeremy had said about patience, Leona believed she had been patient enough. It was time to act. After a short flight, Leona rented a car and drove to the nearest access point, from where she would have to go by foot. There was a direct road to the cabin, of course, but she didn't want to be seen, so she would have to hike through the woods, through the snow, so Wayne and Chelsea would not be aware of her presence. She might be impulsive, but she wasn't stupid. Part of her felt guilty for ditching Jeremy, leaving him like that without a word. He wasn't dumb. He would know where she was headed the instant she failed to answer his calls. He called and texted a lot. And then he stopped, which was worrisome in a way because she couldn't predict his next move. She constantly glanced over her shoulder as she drove, expecting to be pulled over and detained. Reaching the trail made her sigh with relief. She was out of his reach now. Leona wore her comfortable hiking clothes, the same ones she'd had the day of Wayne's fake accident. She hadn't worn them since that day, so she was sure some kind of irony was involved. but she wasn't prepared to look too closely into that. All her thoughts were focused on confronting her cheating, murderous ex-husband. Bastard, she corrected herself. In her mind, she had already started to think of him as her ex-husband, because they had stopped being tied to one another the instant he decided to lie and cheat on her. The fact they hadn't signed any papers was strictly a formality at this point. They were done. In fact, they were never truly together. She was annulling the whole experience in her mind. She wondered what Dr. Reed would say about that. Was that an unhealthy way to look at things? At the moment, she didn't care. Her husband had cheated on her, faked his death, killed his brother, and tried to kill her. So she would use whatever coping mechanism she saw fit. Whatever pushed her forward. Oh, how she missed her old, boring life when she didn't have a care in the world. When her biggest worry was how lonely she felt. Then again, knowing everything she knew now, she would never return to that time, even if she could. None of that was real. So there was nothing to mourn. At least now she knew the truth. Her eyes were wide open, and she would never again allow herself to get blinded by anything. She was very pleased when she started climbing, knowing that even if Jeremy tried to follow her, he would be at least a half day behind her, if not more. Seeing how her own tracks were the only ones around put her at ease as well. She would be the first to confront those two, just the way she planned. She adjusted her gloves as she moved forward. It was pretty cold up there. Part of the country was getting warmer, but this place would definitely need to catch up. It was snowing lightly, and the unbothered snow was ankle-deep, sometimes deeper, so she really had to watch her step, which made her progress slow. That was the only thing that bothered her, how slow she had to walk. She didn't care about the weather. The cold never really bothered her. Besides, determination and pure stubbornness were keeping her warm. Leona actually broke into a sweat, carrying all her gear, plus bear mace, through this weather, because not being in shape made it hard. That didn't slow her down. At times, each step was a struggle, and she relished it, because reaching the cabin would be that much sweeter. Being out there in the cold, in the snowy woods, gave her plenty of time to reflect on her life. She had made a ton of mistakes, especially in her relationship, her marriage. Wayne was the first real boyfriend she'd had, and he'd completely managed to sweep her away with all the love and attention he gave her. Considering she was all alone in the world, his approach, that kind of love bombing, made her feel that was it, that she'd met her love match, and the fear of being left all alone again made her keep her mouth shut when things weren't to her liking. She wasn't responsible that Wayne was a terrible human being who lied and cheated, but she was to blame in part for staying in that marriage longer than she should have. Being that unhappy should have been her first clue that something wasn't adding up, but she ignored it because of her cowardice. Lesson learned. Perhaps it was strange, but that climb felt very cathartic to her, and she knew that once she managed to reach the cabin, she would feel almost reborn, ready to put the past firmly behind her, after confronting those two bastards, of course. She had a moment of doubt. It wasn't just Jeremy she was disappointing. Sarah and Nathan, too, were involved and invested in this case, but she believed she was doing this for them as well. Or at least that was her rationalization. They all needed this to be over, and this was the only way. She needed to confront them and alert the police that Wayne and Chelsea were up there, so they would be brought to justice. It was as simple as that. Why did all these people try to complicate it that much? She had no answer to that. Were all of them seeing something she wasn't capable of since her emotions were clouding her judgment? Am I sabotaging this again? She asked, stopping in place. She really gave it some thought, and eventually decided against it, resuming her climb. Although she understood Jeremy's point of view, he wanted everything done by the book, by the law, as a good police officer should. But that hindered him in a way, especially in sensitive cases like this one, when it was imperative to act as soon as possible. So she really couldn't look at this as if she was sabotaging everything. She was helping and exposing them. With her up there, the police would have to act, warrant or not. Then again, will they be able to reach us in time? What if something happens? What if something goes wrong and someone ends up hurt? Or worse, like Jeremy had been warning her about. Still, Leona couldn't think like that, not when she was this close to them. Bottom line was that Wayne and Chelsea had hurt her too much. She deserved to know why. She deserved to know why she had been chosen to take the fall for all of their crimes. And once the police got hold of them, Leona was sure she wouldn't be allowed to have an honest conversation with them. Sure, she could visit them in prison, but there were no guarantees they would speak with her or tell the truth, for that matter. On the other hand, if she did it now, while they were still free and comfortable that they would eventually get away with everything, then she could get the full story and be confident it was the real one. Perhaps that was foolish of her, to intentionally seek out two people who ruined her life, who had proved how dangerous they were. Regardless, she was going to do it. Perhaps talking with them, listening to their reasoning, justifications for all the bad they did was a fool's errand, and a highly dangerous one at that. But no matter how strange and ridiculous it seemed, she wasn't afraid of confronting them. Ever since Leona had learned about their hiding place, she knew deep down things would turn out this way, with her determinedly trying to reach them. This had started with the three of them entangled, so it was only logical to end with the three of them as well. She could feel her phone vibrating inside her inner jacket pocket. She made no move to take it out. It was probably Jeremy again, so she ignored it. She couldn't even say she was sorry for doing this to him. She knew he would get in trouble with his superiors once she went rogue like this. Nevertheless, everything inside her pushed her forward. As she continued walking through the snowy woods, she tried to come up with some achievable plan. What to say when she confronted Wayne and Chelsea, how to start the conversation. She couldn't barge inside and start demanding answers. If they were truly armed, which she had no reason to doubt, then she would be at a disadvantage. I have to find a way to surprise them, either by getting hold of the gun or by doing something else. Maybe she could tie them up while they slept, she mused. It was fascinating how, although she had no training, she still believed she could do all those things. Break inside without getting caught, tie them up, and make them talk. Easy peasy. For some reason, in the midst of it all, she remembered Michael's dead eyes staring at her the day she found him on the floor. And once that came to her mind, other memories resurfaced. She remembered almost drowning because an assassin tried to push her off the road. She remembered being arrested and attacked by reporters. But no matter how horrible all those things were, most of all, she thought of Wayne. Her memories with him. Their wedding day came to mind. There was one moment when he disappeared, and once he returned, he'd said he was arranging a surprise for her. What a liar. He was probably screwing Chelsea in some dark corner while she, like a complete fool, thought she was the luckiest girl in the world, marrying the love of her life. She shook her head at her naivete. It was better to remember him in different circumstances. She thought of the way he looked the day she confronted him in front of his hotel. When she had tried to confront him, she corrected, and was not successful because he ran away. Coward. This time it would be different. Nowhere to run now. It was a long, cold, and overall harrowing hike, but eventually she started to see something in front of her. A glimpse of a light, and she knew she was close. With renewed strength, she doubled her pace, eager to get to her destination. And soon enough, she reached the cabin. She stopped at the edge of the forest, looking at it. It looked exactly the same as in the pictures, so she knew she was in the right place. Leona grinned. I've got you now. Chapter 37. Leona found a good hiding place and rested for a bit. The hike in the snow had taken its toll on her, so no matter how much she wanted to sneak to the cabin and look inside, she needed a breather. Taking a sip from her water canister and eating a candy bar, she constantly watched the cabin. From her vantage point, that was all she could do. She couldn't know for sure if someone was inside or not. For that, she would have to get closer. Much closer. She also made sure nobody could surprise her. No matter if she rushed there in record time, she wasn't reckless. She didn't want Wayne to be aware she was there until she was ready to face him. About 10 minutes later, she deemed herself ready. The cabin itself was very beautiful, old-fashioned looking, although it was obvious it was fairly recently built. The way it was nestled in the small clearing, circled by trees, was picturesque. But Leona had no time to relish its beauty. Very slowly, carefully, she crept to the back of the cabin, then glued herself to the outer wall. To her right was the back entrance. There was a big ground-level patio, and underneath the canopy were 2 snowmobiles. They looked as if they had been used, but not recently. For a moment, she contemplated if she should Google how to sabotage them, but eventually ruled against it. It was true having them was a risk since it meant Chelsea and Wayne could try to escape. At the same time, what if Leona was the one in need of getting out of there as quickly as possible? There was comfort in knowing she could use one of those vehicles to do so. To her right was a window, and she crept toward it. She was so worked up by what she was doing that all sounds were heightened. The banging of her heart, the squeaking her suit was making, her boots crunching the snow underneath her feet. All of it felt too loud. She was sure Wayne or Chelsea could hear her from miles away. However, she forced herself to continue. Looking through the window, she confirmed what she suspected. The kitchen was on that side of the cabin. Although the place looked old-fashioned on the outside, she could see how modern it was on the inside. Her kitchen wasn't as modern as this one. It was all state-of-the-art appliances and stainless steel. It was a kitchen that belonged in a magazine. She found it funny and ironic, since she knew neither Wayne nor Chelsea cooked. That was why they had everything delivered, she reminded herself. The empty bottles of wine were on the kitchen island. They have definitely been celebrating. Overall, although the place was in the middle of nowhere, it had just about everything one could want except maybe internet or television access. She couldn't see any signs of a satellite or antenna of any kind. That was only slightly disappointing. Leona would like nothing more than to watch them struggle and suffer for what they'd done. However, that was just not happening in the real world. It didn't matter if they were criminals, fugitives. They had money, which meant they could afford all the best, all the luxury, and that was all that mattered. She kept making a circle to the left. She tried her best to stay away from the windows, not really sure where they were, trying to remain hidden as much as possible. Now that she wasn't purposefully marching through the woods, but having to stop every once in a while and walk really slowly, Leona realized how hot and sweaty she was. She started struggling to breathe and picked up some snow to press it on her forehead to cool down. It was no joking matter how out of shape she had gotten. When all of this ended, she was definitely going to renew her gym card. If I survive this. Ignoring the state of her body, she reached the front door and debated what to do. To keep going forward or return the way she came. I hope they have no cameras, she thought, quickly walking past the door. She stopped to listen, if anyone noticed she was there. The last thing she wanted was to get caught. When no one started shouting, she resumed scouting the outside. Every once in a while, she had to remind herself to calm down. Her breathing was too loud. Wouldn't it be funny if she had a heart attack at their doorstep? She banished that thought, because it would not be funny, and knowing Wayne, he would leave her there without bothering to even move her body or call 911 or bury her. Stop it, she snapped at herself, because her thoughts had gone dark pretty fast. Realizing she was wasting time instead of making sure Wayne and Chelsea were actually inside, she resumed her walk, hoping that the task at hand would distract her enough not to think about her fatigue. Reaching the next window, she dared to peek inside. From where she was, she got a glimpse of the front door, the living room, and a far door that probably led to the kitchen. It was an open space, everything set up in a cabin-like fashion, including all the dead animals mounted on the walls. Disgusting. In front of her, near the window, was a table with a bottle of open wine on it and 2 glasses. She could just barely make out the label. It was Wayne's favorite, which she took as a good indicator he was inside. Wayne really liked his Spanish wine, especially when he was in a good mood. And he was obviously in a good mood, thinking he'd managed to outsmart them all. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he realized that wasn't the case. Once again, she resumed her walk. At the next window, she peeked through and had a full view of the living room. And on the couch, facing away from her, sat 2 figures watching a movie on a big flat screen with a DVD player below it. The cabin in the woods might be the theme of this place, but it had nearly all the advantages of a modern home. Then again, Wayne wouldn't set foot in this place if it didn't have a massive TV, even if they only had DVDs to watch. To say he was addicted to media would be an understatement. Although she could only see the backs of their heads snuggled closely together, she knew it was them. Something stirred in the pit of her stomach, watching them watching a movie. Observing them together, acting intimately as lovers do, enjoying their time together, made her feel all the emotions she'd been trying to suppress all this time. Chelsea started to laugh then. It was her laugh, Leona was sure of that, and that made her angry. It made her world turn red. Actually, she knew exactly why she got pissed off. How dare she sit in there with her lover, laughing, drinking wine, and having the time of her life when she lied, cheated, and killed someone just recently. And not just any person, which would be horrible enough, but her own husband, the person she had been with for almost a decade. Apparently, none of that mattered to that woman. They deserved one another, both of them cruel and rotten to the core. Seeing them like this, she realized prison was too good a place for them. They deserved far worse punishment than that. And they definitely didn't deserve to be here, enjoying their love, especially after wrecking so much. 2 people were dead because of them, because of their greed. And although Leona wasn't particularly heartbroken that the hitman who tried to kill her ended up dead, she was saddened Michael had lost his life because of them. He, too, had been a victim, even more than she was. He had been lied to. Chelsea had cheated on him for years, and after everything, he'd lost his life as well. Leona needed to right that wrong. Of course she couldn't bring the dead back to life, but she hoped some justice would bring peace to his soul. Chelsea laughed again, kissing Wayne on the cheek, and Leona narrowed her eyes. That was not the behavior of a grieving widow. It was of the murderous kind, she corrected herself. Leona couldn't fathom any of this. Although they were in front of her, her mind was still boggled. How could they be this carefree? What kind of person could laugh so wholeheartedly after murdering 2 people? A psychopath. That's who, Leona answered to herself. She got what she wanted. She'd confirmed those 2 were here and having the time of their lives, watching a rom-com of all things. She'd thought Wayne hated those movies. Maybe he just hated watching them with her. She started walking toward the rear of the cabin again. Should she call the cops now? She wondered. Call the cops and say what? They weren't doing anything illegal at the moment. She had a better idea. But for that, she needed to break inside without being heard. Of course, she could always knock on the door and yell, "Surprise!" But that would be counterproductive, since she needed to overpower them. And she figured she had a better chance if they weren't aware of her coming. So that was her plan. Break inside, find a way to tie them all up, and then have a chat with them while the police were on their way. Easy. Simple. Right. With a plan like that, what could possibly go wrong? Chapter 38. Leona walked back toward the rear of the house, knowing she could probably use the back entrance to sneak inside. With any luck, the door would be open and she could waltz inside. If not, she would find another way, try a window or something. Then she could hide in the kitchen, maybe even grab a couple of knives to force them to comply. She dismissed that. She didn't care for violence. She would much prefer to break inside and hide until they fell asleep. Then, once they were asleep, tie them up. And what if they had sex before that? She thought. She shook her head, because she didn't want or need such images in her mind. Maybe I can spike their wine to knock them out, she thought. She had her sleeping pills with her, so that could work. But how to reach the bottle of wine? It was in the room with the lovebirds. She decided she would handle one obstacle at a time. While creating her plan, Leona wasn't really paying that close attention to where she was going and tripped over one of the snowmobiles. She yelped, trying to maintain her balance and, as a result, smacked against the window. She didn't break it, but it banged with a resonating sound. There was no way they didn't hear that. The dead could have heard that. Oh, shit. Peeling herself away from the window, she panicked. Frantically looking about, she tried to find a place to hide. There were none. Back into the woods, she thought, as she started to run. And that was when she heard the kitchen door opening, voices exchanging words. "Over there," Chelsea said. Leona didn't dare turn, but could fairly guess at whom she was pointing. Shit. Once again, she totally blew it. It was such a stupid mistake. If only she could reach the woods, then run back down to her car. They would be on guard, but still wouldn't know it was she who had come to their door. With luck, they would think it's some drifter. Her mind raced. "Stop or I'll shoot," Wayne warned. Leona didn't stop and doubled her pace. "Almost there," she encouraged. And then there was a loud bang. The bullet hit a tree in front of her. That froze her in place, and Leona raised her arms in the air in supplication. "Please, God, let me escape," she prayed. She made a stupid mistake, but she didn't deserve to die because of it. "Are you sure?" "Turn around slowly," Wayne ordered. He sounded closer now. No. Leona closed her eyes for a moment, sending another prayer to the heavens before turning to face them. Leona couldn't decide who looked more surprised to see her. Chelsea definitely recovered more quickly. Her face morphed into something else, something Leona couldn't quite decipher. Was Chelsea annoyed she was there? That couldn't be it. Leona also noted she was actually the one holding the gun.
Leona?
Wayne asked incredulously. If this were a cartoon, this would be the moment he would rub his eyes in disbelief.
What are you doing here?
That was a strange question. Then again, everything about this was strange. Isn't it obvious? Chelsea was the one who decided to answer. She always had an unhealthy attachment to you, she said, flipping her hair. She was annoyed, Leona realized. Unhealthy attachment? What was that supposed to mean? Leona became instantly annoyed as well. Unhealthy attachment? Well, I wasn't the one sleeping with the married man, so if anyone has an unhealthy attachment, it is you, Leona blurted out before she could stop herself, completely forgetting that the woman she was antagonizing was holding a gun. Right on cue, just as Leona said all that, Chelsea pointed the gun at her. And by the way she was looking at Leona, it was obvious she would have no problems shooting her then and there. She's the one who killed Michael. Leona could see it in her eyes. She's the killer. The gravity of the situation finally caught up with her, and she started to fear for her life. No, I can't die like this. Wayne stood between them, grabbed Leona by the arm and started dragging her toward the cabin. Wayne, what are you doing? Chelsea whined, trailing behind them. He ignored her. He was staring at Leona, still looking shell-shocked.
What are you doing here, Leona? He repeated. How did you find us? Who else knows? He demanded.
You mean, did I call the police? She taunted. For some reason, that made her smile. They had the gun. However, she held some power as well. Leona hadn't, in fact, called the police because she was an idiot, set on doing things her way. But they didn't have to know that. He pushed her inside and onto the couch as the two of them loomed over her. In passing, Leona noted they were watching the movie Love Actually. How ironic. Chelsea was still firmly clutching that gun. It made Leona nervous. Wayne bombarded her with another set of questions that were pretty much the same as the previous ones. Answer us! Chelsea screamed. You must be crazy if you think I'll tell you anything, Leona replied defiantly. She had no idea where this defiance was coming from. She should be begging for her life, not arguing with psychopaths. Yet, here she was. I have a gun. Chelsea waved it, as though Leona might forget it. And I'll shoot you if you continue to speak to me like that. Like what? Like you're a murderous, backstabbing bitch? Leona suggested. Chelsea let out a shout of frustration and lunged at her. Before she could do anything, Wayne stopped her.
Chelsea, calm down, he warned. We have to get to the bottom of things first.
He was pointing out the obvious. Her eyes flashed with fury. Don't tell me to calm down when that bitch calls me names and threatens to ruin everything.
She's got that part right. Let me handle this, okay?
He continued to try to placate her as she raged. Then he turned to look at Leona again.
What are you doing here?
To ask one simple question. She had decided to be truthful.
What?
Why me? Because we could. Because you were so gullible. Because you were an easy target, Chelsea taunted while Wayne looked at her. She could see it in his eyes. The truth. Everything Chelsea was saying was the truth. He was just too big a coward to say it to her face. He never loved me. She couldn't say that didn't sting. Then again, she was grateful she finally knew the truth. This was what she came for. And now I will die because of it. And then she had an idea. And that's going to be your downfall, presuming too much, Leona said.
What's that supposed to mean?
they both demanded at the same time. Leona half shrugged. It's over. You just don't know it yet. Once again, Chelsea pointed the gun at her, clearly not liking what she heard.
Chelsea, no,
Wayne said. We have to kill her, now.
No, we can't.
Why not?
Because we can't.
Think about the money, Wayne.
I am.
As Leona watched their interaction, she started to feel something quite unexpected. She pitied them. It was sad to see what greed did to a person, what it did to them. She was sure they weren't like this when they were children, and something must have happened to them to turn them into these monsters, because there wasn't a doubt in her mind they were monsters. They were definitely not human anymore. They weren't human beings full of life and joy, because something had transformed them into perverse creatures governed by all that green money. Wayne and Chelsea had done unspeakable, evil things to try to get money. Money that didn't belong to them. Money they didn't need. And what did that bring them? They had destroyed their lives and the lives of others. They were exposed to the world for what they truly were, and in the end were forced to hide in a cabin without the money. So some might say it was all for nothing. Why are you looking at us like that? Chelsea snapped Leona from her thoughts. Leona wasn't surprised that bitch was observant. She shrugged again. She had no intention of sharing her observations with them. What would that accomplish anyway? Are you feeling angry that I took your man from you? Chelsea taunted. Newsflash, he was never yours. I don't care about that, Leona replied. I don't care about Wayne. And that was true. Not anymore. Not after everything she had learned. Chelsea smirked. You were never a good liar, she continued to taunt. Well, nobody can compare to you, Leona threw in her face. Leona realized that her determination to confront these two and learn the truth had been unnecessary. It was ironic it had taken her this long just to realize Jeremy was right. There was nothing to be learned here. They were two very broken people who had nothing to do with her. Leona wasn't to blame. And you were so grateful, so happy I chose to be your friend, Chelsea continued, unaware of Leona's epiphany. No matter what that woman said, it couldn't hurt her. Not anymore.
Stop taunting her, Chelsea,
Wayne snapped, clearly irked by her behavior. Why are you defending her? Chelsea answered in the same manner.
I'm not. I simply don't think we should waste time. We have to figure out what to do, he explained.
What do you mean, what to do? We have to kill her now.
We can't do that,
Wayne argued. Leona almost nodded at that. She was all for that plan of not killing her. Wayne, it's the only way, Chelsea said through gritted teeth.
No, she needs to take the fall, go to jail. That's the only way we can swoop in and take it all, he tried to reason with her. So Leona was right. That was the plan. I go to prison and Chelsea gets all the money. When did it all go wrong? She wondered. Did they become impatient? Did they make mistakes? Probably a little bit of both. Either way, that plan had gone to shit. Once again, the lovebirds started to argue. Wayne wanted Leona to go to prison for killing Michael, and Chelsea wanted her dead. She knows too much, she exclaimed, as though annoyed she had to point out the obvious. Leona hated to burst her bubble. The fact was that everybody knew, not just Leona. Don't be a wuss, Wayne. She is excess baggage. We don't need her to get all the money, she said. I can do that easily. It was adorable that she actually believed that. Leona couldn't take it anymore, and she started to laugh. Something must be seriously wrong with her if she could laugh in this situation while they were deciding if she should die or not. They stopped arguing to look at her. Naturally, they were confused. Why are you laughing? Chelsea demanded to know. Because it's funny. What is funny? You thinking that you will get a dime of all the money? I'm the sole heir, Chelsea disputed, raising her chin ever so slightly.
Wrong, Leona proclaimed. The whole world knows Wayne's alive, which means you can kiss the insurance money goodbye. It was comical to see that it had never occurred to them.
That doesn't matter,
Wayne tried to reassure Chelsea.
We'll still get all the rest.
And we can have yours as well if you disappear today, Chelsea said ominously. Wrong again. Even if you kill me, you won't get my money, because all of it will go to charity. My lawyer made sure of that. And that was no lie. She had changed her will a couple of weeks ago, knowing it was a possibility they would try to kill her again. Wayne looked horrified, hearing that, and cursed. Chelsea, too, but she recovered quicker. Fixing her hair, although there was nothing wrong with it, she said, "Never mind. There's still plenty from the Woodrows."
But we were set to take it all,
Wayne said in frustration. It doesn't matter, Chelsea repeated in a softer voice, looking into his eyes. We will make it work. Yeah, especially since you won't be able to spend any of it from prison, Leona pointed out. It was totally worth it, coming here, risking her life, to see the expressions on their faces when she delivered that line. You're exposed. Everybody knows what you did and why. It's over. Chapter 39. After Leona's big revelation, they really started to shout at each other, with Chelsea still wanting very much to kill her. It was astounding with what ease that woman spoke of murder, as though it was nothing special at all, and with Wayne wanting to find a way out of this mess without additional bloodshed. He wanted Leona to take the fall for everything. Killing Michael was easy. He never even saw it coming, Chelsea seethed.
Look, we can't kill Leona, baby. She's the one who has to take the fall for everything. Remember, that's how we planned it.
She spoiled all that. We have to kill her, Chelsea argued. Always the pragmatic type. Then again, a coward like him probably didn't like the fact he would have to look over his shoulder for the rest of his life if they got the money and fled.
We can fabricate evidence. I know people,
he tried to reassure her. It won't work. She knows too much, Chelsea countered stubbornly. Leona wondered if she had a say in the matter. If so, she wanted to stay alive.
Babe, listen to me. It would be her word against ours. We can win.
So you think we should just let them arrest us? Chelsea asked, clearly horrified.
We can win.
I don't want to take any chances, Chelsea said, shaking her head and taking a step back, as though that would keep her safe from the consequences of her actions.
Okay, let's say we do it your way,
Wayne started to say. No. Leona didn't like that one bit.
How are we going to explain it? Her gone,
he challenged. Chelsea's answering smile was the most terrifying thing in the world. If the police can't find the body, then there's no crime. We can dump her in that fire pit out back and be done with her for good and tell the cops she ran away after killing Michael. Simple. Easy, Chelsea concluded, raising her chin, as though she had solved everything with her genius. That plan was stupid. It would never work, except for the part with the fire pit. Leona could definitely fit into it. Stop that. She really didn't need to think about that. She had enough nightmares as it was. And then something occurred to her. It was you who hired Brandon Black, Leona exclaimed, interrupting their conversation. Wayne looked confused, while Chelsea looked pissed off. And that was when Leona realized something else. Chelsea was in trouble now, because Wayne hadn't known. Wayne's next words confirmed as much.
Who is Brandon Black?
He asked in irritation as Chelsea started biting her lower lip. This clearly had not been a part of her plan, him finding out about the hitman. Would you like to tell him, or should I? Leona asked Chelsea tauntingly.
Tell me what?
He demanded. She's lying, Chelsea blurted out.
She didn't say anything yet,
Wayne pointed out the obvious. Leona knew it was wrong she was enjoying this. If these were her last moments on this planet, at least she would enjoy them. Wayne turned to look at her.
Leona, tell me what you know.
I'm warning you, Chelsea tried to threaten him, but Leona didn't care at this point. Brandon Black is the hitman Chelsea hired to break into my house and kill me. When that didn't work, the hitman tried to run me off the road to kill me. The first part Leona was merely guessing, but it made sense that he had been the one in her house. Wayne frowned and turned to look at Chelsea.
Is that true?
He asked her. No, of course not. She was quick to defend herself. She is obviously lying, babe. That crazy bitch will say anything to save herself. I really don't have any reason to lie, Leona offered, pushing another nail into Chelsea's coffin, so to speak.
You hired someone to kill Leona without telling me?
Wayne raised his voice.
Why would you do that?
And Leona noticed the instant something in Chelsea shifted. She flicked her hair before replying back. Because it had to be done. He would have gotten away with it if she hadn't woken up. The stupid man nearly got caught. Couldn't even do it right the second time. And I didn't tell you because I knew you would react like this. She basically called him weak. Leona wasn't the only one who noticed that.
So it's my fault you lied?
Wayne asked. I had to, she insisted. You were always too soft with her. For a scam marriage, you cared too much about her wants and needs, she berated him. Scam marriage? Even now you don't have the balls to do what needs to be done, she accused. She considered him soft. After completely ruining her life, this woman was completely delusional. It was ridiculous she would say that with a straight face, let alone be angry with him.
Is that how things are going to be between us? Every time we disagree, you will lie to my face and do whatever the fuck you want? He asked. I thought after the last time we fought, we agreed we were in this together, Chelsea.
Despite everything, Leona was enjoying the show. Big surprise there that a liar lied, Leona wanted to point out, but held her tongue. Perhaps if they argued long enough, they would forget she was even there, and she could sneak out of there, cartoon style. Yeah, right. We are! I was doing it for us! Chelsea tried to defend herself.
Bullshit, she was calling it. Don't you dare try that shit on me. You were always jealous of Leona, and all of this hitman shit is just you acting out, like always. Nothing is ever good enough for you, and I did everything for you. I even let you kill my own brother so we could be together.
Wayne had clearly lost it then, telling her straight.
When did you set it up?
He seethed. Leona jumped into the conversation. The day I saw you in Boston, at that hotel.
Shut up!
Chelsea screeched. Wayne turned to Chelsea, and his eyes narrowed.
So even after that last fight, you still went and did this? And you didn't tell me when I came back here to make up with you? How could you be so stupid?
Chelsea shook her head at that, looking at the floor for a moment as though reaching some kind of conclusion. You know what? I am so done arguing. And then she turned to look at Leona. I hope you know this is all your fault. And before anyone could say anything, she raised her gun and shot Wayne twice in the chest. He fell to the ground with a surprised expression on his face. It all happened so fast that Leona didn't get a chance to react before it was all over. Wayne was dead, bleeding on the carpet. Leona screamed. Wayne was dead. Chelsea killed him. She killed him without flinching. She was a complete monster. And I'm next. Chelsea slapped her across the face. Shut the fuck up! You're giving me a headache! Leona was stunned into silence. She couldn't believe Chelsea just did that. Killed Wayne, the person she was supposed to love. Getting slapped felt like nothing at all in comparison. Besides, it helped in a way. Leona was on the verge of spiraling out of control, and this was definitely not the moment for falling apart. Why did you kill him? Leona demanded. Chelsea scoffed. Because you left me no choice. He was going to become insufferable because you had to open your mouth. Leona looked at the other woman, too stunned to say anything. Chelsea smiled at her expression. Don't get me wrong. This was always the plan. I just had to push the timetable sooner than I would like because of you. And she almost sounded irked by it. Right, because you would much rather kill him after getting all the money, Leona suggested. Precisely, she said, and then shrugged. Luckily, I'm nothing if not adaptable. Are you going to kill me now too? Leona forced herself to ask, although she wasn't too keen on dying. Chelsea looked at her as though she'd said the most ridiculous thing in the world. Of course not. Huh? Leona was confused. For the last half an hour, this woman had been trying to convince now-deceased Wayne that they should kill her, and now she changed her mind? Someone has to take the blame for this. You killed Wayne like you killed Michael, you see? Chelsea started to explain, pointing at Wayne with her gun. And I had to defend myself. But I won't kill you. I'll simply wound you in a way that will be most painful, she said in a sinister manner. She didn't have to bother. By that point, Leona was thoroughly petrified, even before Chelsea aimed the gun at her. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Despite her words, Leona was sure Chelsea would shoot to kill. This was game over. She could feel it. Every part of her rebelled against that and wanted to fight. But how? She had nothing on her to use as a weapon, especially not against a gun. It wasn't fair the bad guys would win in the end, but Leona knew she only had herself to blame. She had made all the wrong decisions from the start. Maybe I deserved to die because of it all. Leona closed her eyes. Chapter 40. A loud bang made Leona open her eyes. It wasn't a gunshot. It was something else. Jeremy slammed inside, breaking the front door. There was snow in his hair, and he looked half frozen in his lightweight jacket. But he was there. She couldn't believe her eyes.
Police!
He yelled. He didn't get to finish that sentence, because Chelsea acted immediately and fired. She hit him 2 times in the chest, the same thing she had done to Wayne. No! Leona screamed with all her might, lunging forward without thinking. She slammed into Chelsea and knocked the gun out of her hands. It skidded to the floor, landing next to Wayne's body. You bitch! Chelsea screamed, deranged, trying to scratch Leona's eyes with her long, polished nails. But Leona was having none of it. Grabbing both her hands, Leona leaned backward ever so slightly before headbutting her. It hurt, but she didn't stop there. While Chelsea stumbled backward, clearly in a daze, Leona made a fist and hit her straight in the face. Chelsea moved backward, as though to get away, and Leona hit her again. This time, the woman tripped and fell. No! Get away! Chelsea started to cry. Leona had no mercy for her tears. She continued to hit Chelsea until practically rendering her unconscious. She didn't want to stop, not even then.
Leona, stop!
Jeremy begged. That did the trick. Making sure Chelsea was down for the count, Leona turned and rushed to Jeremy. Jeremy! She cried, sitting on the ground next to him. He laid sprawled on the ground, and her hands shook as she took his head into her lap. Where's your phone? I need to call 911. Please don't die. Please don't leave me, she prayed with all her might simultaneously.
I'm fine,
he said, even though he was coughing and holding his chest. She scoffed. She shot you 2 times. You need help. He would be losing too much blood, and must be already delusional if he didn't know he had been shot in the first place. Although she had no idea where all the blood was going. She saw none.
Wait, look.
He fumbled a little, opening his jacket. Underneath was a bulletproof vest. It had stopped both bullets. Leona was so relieved that fresh tears started falling down her face. On impulse, she hugged him.
It's all right,
he repeated. I can see that, she mumbled, crying against his chest.
You were worried about me?
Leona lifted her head. You followed me, she said.
Of course I did,
he said, trying to get up. He managed to sit while massaging his chest, apparently getting shot hurt regardless of the vest. Then again, some bruising was better than getting killed.
I knew you would do something stupid, so I followed you from the moment you left the B&B.
He had known all along. She really shouldn't have been surprised. However, she was glad that he had. He had saved her life. "Wayne's dead," she informed him, looking toward the dead body. Next to him lay Chelsea.
And Chelsea?
He asked. "Just unconscious." Although for a moment there, Leona was sure she had been going to kill her. And that scared her.
Good,
Jeremy replied simply.
help me get up.
He motioned with his hand, and she jumped to comply.
It's time to sort out this mess.
Leona couldn't agree more. She glanced one more time toward Wayne and Chelsea as Jeremy picked up the gun, and they went outside. "I can't believe it's over." But then she returned inside. "Let me just tie this bitch up real quickly." They didn't want her escaping.
Good thinking.
Chapter 41. 3 months had passed since that day on the mountain, when Chelsea got arrested and Wayne was taken to the morgue. To nobody's surprise, Chelsea denied all the accusations. She was charged with murdering Michael and hiring a third party to kill Leona in Massachusetts, and then murdering said third party. And in Virginia, she was charged with murdering Wayne, the attempted murder of Leona, and the attempted murder of a police officer, namely Jeremy. Chelsea's trial was fairly short, only 4 days long. Leona testified, Jeremy too. Chelsea was found guilty on all counts, and she ended up in federal prison. Despite everything, Leona felt like the biggest weight had finally been lifted off her shoulders. In the end, the good guys won. Part of her was sad that Wayne died, because he too should be in jail, but the rest realized he paid the ultimate price for his crimes, with his life. Leona buried Wayne in a small ceremony next to his brother in the family plot. The way she saw it, they had eternity now to solve all their issues. As for the inheritance battle, it was more straightforward than one would have thought. Chelsea demanded her share. In her mind, she hadn't killed all these people for fun and expected to profit from it. In her mind, she was Michael's heir. But since she had been found guilty of his murder, she could not profit from that crime. Mr. Nakamura found another smoking gun, so to speak, because Wayne had been alive when Michael died. The judge declared him the sole inheritor of Michael's wealth. And since he too was now deceased, Leona ended up inheriting it all as his widow. Overnight, Leona found herself as the head of a company she knew nothing about and knew nothing about how to run it. That presented her with a dilemma. What would be fairer, more honest toward herself and the people working there? To try to learn the business, or let someone else more skilled take over? Leona tried to sort through that with Dr. Reed, and so much more. She also sought advice from Sarah. She and Sarah had become friends in the months after the trial. They discovered they had much in common, not including Wayne. More to the point, they rarely spoke about him at all. They were both done with that chapter of their lives, the instant the trial ended and Chelsea went to prison. Leona felt truly blessed for all her new and old friends. After everything was done, including the inheritance paperwork, Leona threw the biggest party imaginable for all her friends. She rented a restaurant for the day, because she could, and they indulged in fine food, drinks, and each other's company. Jeremy stuck around as well, which was an interesting story in its own right. Leona was enjoying all the attention. Although timid after everything Wayne had put her through, she knew she could trust Jeremy. And that made all the difference. One pleasant afternoon after the dust had settled, Leona was having coffee with Sarah outside, since it was a nice day. They were catching up. Sarah was trying to become a paralegal, and Leona was trying to adjust to her new life. Although she loved being a graphic artist, she realized it was time for a change. so she embraced her new role in life wholeheartedly. Sarah was in the middle of sharing a story when Leona's phone started ringing. "Hang on, I have to take this," she murmured. It was Mr. Nakamura, which was why she answered instead of letting it go to voicemail. These days, Leona had a business phone as well. She was that popular, she joked. Mr. Nakamura informed her that Chelsea had reached out.
"She would like you to visit her in prison."
Leona was stunned by that. "Why?"
"I wasn't provided with that. She simply stated that there was something she would like to discuss in private."
In private, surrounded by guards, watched over by cameras, completely private. "Nonetheless," she replied, "thank you for letting me know."
"If you decide to go, please let me know so I can arrange it."
"Of course," she assured him. He disconnected, and shaking her head, she put the phone away. What a strange day this turned out to be. "What's the matter?" Sarah inquired. "Nothing bad, and nothing good either," Leona replied. And since Sarah looked confused, she continued. "Chelsea wants to see me." "Why?" Sarah asked the very same thing Leona did. "I don't know. She didn't say." "Will you go?" That was an excellent question. "I don't know." She really didn't have a reason to go, but perhaps it would be better to hear what Chelsea had to say. Leona took a couple of days to make up her mind. Eventually, she decided to go and see what that woman wanted from her. Although she was certain Chelsea would try to pull something, she figured it was better to go and be done with it. She didn't want this turning into a thing, with Chelsea continuing to pester her until getting her way. Leona was ready to move on with her life, putting all the ugliness behind her, and if that meant seeing Chelsea one last time, then so be it. Mr. Nakamura was as accommodating as ever and set up a meeting. Since she was very busy these days learning how to run a company, scheduling was a bit of a nightmare, but she found some free time to drive herself to the prison. It was hard seeing someone she had considered a friend, who turned out to be her worst enemy, and someone who tried to kill her multiple times. During all that madness months ago, Leona had discovered the real reason Wayne married her. It was because that was the only way he could get hold of his trust fund. His parents had put a clause in it that he had to be married to be in charge of it, and Chelsea had convinced him to find some girl and get it over with. Which he did, unfortunately for Leona. And after a good cry, she decided she was over that as well. Leona hadn't seen Chelsea since the trial, but that wasn't that long ago. It definitely wasn't enough time to resolve all the issues she had with the other woman. Even now, Leona felt angry just from looking at her. She instantly noted how different Chelsea looked without her makeup on, and also her roots were showing. Big surprise, she wasn't a natural blonde. Leona knew that was extremely petty of her, but it couldn't be helped. She liked seeing Chelsea like this. She deserved it, to be stripped of all her privileges, no matter how big or small they were. It was as simple as that. Chelsea's face was red and puffy as she sat down across from her. They had to speak through a glass. It was obvious the other woman had been crying, and there was a fading bruise on her chin. Being in prison wasn't easy. Leona knew from experience. "Thank you for coming," Chelsea said politely, wiping a fresh few tears from her eyes. Was it wrong of Leona that she wasn't buying this act? "Why did you want to see me?" Leona asked directly. She saw no point in polite chit-chat. They weren't friends after all, and this was no social call. She didn't know what this was yet. Chelsea looked stunned and a little bit hurt. "Aren't you going to ask how I'm doing?" she questioned. Leona almost smiled. She already knew the answer to that. Chelsea was in jail, so she presumed not good. Still, she said, "How are you doing, Chelsea? Are the murders you committed pressing down on your soul?"
"I'm not doing well,"
she started to sob.
"It's horrible in here. I'm constantly bullied and I can't sleep at all."
Leona debated if she should point out the obvious or not. "What does that have to do with me?" she asked instead. Chelsea immediately stopped crying. Well, I was wondering if you could find it in your heart to help me. You could help me get a transfer someplace else. Leona was stunned. And why would I do that? You took all my money, so I can't do anything on my own. I don't even have enough for myself. I mean, look at my hair, she complained. To that, Leona did start to laugh. Are you kidding me? After everything you've done, you're asking for money? This woman clearly had no shame. She'd killed 3 people, almost killed Leona and Jeremy, yet had the audacity to play the victim and ask for money. Unbelievable. Chelsea turned serious. You know as well as I do that at least some of that money is mine, she insisted. And because you took it all from me, I don't even have enough to pay legal fees. That's not fair. Fair. Fair, Leona repeated, thoroughly pissed off. Yes, Chelsea replied, clearly missing the point. Would you like me to pay for that as well? Leona asked sarcastically. That would be great, Chelsea replied instantly. Leona started to laugh again. That was a joke, Chelsea. I'm not going to give you a cent of my money, she explained slowly, as though speaking to a child. What? Chelsea exclaimed. But you owe me. That sobered her up. Excuse me? You're wealthy now, thanks to me, Chelsea said in all seriousness. I deserve some of it. Leona couldn't believe the things that were coming out of her mouth, and the most tragic part was that she actually believed that. She could see it in Chelsea's eyes. She honestly believed all that money she had killed for, belonged to her. Leona had truly had enough of this. Listen to me. You killed 3 people. You deserve to be here. You deserve to suffer, Leona said, raising her voice. Do not contact me again, because I don't want to have anything to do with you, and I will certainly not give you any money. So have a nice life in prison. Enjoy it to the fullest. With that, Leona stood up and started walking away. Leona! Chelsea screamed after her. But she was done. She was never coming back, never seeing that woman again. It was a mistake coming in the first place, but she didn't regret it. It had been a nice moment to say everything she had to say. Getting outside and walking toward her car, she saw Jeremy leaning against it. He smiled as he saw her approach. She smiled. Stalking much? She teased. Protecting, he replied in a gruff manner, joking back. How did you know I was here? She asked, genuinely curious, leaning on the car next to him. He pointed a finger at himself. Detective, remember? Doesn't ring a bell. Are you really? She deadpanned, and they both laughed. Funny, he said, grinning. He looked very handsome when he smiled, she noted, and not for the first time. I need a ride, he admitted, looking pointedly at her. Okay, hop in. After a short pause as they settled inside her car, she asked, So, why were you here? On business, but I'm glad I got a chance to see you. Oh? Yeah. Remember that bet? Of course she did. Yes? Well, as you may remember, I won. I have a vague recollection of that, she joked. So? I want to collect, he said in all seriousness. What did you have in mind? He grinned. Just drive, and I'll show you, he said somewhat cryptically. With a matching smile, Leona started the car. Okay. She had no idea of their destination. However, she wasn't concerned. She always cared more about the journey itself. And with Jeremy by her side, there was a promise in the air it was bound to be a good one. A truly happy one. This recording of The Widow's Secret, a gripping psychological thriller with a chilling twist, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Michelle Price. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2024 by Theo Baxter. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.